When I walked into the family dinner with my girlfriend, my cousin slammed his plate down and said, "She's not one of us." My grandma just shook her head and said, "Neither are you." Then my dad told me, "Sit down, eat quietly, and don't cause trouble." I smiled calmly and left the room. Hey Reddit. I'm Aaron, 31M, and this might take a while to tell, so settle in. It's not the kind of story you can skim through and get the whole picture. A lot of small, quiet moments led up to one very loud one. And even though the blow-up only happened a few weeks ago, the roots go back years, maybe even decades. I'm the kind of guy who usually keeps to himself. I live about 4 hours away from where I grew up, in a modest little town in northern Michigan where everyone knows everyone and the idea of family is less of a bond and more of a commandment. My family is one of those where the expectations are spoken in hushed tones and never questioned out loud. You go to church on Sunday, you bring a casserole when someone dies, and you don't, under any circumstances, rock the boat. For a long time, I did what was expected. I didn't make waves. I was a quiet kid, polite, always said thank you, always held the door, always showed up to dinner when asked. I played football in high school because my dad had played, not because I loved it. I helped out at my dad's auto shop during summers even though I had dreams of doing something else. Something with music. Or maybe writing. But none of that ever really seemed practical to my folks. My dad, George 63M, is a man of very few words. Most of them are practical, things like check the oil or watch your step. He's not mean exactly, but he's weathered. Like someone who spent too many years outside in the cold and just decided not to bother warming up anymore. My mom, Valerie 60F, is the kind of woman who organizes her canned goods by label color and has a framed cross-stitch in the kitchen that says, "Bless this mess," even though she'd never allow anything even remotely messy. I'm the youngest of 3. My brother Mitchell, 34M, stayed in town and took over more of the garage duties after I left for college. He's the golden child, steady, practical, dependable. He married his high school girlfriend, and they now have a perfectly symmetrical little family with 2 kids and a golden retriever. Then there's my sister Tessa, 38F, who moved to Chicago in her 20s and only visits when there's a funeral or a wedding. She and I are close in that long-distance sibling way, phone calls twice a month, text about weird dreams, occasional rants about how exhausting our parents can be. And then there's me. I left town after high school, went to a state school down south, and ended up staying there longer than I meant to. I bounced around for a bit, played in a band that almost made it, did some freelance writing, eventually landed a steady job in marketing. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills and lets me keep a little studio space where I still write music when I can. And more importantly, it's where I met Riley, 29F. Now, here's where the story starts to shift. Riley is funny, quick-witted, thoughtful in the way that makes you feel seen. She's got this calm about her that balances me out. Where I tend to overthink, she listens. Where I freeze up around tension, she sits still and breathes through it. We met at an open mic night in a coffee shop, both pretending we weren't nervous. She read poetry. I played guitar. I remember thinking, if I don't talk to her tonight, I'll regret it. So I did. And here we are, a year and a half later. She's also black, which shouldn't matter, and in any reasonable family, it wouldn't. But I knew, deep down, I knew that it would be something my family wouldn't just glance past. Not because they're openly hostile, at least not most of them, but because they carry this unspoken set of rules about who belongs and who doesn't. And those rules go back generations, whether anyone's willing to admit it or not. I hadn't brought Riley home before. We talked about it a few times, especially around the holidays, but I always found a reason to delay. It wasn't that I was ashamed, not even close. I was just hesitant. I didn't want to put her through it. I didn't want to explain every odd silence, every loaded comment disguised as a joke, every awkward pause at the dinner table. But eventually, Riley told me something that stuck. We were walking through the park one afternoon, sipping hot tea from paper cups, and she said, "I want to know where you come from. All of it. Not just the stories you tell me, but the people, the place. I want to see it." So I made plans. Or more specifically, I accepted my mom's standing invitation for Sunday dinner at Grandma Eloise's place, something she's hosted once a month for as long as I can remember. It's a full family gathering, potluck style, fold-out tables and mismatched silverware. You come hungry and you leave full, even if you're emotionally wrung out by the end of it. I told Riley I'd handle everything, that she didn't need to do anything special, just be herself. She smiled and said she'd bring her lemon bars, which I already knew would put her in Grandma Eloise's good graces. Grandma's got a sweet tooth like no other. The night before, I sent a simple message to the family group chat, bringing someone with me tomorrow. Her name is Riley. Looking forward to it. No one responded for several hours. Eventually, Mitchell sent a thumbs up emoji. My mom sent a heart, but not the red one, the pale pink one she uses when she's unsure about something. And then my dad texted me privately, for words, just don't start anything. I stared at that message for a long time. Riley was in the next room, wrapping the lemon bars in foil, humming to herself. I didn't reply. I just turned off my phone and went to help her. We left early the next morning. The drive up was quiet for the first hour. I was nervous. Riley could tell. At one point, she reached over and put her hand on mine and said, "It's okay if they don't like me. What matters is that you do." I nodded, but I didn't say what I was thinking, which was, it matters more than it should. When we got to town, everything looked smaller. That always happens, doesn't it? The houses you thought were huge as a kid are suddenly just houses. The wide open fields seem more ordinary. The stoplights change slower. I pointed out the school I went to, the ice cream shop where I'd worked one summer, the park where we used to ride bikes down the big hill until someone broke a collarbone. Riley listened, asked questions, smiled in all the right places. We pulled into Grandma Eloise's driveway just before 5. The yard was already full of cars. I recognized most of them. Dad's dusty truck, Mitchell's SUV, Tessa's rental. A couple of distant cousins whose names I always mix up. I sat in the car for a moment before getting out. Riley was unwrapping the lemon bars. "You sure about this?" I asked. She looked at me and said, "Let's go meet the people who raised you." And so we did. We stepped up onto the porch together, and I could feel Riley's hand tighten around mine, a small anchor in the storm I was about to walk into. The door swung open before I could knock, as usual, because Grandma Eloise never bothered with such formalities anymore. There she was, Grandma, in her usual floral dress, a soft shawl draped over her shoulders, her silver hair pulled back neatly. She smiled immediately when she saw me, but there was a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes as they shifted over to Riley. "Well, Aaron, you brought company," she said warmly, but her voice had the slightest edge, like she was testing the air. "This is Riley," I said, squeezing her hand. "Riley, Grandma Eloise." Grandma gave Riley a hug, though it was brief and polite. "It's good to finally meet you, dear. You must be tired from the drive." Riley smiled, keeping her tone light. "Not at all. It's nice to be here." The door opened wider, and we were ushered inside. The house smelled like baked bread, aged wood, and a hint of something floral, probably from the lavender sachets Grandma always tucked in drawers. In the living room, my parents were there, already seated in their usual spots, Dad in his worn recliner, Mom at the corner of the dining table, arranging some napkins. They looked up, but there wasn't much warmth in their eyes. "Hello, Riley," Mom said, voice even, but with that unmistakable, "I'm tolerating you" tone. Dad didn't say anything, just nodded. I felt my throat tighten. Then came the rest of the family filtering in. Cousins, aunts, uncles, all exchanging nods and half smiles. Some glanced at Riley sideways, others whispered quietly to their partners. I could catch fragments of comments, "Not from here, different." The kind of remarks that sting because they're so carefully disguised as concern. The dining room was set up with long tables pushed together, covered in floral tablecloths and mismatched china. Plates piled high with casseroles, roast chicken, mashed potatoes, the usual Sunday spread. I pulled out a chair for Riley near me. She sat down, took a deep breath, and tried to relax. We started to eat. Conversations buzzed around the room, but there was a noticeable chill whenever Riley tried to join in. Then, about halfway through the meal, it happened. My cousin Derek, loud, brash, and always eager to make his presence felt, slammed his fork down so hard the plate rattled. Everyone quieted and turned to him. Derek's eyes locked on Riley like she was an intruder. "She's not one of us," he said, voice loud enough for the whole room to hear. "Why are you bringing her here? This isn't her place." A few heads nodded quietly, and I saw some smirks. Riley's face went pale, but she stayed seated, her jaw tight. Before I could respond, Grandma Eloise cleared her throat and said firmly, "Neither are you." The room froze. All eyes shifted to Derek, whose mouth tightened. Grandma's gaze was sharp, not the gentle matriarch I was used to in private, but a woman who'd seen enough trouble and had no patience for foolishness. Dad's voice cut through the tension next. "Sit down, eat quietly, and don't cause trouble, Aaron." It wasn't a request. It was a command. I felt a strange calm settle over me. I smiled gently, stood up, and said, "Thank you for dinner," without looking anyone in the eye. Riley stood with me. We walked out the front door, past the gathering whispers and stares, into the cool evening air. I didn't say a word as I closed the door behind us. Outside, the evening air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the faint hum of distant traffic. Riley and I stood on the porch for a moment, the door shutting quietly behind us. It was as if the walls themselves were sighing, relieved to have the tension leave the room. I looked at her, expecting anger or hurt, but instead, Riley gave me a small, understanding smile. "Do you want to go back in?" she asked softly. I shook my head. "Not right now." We walked down the steps and toward the car, the crunch of gravel under our shoes sounding unusually loud in the quiet neighborhood. The porch light above us cast long shadows, stretching out like silent witnesses to what had just unfolded inside. On the drive back to my apartment, silence settled between us. Not the heavy kind, but the thoughtful kind, where words feel too small for the moment. I watched Riley carefully. She seemed calm, but I knew she was sorting through every glance, every whispered comment from the dinner. When we got inside, Riley made herself a cup of tea. I sat on the couch, staring out the window, trying to piece together everything that had happened. That night, I lay awake thinking about my family, the things they said, the looks they gave. It wasn't just Derek being blunt. There was a deeper current beneath the surface, an unspoken rulebook that I had never fully acknowledged until now. My family's idea of us was narrow, carefully guarded like a fragile heirloom. They measured belonging by blood, tradition, and an unyielding loyalty to the past. Anyone who didn't fit the mold was seen as an outsider, a threat, or worse, a mistake. The worst part? Grandma Eloise's words. When she said, "Neither are you," it was like a verdict. Not just on Riley, but on me too. A reminder that I had already stepped out of line, that I had already crossed a boundary that wasn't supposed to be crossed. The following days were a strange mix of avoidance and quiet confrontation. My mom called twice, but only left messages asking me to think carefully about what I was doing. My dad didn't call or text. Mitchell sent a terse message: "Let's keep things normal." I knew what that meant. Pretend Riley didn't exist. Pretend none of this happened. At work, I felt the weight of it too. I was distracted, restless. I'd always thought I could keep my two worlds separate, my family and my life away from them. But now, it felt like a tug of war I wasn't prepared to fight. Riley was patient. She listened without judgment as I vented, as I wrestled with the question of how much I was willing to sacrifice to be myself. Then, one afternoon, my phone buzzed with a message from Tessa. It was brief. "Aaron, we need to talk. It's about the family." And Riley. I stared at the screen for a long time, heart pounding. Tessa was the only one who'd ever been willing to question things, to challenge the status quo. But I didn't know what she was about to say. And more importantly, I wasn't sure if I was ready to hear it. That night, Riley and I sat on the balcony, watching the city lights flicker. I told her about the message. She reached over and squeezed my hand. "Whatever it is, we face it together." I nodded, but inside, I knew this was just the beginning. The day after Tessa's message, I found myself pacing my small apartment, the kind of restless pacing where your mind races faster than your feet can keep up. I wasn't sure what she wanted to say, but knowing her, it wasn't going to be sugar-coated. She's always been the one to speak truths no one else dared voice, sometimes gently, sometimes like a brick through a window. That evening, I met her at a quiet cafe downtown. It was the kind of place with soft lighting and faded bookshelves lining the walls, the perfect backdrop for serious conversations disguised as casual chats. Tessa arrived a few minutes late, brushing her dark hair back and settling into the chair across from me. She took a deep breath before she spoke. "I'm sorry about dinner," she began quietly. "I wish I could say it was just Derek being a fool, but it's deeper than that." I nodded, waiting for her to continue. She looked around, lowering her voice. "You know how Grandma runs things. She controls the family like a general. But it's not just about tradition or appearances. She's obsessed with keeping the family pure, in her own way. She doesn't like Riley because she doesn't fit that image." "What about Mom and Dad?" I asked. Tessa sighed. "Mom's terrified of rocking the boat. She's always been the peacemaker, but that means she enables Grandma's worst tendencies. Dad, he's silent, but he's just as much a part of it. When he told you to sit down and don't cause trouble, he was telling you to accept your place, to stay quiet and pretend everything's fine. I swallowed hard. It was worse than I thought. And Mitchell? I asked. Tessa's eyes narrowed. He's the golden boy, so he plays along. He benefits from the status quo, keeps his head down, doesn't question anything. I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. The family I thought I knew was something else entirely. Then Tessa leaned in closer. There's more. Grandma's been pushing to change the will, to make sure everything stays in the family line. And that means excluding anyone who steps out of line, including you. My heart skipped. You mean she's trying to cut me out? Tessa nodded. And if you don't act, it'll happen. You need to show them you're not going away quietly. You need to fight. That night, back at my apartment, I couldn't shake Tessa's words. I thought about Riley, about the life we wanted to build, about how much I was willing to risk. I realized that silence wasn't an option anymore. The next morning, I started small. I began gathering information, details about Grandma's finances, the family's assets, anything that might be leverage. I talked quietly with a few relatives who were quietly unhappy with Grandma's iron grip, people who felt like their voices were never heard. Slowly, the pieces started to come together. Meanwhile, I made a point to invite Riley to more family events, not to seek acceptance, but to show that we were unshakable. At the next gathering, I arrived with her again, standing tall even when Derek sneered and whispered nasty comments. Over the next few weeks, I kept a low profile but worked steadily behind the scenes. I had learned early on that in this family, loud confrontation rarely won battles. It was always about control, influence, and quiet pressure. So, I gathered information carefully, one conversation at a time. I started by reconnecting with Aunt May, my mother's older sister, who lived a few towns over and had never fully agreed with Grandma's iron grip. She was warm but cautious, always speaking in whispers about the family dynamics. One afternoon, over a pot of tea at her tidy kitchen table, Aunt May revealed some details I hadn't expected. Eloise has been rewriting parts of the will for years, she said, her voice low. She's convinced the family fortune has to stay pure. She uses that word a lot. Purity, lineage, legacy. You and Riley? Neither fits her idea of that. I nodded, trying to keep my expression neutral. She's also been strong-arming some relatives into supporting her plans. There are contracts, property deeds, things you wouldn't think matter, but they give her control. That was the first time I realized how deep this went. It wasn't just a grudge or old-fashioned prejudice. It was a strategic, calculated effort to exclude me, and by extension, Riley, from the family's future. Meanwhile, I noticed how subtle the family's hostility was at gatherings. The conversations that stopped when I walked in, the side glances exchanged over my shoulder, the delicate way my father would avoid meeting my eyes. Derek's smirks grew sharper, and he found little ways to undermine me, a cutting comment disguised as a joke, dismissing my opinions in front of others. At one dinner, Mitchell pulled me aside quietly. "Dad's worried you're stirring the pot," he said, voice low but serious. "You need to back off before this gets worse." I looked at him, and for the first time, I saw that it wasn't just loyalty to the family on his side. It was fear. Fear of change, fear of losing control. I realized then that if I wanted to protect what mattered, Riley, my own future, I had to play their game better than they did. So, I started gathering allies. I quietly reached out to cousins who felt sidelined by Grandma's dominance, people who remembered the family being more open, less rigid. I invited them for coffee, listened to their stories, their frustrations. Some were hesitant at first, but when I shared what I knew, they began to open up. One by one, a quiet network began to form. I also began documenting everything: phone calls, messages, contracts, knowing that someday, the truth would need to be laid bare. Throughout it all, Riley was my rock. She never pushed me to move faster or act recklessly. Instead, she reminded me to stay calm, to be patient, and to trust that the right moment would come. Then, one afternoon, I received a letter in the mail from Grandma's lawyer. It was curt, formal, and threatening in its own way, a reminder that the family expected me to respect the boundaries they set, including stepping back from any involvement in family business or events. That letter was the spark. I realized that this was no longer just about quiet resentment or unspoken rules. This was a full-on battle for identity, respect, and belonging. And I was ready. After the letter from Grandma's lawyer arrived, I sat at my desk and read it twice. It wasn't aggressive in tone, but every word was carefully placed to make one thing clear. I was no longer part of the inner circle. The wording was cold and rehearsed. As a courtesy, we are notifying you that changes to certain family arrangements have been initiated. In accordance with long-standing values and expectations, the family requests that you refrain from participation in upcoming decisions and financial matters moving forward. That phrase, long-standing values and expectations, stuck with me. It meant nothing and everything. It meant conformity, silence, obedience. It meant pretending Riley didn't exist. It meant that if I wanted to be accepted, I had to become someone I no longer was. I placed the letter down, and I felt calm. For the first time in a long time, I saw my family clearly, not just individuals with quirks and traditions, but a system. A closed loop designed to protect itself and silence anything that didn't fit. That realization didn't make me angry. It gave me focus. I didn't want back in. I wanted out, but on my own terms. Over the next month, I built quietly. It started with conversations. One by one, I met with cousins, second cousins, a few aunts and uncles, people who had always stayed on the margins, just like I had. I asked questions. I listened. I didn't tell them what to think. I simply showed them what I had. Aunt May, who had once been Grandma's closest confidant, had been pushed out years ago after marrying someone Grandma didn't approve of. She kept receipts, literal ones. She had copies of financial transactions Grandma had made under the table, property deals shuffled between names, pressure she'd put on vulnerable family members to sign things they didn't understand. Tessa and I organized it all. We built a timeline, mapped out names, dates, and changes to the family's estate planning. Tessa was meticulous, and together we created a clear record of how Grandma's grip had warped what should have been a shared legacy into a tool of control. We didn't want to destroy anything. We wanted the truth known. That was the beginning of the real shift. Then, I called a family meeting. Not everyone showed up, of course. Derek sent a one-word reply. No, Mitchell called and tried to reason with me. What's the point, Aaron? You're just going to make things worse. But many others came, enough to matter. People who had been silent for years, unsure how to speak. People who had stories of their own, but never a platform. We didn't meet at Grandma's house. We met in a rented community room at the local library. Neutral ground. I walked in with a folder in one hand and Riley beside me. She didn't speak, but her presence was powerful. A quiet act of defiance. Her mere existence challenged their narrative. When I stepped to the front of the room, I didn't raise my voice. I just opened the folder and began laying out the truth. I'm not here to make anyone choose sides, I began. I'm here to show you what's been happening to me, to many of you, and to this family as a whole. I showed documents, amendments, land transfers, manipulative letters, all signed and sealed under the guise of tradition. I told them how Grandma had arranged for my exclusion, how the letter I received wasn't just a warning, but a boundary meant to lock me and Riley out forever. I watched as heads bowed, lips tightened, and people began murmuring among themselves. Then Aunt May spoke. Eloise used to tell me that control kept the family strong, she said softly. But all I see now is silence and fear. That's not strength. That's isolation. More followed. Stories of being told who to marry, what schools to choose, who to avoid, what parts of themselves to hide to stay in good standing. And one by one, the illusion cracked. By the time the meeting ended, I wasn't reinstated. I didn't want to be. That wasn't the point. The point was that the silence had been broken. Word spread through the family faster than I expected. Some defended Grandma, of course. They claimed I was exaggerating, making drama, trying to divide people. But others, more than I'd hoped, thanked me. I heard from a cousin who'd been quietly cut out after coming out to Grandma 10 years ago. A niece of Aunt May's who had been pressured out of college and into marriage. People who never felt brave enough to speak before, now finally saying, me too. And Grandma? She didn't say a word to me. Not directly. But I heard that she called Tessa the next week, asking if she could explain what had happened. Tessa told her, kindly but firmly, that the time for explanations had passed. When the lawyer called again, it was to say that no new changes to the estate would be made without a family consensus. Grandma was advised to take a step back. Not forced, not legally. But in the world she had built on reputation and obedience, silence from the family was the sharpest consequence she could face. She lost her power not through a courtroom, but through exposure. Her control depended on fear. And once people stopped fearing her, she had nothing left to stand on. I never returned to her house. I never answered her letters after that. My parents tried to call once, leaving a message asking if I could find a way to put this behind us. I deleted it without replying. There was no apology, no real reflection, only a desire to smooth things over, to go back to normal. But normal wasn't neutral. Normal was silence, exclusion, and pretending everything was fine as long as no one talked about it. I wasn't interested in that kind of peace. So I let them go. Today, Riley and I live in a different city. We bought a small house together near the edge of a wooded park, far from the reach of old expectations. She works with local youth programs. I do consulting and writing part-time. We've built a circle of friends who show up with sincerity, not conditions. People who don't see love or identity as a threat to tradition. I still speak to Tessa and Aunt May. We talk often about life, the future, and the strange relief that comes with releasing yourself from a legacy that never fit. Sometimes, I think about that night, the clatter of Derek's fork, the way Grandma's eyes hardened, the chill in my father's voice as he told me to sit down and be quiet. And I remember how I stood up anyway. I didn't win back my place in the family. I didn't need to. What I want was something else entirely: clarity, freedom, and a future I chose for myself. And that, to me, was worth more than any inheritance. My girlfriend demanded I help fund her family's business. She gave me an ultimatum to choose between them and our future, but what I did next left her in shock. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know if I should be angry, confused, or just plain hurt. I, Benjamin, 33M, have been with Audrey, 31F, for almost 3 years now, and I thought we were solid. We've had our ups and downs, sure, but overall, things were good. That was until her family started pulling me into their mess. And believe me, things got ugly really fast. Audrey and I met when I moved to the city for work. At first, everything was light and easy. We clicked right away. Audrey was kind, down to earth, and didn't seem to care about all the superficial things that a lot of people in our social circles were into. Her family, on the other hand, was another story. They were wealthy, maybe not ridiculously rich, but well off enough that they were always a bit out of touch with the real world. Audrey, however, never seemed to buy into that lifestyle. Her parents, though, often made comments about her not measuring up. They would always go on about their expensive vacations, their latest investments, and their country club memberships. Audrey would just smile politely and change the subject, but I could tell it bothered her. She didn't want to be judged by them, especially when she wasn't interested in following their footsteps. I didn't think much of it, at least not at first. It wasn't my business how her family acted, and if Audrey was okay with it, then I was too. But then, out of nowhere, things took a drastic turn. It started about 6 months ago. Audrey sat me down one evening after work. I could tell something was weighing on her. She'd been quieter than usual all week, and she finally admitted that her family had been pressuring her about something big. They were struggling with their business, a hospitality venture her father had started a few years ago, and although it was doing okay at first, they were now facing a significant financial shortfall. They were hemorrhaging money, and they couldn't secure the loans they needed to keep things afloat. At first, I thought Audrey would just brush it off. But then, she told me that her parents were asking her for a huge favor. They wanted her to help them out financially. They had already used up most of their savings, and now they were asking her to contribute hers, her life savings. I couldn't believe it. Audrey was clearly torn. She didn't want to say no, but at the same time, it didn't sit right with her. She was hesitant to get involved, but the guilt her parents were laying on her was something fierce. "They're my family, Ben," she said, voice breaking a little. "They don't have anyone else to turn to." It was clear she was struggling with this. Audrey had worked hard for her savings, and I knew how much it meant to her. She wasn't someone who liked to ask for help, let alone give it away. But family was a different thing. I understood that. What I didn't understand, though, was why they were asking her to sacrifice so much when they had other options. She needed my help in making a decision, or so she said. She wanted my opinion, my support. So I did what I thought was right. I told her that if she felt she needed to help her family, then she should, but that I thought it was important she be cautious. This wasn't just some minor loan. It was a life-altering amount of money. I suggested they find another way, maybe look at other investors, or talk to the bank one more time. Audrey didn't seem convinced. "I don't know what else to do," she told me. "They'll never forgive me if I say no." The next couple of days were strange. Audrey seemed distant, almost like she had already made up her mind. Then one evening, she told me that her parents had asked again. This time, They weren't just asking for her savings. They wanted me to help, too. I was shocked. At first, I thought I heard her wrong. Wait, they want both of us to help? I asked. She nodded, looking uncomfortable. They said we should be a team. If we're serious about our future, this is something we'll have to do together. This is where things started to go off the rails for me. I'm all for helping family, but I had my own financial goals. I wasn't in a position to just hand over a chunk of my savings for someone else's business, especially when I didn't know what they'd do with it. It wasn't just about money. It was about principle. I didn't want to become a safety net for her family's mistakes. The next day, I took a step back. I needed time to think, to process everything. Audrey didn't take that well. She became frustrated with me, accusing me of not understanding how important this was. She said her family needed her, and if I really cared about her, I would step up. But I couldn't ignore the fact that this wasn't just about helping out. It was about them expecting me to contribute to something I wasn't even sure would work out. That's when things got worse. Audrey gave me an ultimatum. She told me that I needed to choose between helping her family and being with her. She said it was that simple. If I couldn't support her decision, if I couldn't see the importance of her family's well-being, then we wouldn't have a future together. I was stunned. I didn't know how to respond. The pressure was mounting. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about our relationship. She made it clear that if I didn't back her up, if I didn't put my trust in her family's plan, then she couldn't trust me with her future. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay awake for hours, thinking. This wasn't just about finances, it was about values. Audrey's family had been selfish for as long as I had known them. They took and took, expecting everything to be handed to them without question. Audrey was caught in the middle, and now she was giving me an impossible choice. Help them or lose her. By morning, I had a plan. But before I could say anything to Audrey, something happened that changed the game entirely. Audrey's father, Richard, showed up at my apartment. He was smooth, calm, and had that patronizing smile of someone who thought they could buy their way out of anything. He asked to talk. He said he was just trying to help Audrey, but that if I really cared about her, I would understand what needed to be done. He told me that this was the only option, and that if I didn't help, I'd be standing in the way of her happiness. That was when I realized how far this had gone. Audrey's parents weren't just looking for help. They were looking for control. They wanted to manipulate me into doing what they wanted, and Audrey had been caught in the crossfire. I wasn't about to let them walk all over me. I told Richard I'd think about it. But I didn't just sit around. I started coming up with a plan of my own. After Richard left my apartment that day, I felt this weird mix of anger and clarity. I don't think I've ever been so sure of something in my life. The pressure, the manipulation, it was all so obvious now. Audrey was caught up in her family's mess, and they were dragging her down with them. But the most upsetting part was how they were trying to drag me into it, too. I couldn't just go along with it. I needed to do something. Something that would show Audrey that I wasn't willing to let her sacrifice our future for a family that had shown no respect for her independence. But it wasn't about making her choose between me and them. That wouldn't work. I couldn't force her to see things my way, especially when she was so caught up in the guilt and expectations her family was placing on her. I needed to do this carefully, and I needed to do it for both of us. I spent the next couple of days thinking long and hard about everything. About Audrey, her family, and what kind of future we could have if things kept going down this path. I wanted to talk to Audrey, but I didn't want to add to the stress she was already feeling. So, I decided to wait. I figured if I made my decision too quickly, it would only make things worse. She was already under a lot of pressure from her family, and I didn't want to make her feel like she was being forced to choose between us. But then, a few days later, Audrey came to me, clearly upset. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. She told me that her parents were getting even more insistent. Richard had apparently told her that if we didn't help, they would have to sell the business. She said it was getting serious, and that if she didn't step in now, everything would fall apart. She was really torn, and it was clear she was struggling with the guilt. She loved her family, but she didn't want to lose me either. "I just don't know what to do, Ben," she said, her voice trembling. "If I don't help them now, they're going to hate me. But if I do, I feel like I'm losing myself. I don't want to lose you." That was when I knew I couldn't keep putting off the conversation any longer. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the nerves that had been building up in me for days. I knew this conversation was going to be crucial, and I had to be careful about how I approached it. I couldn't just be angry or frustrated, even though I felt both. This wasn't about making her feel guilty. It was about finding a solution that made sense for us, without her losing herself in the process. Audrey, I love you, I said softly. And I'm not going to let this tear us apart. But I need you to understand that I can't do this. I can't help your family the way they're asking. It's not about not supporting you. It's about the fact that your family is asking us to take a huge risk, and we don't even know if it'll work. We're talking about your savings and mine. If this business fails, we're not just losing money. We're losing our future. She didn't say anything for a moment, just staring at me. Then, her face crumpled in frustration. I know, Ben. I know. But they need me. I'm the only one who can help. If I don't do something, everything will fall apart. I felt my heart break for her. I could see how torn she was. She was caught in this web of guilt and responsibility, and her family had done a number on her. I wasn't sure if she realized how much they were taking advantage of her. This wasn't just about the money, it was about control. They had positioned themselves as her only option, and now she felt like there was no way out. Look, I said, my voice steady but firm. I get that you want to help. I really do. But we need to be realistic here. If you keep sacrificing your own happiness for them, you're going to lose yourself in the process. And I can't watch you do that. I don't want you to have regrets. But if you go through with this, I need you to understand that it could change everything. For us. For your future. For your happiness. She was quiet, staring at the floor for a long time. I could see the wheels turning in her head, but I wasn't sure if she was hearing me. Finally, she looked up, her eyes full of confusion and uncertainty. I just don't know what else to do, Ben. I feel like I'm stuck. Like there's no way out. I could see the weight of it all in her eyes, and it killed me. But I also knew that this wasn't something I could fix for her. She had to make her own decision. She had to see for herself that there was another way out, that she didn't have to choose between her family's demands and her own future. I took a step closer to her and took her hand. You're not stuck, Audrey. You have options. But you need to think about what you really want. I'll be here no matter what. But if you keep going down this road, it's going to hurt both of us in ways we can't come back from. I could see the conflict in her eyes, but at that moment, I didn't know if she was ready to hear it. I had to give her space to process it all. But deep down, I knew this was the turning point. Over the next few days, things were tense. Audrey wasn't herself. She was distracted, constantly checking her phone, and I could tell she was dealing with a lot of pressure from her parents. But every time they called or texted her about the business, I noticed a shift in her. She wasn't as eager to comply. She wasn't as willing to give in to their demands like she had been before. It was like something inside her was starting to change, slowly but surely. Then, about a week later, her parents called a family meeting. Audrey was apprehensive, but she agreed to go. I stayed home, not sure if it was a good idea for me to be involved. But I knew something was coming. I could feel it in my gut. When she came back, she was quiet. It was late, and I could tell she hadn't slept much. She walked into the living room, her face pale, her eyes wide with that same mix of confusion and frustration I had seen before. Ben, she whispered, we need to talk. I braced myself, knowing that whatever was coming next would be a game changer. Ben, she started, her voice shaky. We need to talk. I nodded, bracing myself for whatever she was going to say next. She took a deep breath, and I saw her gather her thoughts before she spoke again. After the meeting with my parents, she began, her voice almost a whisper. I made a decision. I'm going to help them. I'm going to give them the money they need. The words hit me like a ton of bricks. I felt like the floor had just been pulled out from under me. My heart started racing, and I struggled to keep my voice steady. Wait, what? Audrey, you can't be serious. After everything we talked about? You said you didn't want to lose yourself in this. You said you didn't want to be dragged into their mess. She looked at me, her face full of conflict. But there was something else in her eyes, something that felt almost calculating. I know, Ben, but I don't see another way. They'll never forgive me if I don't help. They'll disown me, and I can't lose my family. I can't lose everything. Her words were so familiar, the same guilt trip her parents had been playing on her for months now. I could see it more clearly than ever. Audrey wasn't just helping her family. She was buying into their manipulative behavior. She was letting them control her, and now she was trying to pull me into it too. But there was something else, something I wasn't sure I fully understood at the time. Do you realize what this means, Audrey? I said, my voice a little more forceful now. You're not just helping them. You're sacrificing everything we've worked for, everything we've built. You're willing to put our future on the line for a business that might not even survive. For people who don't respect you, who never have. This isn't just about your family anymore. It's about you letting them control your life. She looked down at the floor, clearly struggling with her emotions, but I could see it now. There was something else beneath the surface. Audrey wasn't just caught up in her family's web. She was complicit. She had made a choice. And that choice wasn't to protect what we had. It was to protect her own sense of guilt, her need to be the good daughter, the one who always said yes. The one who always made sure everyone else was happy, even if it meant sacrificing her own happiness in the process. I stood up, pacing the room. I didn't know what to feel anymore. It wasn't just the money, it was the fact that Audrey had been so willing to throw our future away for the sake of her family's approval. The family that had treated her like a tool, an afterthought, never bothering to see her for who she really was. I had been there for her. I had supported her. And yet, here she was, choosing them over us. Audrey, I said, trying to keep my voice as calm as I could manage, this isn't just about money. This is about control. And you're letting them control you. You're letting them manipulate you into thinking this is your only choice. Her eyes hardened slightly, and for the first time, I saw a flash of something different in her, something cold, something almost calculating. It was subtle, but it was there. You don't understand, Ben, she said quietly. You don't know what it's like to be in my shoes. You don't know what it's like to have your family's expectations hanging over you every day, to have to live up to their demands just to feel like you belong. I don't have the luxury of saying no. Something in me snapped then. All this time, I had been trying to support her, to be patient, to understand. But now I saw the truth for what it was. Audrey wasn't just a victim of her family's manipulations. She was a willing participant. She had let herself be shaped by them, had let them make her feel like her worth was tied to their approval. I stopped pacing and looked directly at her. You're right, Audrey. I don't know what it's like to feel that pressure, but I do know what it's like to be used. And that's what they're doing to you. They're using your guilt, your desire to belong, to get what they want. And now you're using me too. Her face faltered for a moment, but then she quickly regained her composure. I'm not using you, Ben. I just want to do the right thing. No, I said, shaking my head. You want to do the right thing for them. And you're willing to sacrifice everything for it. You're willing to destroy what we have for their approval. She opened her mouth to argue, but I raised my hand to stop her. No, Audrey. I'm done. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep letting you walk all over me. You want to help them? Fine. But don't expect me to just stand by and watch as you throw everything we've worked for away. I'm done. And I'm done trying to be the one who picks up the pieces every time your family lets you down. I could see the shock on her face, the disbelief. But there was something else there too, something darker. I realized that I wasn't just dealing with a woman who was caught in a difficult position. I was dealing with someone who was willing to use me for her own convenience. She wasn't the victim anymore. She had become a villain in her own story. She wasn't just taking from me, she was taking from both of us. She stood there for a long time, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she spoke. You really think I'm doing this for them, don't you? You think I'm just some pawn in their game? I didn't answer right away. I just stared at her, waiting for her to continue. When she did, it wasn't what I expected. Maybe you're right, Ben, she said, almost casually. Maybe I'm doing this for them. But if it works out, if the business survives, if they get what they want, I'll be the one they owe everything to. I'll be the one who saved them. And when that happens, well, maybe I'll just be able to get everything I've ever wanted. Her words hit me like a slap to the face. This wasn't just about helping her family anymore. It was about Audrey positioning herself as the hero, the one who saved everything, the one who controlled the outcome. She wasn't just trapped by her family's expectations. She had become a player in the game. I stood there, speechless, as she walked out of the room. I could hear the door click shut behind her, and that was the moment I knew. I wasn't just dealing with someone who was in over her head. I was dealing with someone who had been using me the whole time. The next few days were tense, to say the least. Audrey didn't reach out to me after that night. I wasn't sure if she was giving me space or if she was processing what I had said. I wasn't sure if she was going to come around or if I was just a stepping stone in her plan to get what she wanted. But I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't just let this go. I couldn't let Audrey continue down this path, thinking she could play both sides, maintaining the image of the dutiful daughter while taking advantage of the situation for her own gain. I couldn't just sit back and watch her manipulate me, her family, and our future. I made up my mind. I was going to have to take action. I spent a few days thinking carefully about what to do next. I considered every angle. I knew that I couldn't just confront Audrey again the way I had. I had to be strategic. I couldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, especially now that I had seen the true nature of what she was doing. Then, it hit me. The only way to stop this madness was to expose her for what she was doing, to show her family the manipulation she was pulling, and to do it in a way that left no room for denial. I knew that if Audrey was going to play this game, then I could play it better. I started by making some calls. I reached out to a lawyer I knew, someone I'd consulted for business matters in the past. I explained the situation, carefully outlining the details of Audrey's family's financial situation and the pressure they were placing on her. He was skeptical at first, but after I explained the full scope of what was going on, he agreed to help me. I knew I needed someone who could protect my interests, especially if things escalated further. Next, I started gathering information. I went over every conversation Audrey had had with her family over the past few months, texts, emails, voicemails, anything that could paint a picture of what had been happening behind the scenes. What I found confirmed what I had suspected. Audrey had been playing a dangerous game. She wasn't just caught in the middle. She had been feeding her family exactly what they wanted to hear, all while maintaining the illusion of being the sacrificial one. She had been building a narrative, crafting herself as the hero who could swoop in and save the day, but she had done it at my expense. When I was ready, I called a meeting with her parents. Audrey wasn't aware of it, and I didn't want her to know until everything was set in motion. I knew I had to take control of the situation, and this was the only way to do it without giving her time to twist the facts. The meeting was set for a Wednesday evening at a cafe that was neutral ground. I had arranged everything in advance, and when I arrived, I could see the tension in the air already. Audrey's parents didn't know why I had called them there, but they were curious. They had no idea that I had the upper hand now. When they sat down, I didn't waste any time. I started by explaining everything that had happened. I showed them the evidence, everything Audrey had done and said. I didn't hold back. I explained how she had been manipulating the situation, positioning herself as the savior of the business, while subtly driving a wedge between us. I laid it all out for them. There was a long, uncomfortable silence as Audrey's parents absorbed the information. Her mother's face turned red with anger, while her father looked like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. But what I didn't expect was the way they responded. They didn't deny it. In fact, they seemed almost relieved. "Well, this explains a lot," her father muttered, his tone more resigned than defensive. "We've been putting a lot of pressure on her. Maybe we pushed her too hard." Her mother, on the other hand, was furious, but more at herself than at me. "How could we have missed this? How could we have let it get this far?" she muttered under her breath. I didn't say anything at first. I let them process the information. They were clearly stunned, but I could see the cracks forming in their belief that Audrey was the innocent victim here. They were starting to realize they had been just as complicit in her manipulation. Finally, her father looked at me. "I didn't know it had gone this far, Ben. I'm sorry. I should have seen it. But I wasn't done yet. I had one more piece to reveal, something that would truly expose Audrey's role in all of this." I pulled out a final set of documents, copies of a few emails and financial agreements that Audrey had been working on behind my back. I had discovered she had been trying to secure a loan for her family's business, using my name and our shared savings as collateral, without even discussing it with me first. Her father's eyes widened when he saw the papers. She did this without your knowledge?" he asked, disbelief in his voice. I nodded. "Yes. And that's the problem. She's been using me, her family, and our relationship to get what she wants. She's playing both sides, trying to save her family's business and make herself out to be the hero at the cost of everything else." At that point, Audrey's parents realized the depth of the situation. They could no longer defend her actions. They understood, at least now, that this wasn't just about family loyalty or helping a struggling business. This was about Audrey's need to control the narrative, to make herself the center of attention, to be the one everyone relied on. I left the meeting with a sense of relief. For the first time, I felt like I had done something for myself, for our future. It was hard, it was painful, but it was necessary. I had exposed Audrey's true intentions to her family, and in doing so, I had forced her to face the consequences of her actions. The next day, Audrey came to me, and when she saw the expression on my face, she knew something had changed. "Ben, what did you do?" she asked, her voice a mix of anger and fear. "What did you tell them?" "I told them the truth, Audrey," I said quietly. "And now they know exactly what you've been doing." Her face turned pale, and I could see the panic start to set in. But I wasn't done yet. I knew what needed to happen next. I needed to make it clear that there was no going back. "I'm done, Audrey," I said, my voice steady. This isn't just about money or your family's business anymore. It's about how far you were willing to go to manipulate me, to use me for your own gain. And I'm not going to be a part of that anymore." She tried to argue, tried to explain herself, but I didn't want to hear it anymore. The damage had been done, and I couldn't trust her. I couldn't trust the person she had become. That was the end of it. Audrey's family was left to deal with the fallout, and Audrey had to face the consequences of her actions. As for me, I took a step back and focused on rebuilding my own life, knowing that I had finally taken control of the situation. My dad took my stepbrother and his family on a road trip. I found out from his posts. I called him. He said, "You don't belong with us." I asked what he meant. He said, "You're just not the same." I ended the call. A year later, I made a choice that changed everything. Now they're asking for a second chance. I'm 32F, and I didn't think I'd ever write something like this. I'm not the type to overshare. I tend to sit with things, analyze, turn them over in my mind 100 different ways before I ever let a word leave my mouth. But something happened last year, something that chipped away at a very old part of me, and now I'm realizing I don't really have anyone in my life who knows the whole story. So I guess I'll start here. My mom passed away when I was 10. Cancer. Fast and cruel. One of those things that happens before your brain is really old enough to understand what forever means. One day she was making pancakes, humming that same Fleetwood Mac song she always had on in the kitchen. A few months later, I was sitting next to her hospital bed, watching a nurse turn off a monitor. My dad, Ken, was never the warmest person in the room, but back then I thought he was strong, quiet, dependable, steady. He kept the lights on. He packed my lunch. He hugged me stiffly, awkwardly, but he tried. He didn't talk much about her after she died. In hindsight, I think he believed that if he could just move forward fast enough, the grief wouldn't catch up to us. It was just the two of us for about 5 years. I remember thinking we were a team. I mean, it was lonely. Yeah, but I had this sense that it was us against the world. He'd drive me to soccer practice in his beat-up green pickup, and we'd eat drive-through burgers in silence on the way home. Sometimes I'd catch him glancing at me in the rearview mirror like he didn't totally recognize the person sitting behind him. When I was 15, he started seeing someone. Diane. Diane worked at the bank in town and dressed like she wanted people to know she worked at a bank, blazers even on weekends, lipstick a few shades too bright. She had a son named Nathan, a year younger than me, who had that smooth, practiced politeness that came from watching a lot of adults very closely. You know the type, good at shaking hands, bad at making friends. Ken married Diane a year later in a quiet courthouse ceremony. I wore a pale blue dress that Diane picked out for me without asking what I liked. It made me look like a guest at someone else's graduation party. I think I knew, even then, that things were shifting. Ken had always been reserved, but now it felt like there was an entire part of his life I was being gently nudged out of. I was old enough to cook my own meals, get myself to school, do laundry. "You're so independent," Diane would say with this rehearsed kind of smile, like she was complimenting me and dismissing me in the same breath. Nathan, on the other hand, became the center of the house without even trying. He wasn't mean, not exactly. Just always present, always included. Ken would go to his school plays, his baseball games, his parent-teacher nights. I told myself I didn't mind. I wasn't into plays or baseball. And by the time I was getting letters from colleges, I had already trained myself not to expect Ken to ask too many questions. The divide grew slowly. That's what I want to make clear. It didn't happen in a single explosion. There wasn't some dramatic betrayal or shouting match. It was more like erosion, subtle, constant. You don't notice the ground shifting beneath you until you're already off balance. I went to school out of state. Came back once or twice a year. Nathan was still living at home, finishing community college, getting job leads through one of Diane's cousins. He eventually got married to a woman named Megan, who always smiled too wide and asked me the same 3 questions every Christmas like we were meeting for the first time. They had kids fast. 3, back to back. The kind of family Ken had always imagined having, I think. Meanwhile, I was doing freelance work, graphic design, digital illustration, living lean but proud of the life I was carving out for myself. It didn't leave a lot of time or money for visits, but I made the effort when I could. The last time I visited before everything changed was for Father's Day. I brought him a framed photo I had restored of him, and my mom at their wedding, faded at the edges, but clear and beautiful. He smiled when he opened it. Said, "Wow, that's something." Diane took it and placed it on the hallway table, next to a bowl of keys and unopened mail. 3 weeks later, when Nathan's youngest turned 2, Ken posted a photo of himself on Facebook holding the little girl in his lap, both of them smiling at a birthday cake shaped like a farm animal. My world, the caption read. Dozens of likes. One of Diane's friends commented, "You're such a lucky grandpa." I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be petty. I told myself, they're kids. It's fine. It doesn't mean anything. Then last spring, almost a year ago now, I was on my lunch break, scrolling through social media, when I saw a series of photos that made me stop mid-bite. Ken, Diane, Nathan, Megan, the 3 kids, all standing in front of the iconic wooden entrance sign at Yosemite National Park. Big smiles. Matching t-shirts. That easy kind of happiness that feels more like a performance the longer you stare at it. Yosemite. I blinked, stared at the screen, scrolled again. Another photo. And another. The kids roasting marshmallows over a campfire. Nathan holding up a trout he'd apparently caught. Ken looking more animated than I'd seen him in years. Yosemite was where my mom used to take me every summer before she got sick. It was our place. She used to call it a cathedral with no ceiling. I'd gone back a few times as an adult. Hiked the same trails. Sat by the same river she used to read by. It was sacred in that quiet, personal way certain places are when you're young and grieving. And now they were all there. Without me. Like I didn't exist. I waited a day before I called him. Even now, I wonder if I should have waited longer or not called at all. He picked up on the second ring, sounding cheerful. "Hey, sweetheart. What's up?" My voice came out smaller than I expected. "Are you in Yosemite?" There was a beat of silence. Not long, but long enough. "Yeah," he said. "We decided kind of last minute. The kids had the week off." I didn't say anything. He filled the silence. "Nathan's been wanting to bring them here for a while now. You didn't think I'd want to come?" Another pause. "Well, I didn't think it was your kind of thing." That sentence. I felt something tighten in my chest. "What do you mean?" "It was Mom's favorite place. She took me there." "I know, but," he exhaled, like he was tired. "You've got your own life. You're busy." And honestly, it just felt like a family trip. I went cold. "I'm not family?" "That's not what I said." "That's exactly what you said." There was a longer silence this time. Then, with this almost mechanical calmness, he said, "You just don't belong with us. You're not like them." I asked him what that meant. He said, "You're just not the same. You always lived in your head. You make things complicated. We're simple people. We like simple things." I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just hung up. And that was the last time I spoke to him. For a while. It's been a year and 2 months since that phone call. I'd been thinking about it for weeks before I actually did anything. I needed to make sure I wasn't just reacting out of spite or anger. That's how my mind works. I don't want to be impulsive. I didn't want to do something I'd regret. I wanted to know, without a doubt, that I was doing the right thing. After that conversation, I withdrew completely. I didn't return calls. I didn't respond to texts. I didn't attend the family gatherings. I stopped going to the family reunions that I'd gone to out of habit, not because I felt like I belonged, but because it was expected. You know how it is. You feel like you have to show up. You feel obligated to maintain these relationships that never truly feel like they're yours. But after that phone call, I realized I didn't owe them anything. I didn't owe them the effort anymore. I didn't owe them the emotional labor. For so long, I had been over backward, trying to fit into a family that didn't want me, that had never made space for me. But it wasn't until I felt that cold dismissal, until I heard those words, "You're not like them," that I finally understood how much I had been holding on to something that wasn't there. I'd spent so many years convincing myself that it was worth the effort. That maybe, just maybe, if I kept showing up, if I kept trying to be the good daughter, then eventually they'd see me. Eventually, they'd accept me. But I was wrong. I started distancing myself from every single one of them. It wasn't just Ken and Diane. It was everyone, Diane's friends, Nathan's wife Megan, even their kids. They all became this blur of faces I didn't recognize anymore. And the silence from my end wasn't an accident. It was intentional. And let me be clear, I was done with being the afterthought. The person who gets the last invite, or, worse, the person who only gets invited because they're family. I couldn't keep pretending like I was happy with the scraps they threw my way. Around this time, I decided to take a step back and reframe my life. No more passive waiting around for them to notice me. Instead, I focused on what I could control. I started working more on my business, really diving into it. I took a solo trip to the coast, just to clear my head. I started meeting new people, making new connections. I even took up photography as a hobby, something that felt entirely mine. It felt good. Freeing. I didn't reach out to them. Not once. Not after what had been said. And that's when I began to notice the changes. At first, it was small. Nathan's wife, Megan, would leave me messages, asking if I was okay. I could almost hear the forced concern in her voice. She didn't know what she was doing, but I knew. She wasn't worried about me, she was worried about the family image. She didn't want to be the one who lost me. I didn't reply. Then, one day, I got a text from Diane. The message read, "We haven't heard from you in a while. Please let us know you're okay. The kids miss you." The kids miss me? The kids who never once tried to reach out? The kids who didn't even know my middle name? I stared at that message for a long time. I thought about replying, but what would I even say? Would it make me feel better to tell them I was fine? To tell them I was doing well, even though they had systematically ignored me for years? No. It would only give them the satisfaction of knowing they still had control over me, that I was still tethered to them, even in their absence. But it wasn't just them reaching out. A few months later, I got a call from Ken. The same Ken who told me I wasn't like them. The same Ken who never, ever seemed to notice how much I tried to make him proud. I let the phone ring 3 times before I answered. "Hey, sweetheart. How have you been?" It sounded casual, like nothing had changed. Like that phone call didn't happen. But it did happen, and I wasn't ready to pretend like it hadn't. "I've been good," I said, keeping my tone flat. "You know, just keeping busy." There was a long silence on the other end. Then, finally, he spoke again, quieter this time. "I miss you. You're still my daughter, no matter what." It felt hollow. Empty. It was the kind of statement people make when they know they've messed up, but they don't want to admit it. It was a last-ditch effort to salvage something that had already crumbled beyond repair. I didn't respond right away. I let the silence stretch on between us. Finally, I said, "I've been thinking a lot about that trip. You know, Yosemite. How you went without me." "I didn't mean to hurt you," he said. "I just thought. You thought I wouldn't care?" I interrupted. My voice was steady now, but underneath it, I could feel the years of frustration building up. "You thought I wouldn't care about a place I shared with Mom? About a trip you chose to take with Nathan and his kids?" There was a long pause. I could feel his discomfort through the phone. He didn't have a good answer. He never did. "I never meant it like that," he said after a beat. It just wasn't the right time for you to join us. Things are different now." I didn't know if he believed that or if he was just trying to smooth things over. Either way, it didn't matter. What mattered was that I had learned something in the silence that followed. Something I hadn't fully realized before. The truth was, he wasn't just dismissing me. He was pushing me out. He and Diane had already made up their minds about me. Nathan, too. They had built a family that didn't need me. They were okay without me. And in a way, I was okay without them too. But now, after all this time, they were trying to claw their way back in. They were starting to feel the weight of their decision. And they wanted a second chance. They wanted me to let go of everything. They wanted me to forget how they had made me feel invisible for so long. And I hadn't forgotten. But what if there was a way to make them see? To make them feel what they had done? The idea started to form slowly, carefully, like a plan taking shape in the back of my mind. Something calculated. Something that would make them understand the cost of treating me like I didn't matter. I wasn't sure yet. But I had a feeling that once I made my move, things would change forever. After that phone call, I didn't feel relieved or even close to forgiving. If anything, it made the anger I'd been holding back for months burn hotter. The walls of frustration and resentment that I'd put up in my mind, the ones I had painstakingly tried to keep intact, started to crumble. But I didn't let it out immediately. Not yet. I wasn't ready to give them the satisfaction of seeing how hurt I was, how much their betrayal had stung. I wasn't ready to show them anything. Instead, I spent the next few months quietly building a plan in my head. A plan that would make them feel the isolation they created for me. It wasn't about revenge in the sense of a public confrontation. It was deeper than that. It was about making them truly understand how hollow their family was without me. How easily they could take someone out of the picture and forget about them, like I never mattered. The first step was the hardest. I had to let go of any lingering hope that they might change. The idea of reconciliation had started to gnaw at me, but after that call, I knew it wasn't about forgiveness. It was about making them see. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized the key was to get them to look at me again, but this time on my terms. I started by reaching out to Megan. She was the easiest target, in a way. She had always been so eager to fit in, to be the perfect addition to the family. The truth was, she wasn't really a part of their world, not in the way Nathan was. She was just a bystander who married into it. And while she never outwardly seemed to understand me, I knew she wanted to be liked by everyone. She had no idea what it felt like to be on the outside. No idea what it was like to be constantly overlooked in favor of a family that didn't even see you as family. One day, out of nowhere, I sent her a text. Simple. Direct. Hey Megan, I've been thinking a lot lately. Would you want to meet up? Just us. I know things have been weird, but I think it's time to talk. It felt strange, typing those words out. Part of me wondered if I was making a mistake, but something in my gut told me I needed to. And in a way, it was also a test. If she truly cared, even a little, she would jump at the chance to meet. If not, she'd ignore me, or worse, brush me off. She responded almost immediately. Of course, I'd love that. How about Saturday morning? Let's grab coffee. I tried not to feel too smug as I read her message. I already knew how this was going to go. We met at a local cafe. I walked in and found her sitting at a table by the window, her bright smile plastered on her face. But there was something strained about it. I could see the nerves in her eyes, the way she kept glancing at the door like she was waiting for someone else to show up. I sat down, ordered my coffee, and then, without wasting time, I got to the point. Megan, I want to talk about what happened. About the family trip to Yosemite. Her eyes flickered, like I had just caught her off guard. She shifted in her seat but didn't say anything right away. You know, I don't really understand why I wasn't invited, I continued, keeping my voice steady, but pointed. It's not like I've never been to that park before. In fact, it's a place I shared with my mom. It was special to us. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She clammed up, like she was suddenly realizing how much she had to defend. Don't get me wrong, I said, leaning forward slightly. I get it. It's not about me. It's about you guys being comfortable. You've got your little family dynamic now, and I guess I'm the odd one out. I don't fit anymore, right? She didn't answer. Instead, she looked away, her fingers fiddling with the edges of her coffee cup. I'm sorry, she said quietly. I didn't mean to make you feel left out. It wasn't intentional. I could tell she was being honest, at least in her own way. But honesty wasn't enough. I needed more than that. I needed her to feel the weight of the situation. I needed her to understand that her sorry wasn't going to fix it. I'm not asking for an apology, Megan, I said, my voice softening just enough to sound sincere. I'm asking you to understand something. You don't get to be sorry for me. You don't get to just step in and pretend you've got it all figured out. You've never had to fight for a place at the table the way I have. Her face twisted in confusion. What do you mean? You've always been included. You've always been a part of it. You fit. But me? I've never fit. I've been trying to squeeze into a space that wasn't made for me. I let the words settle between us, watching her process. She was quiet, the perfect audience for my frustration. I could feel her discomfort rising, but I didn't let up. You're not the one they ignored when they built their perfect little family. You're not the one who was made to feel like an afterthought. So, don't pretend you understand what it's like to be me. Her lips parted, but before she could respond, I stood up. I think I've said enough. The look in her eyes was a mix of guilt and defensiveness. She didn't have the answers I was looking for, and I knew it. She was just as complicit as the rest of them, even if she didn't realize it yet. I walked out without saying another word. The next few days felt different. Megan didn't reach out after that meeting, and honestly, I didn't expect her to. But Ken did. I picked up the phone when I saw his name appear on my screen. I had known it was only a matter of time. Hey, he said, his voice tentative. I've been thinking a lot about our conversation. About the trip. I want to apologize. I didn't mean to hurt you. I stared at the screen for a long moment. Apologies. More empty words. You hurt me long before that trip, Ken. I said, my voice ice cold now. It wasn't just about the trip. It was about everything. All the years you pretended I wasn't there. That I didn't exist in the same way Nathan did. There was a brief pause. I'm sorry, he repeated. I didn't know how to fix it. I'm not asking for an apology, Dad. I don't need one anymore. There was a tremor in his voice when he responded. What do you need, then? I smiled to myself, letting the silence linger before I spoke again. I need you to understand that you don't get to erase me anymore. I'm done with you guys. And when you come around asking for me to forgive you, it's already too late. The more they reached out, the colder I became. The more they tried to re-enter my life, the stronger I became. This wasn't about letting them back in. This was about showing them how much they had lost. And it wasn't over. As the months passed, my decision to distance myself from the family only seemed to solidify. Each time they reached out, whether through texts or phone calls, I simply let the messages sit unanswered or responded with short, indifferent replies. I didn't feel any desire to rebuild the relationship. The idea of reconciliation was far from my mind. I was done being the family member who didn't fit in, done being the person who was pushed aside in favor of others. But the more I ignored them, the more desperate they became. It was almost comical how quickly they started showing up at my door, hoping that just a brief visit would patch things up. Ken started calling more frequently, his voice a little less casual, a little more urgent each time. "I've been thinking about you, and I just want to fix this," he said during one phone call. "Please, let me know when you're free. We can talk, face to face. I want to make it right." But every time he called, I felt that knot in my chest, an old wound that still hadn't healed. No matter how he phrased it, how many times he apologized, it always felt like empty words. I knew what he really wanted, to have things go back to the way they were, for his family to be whole again. But that was a lie I wasn't willing to buy anymore. One day, I decided to take things into my own hands. I had thought long and hard about it, and though I didn't need revenge to feel validated, I knew it would offer me a sense of closure. The past year had been difficult, no doubt, but the catharsis of finally reclaiming some control over this situation felt like it might be the only way to truly move forward. The plan was simple but effective. I knew that the family, especially Ken, had been constantly updating their social media with little family snapshots, trying to show the world how united they were, how perfect things were. I knew that they would never stop looking for external validation. The internet, after all, had always been their stage. So, I decided to take advantage of that. I began posting my own pictures, documenting every beautiful moment of my life without them. The solo trips to the mountains, the dinners with friends, my growing business. I made it look effortless, like I was thriving, and subtly made sure to highlight how independent and happy I was without their presence. But it wasn't just about showing them what they were missing. It was more about making them see me in a way they never had before. I wanted them to recognize that I didn't need them, that they had lost something valuable. I wanted Ken, Diane, Nathan, and the rest of them to understand how far they had pushed me out, and how little it had taken to walk away from the emotional neglect. The final blow came when I posted a picture of a family gathering I attended with some of my closest friends. We had rented a beautiful house by the lake for the weekend, and the picture was of all of us gathered on the porch, laughing, smiling. People who actually made me feel seen, valued. They were real family to me. I captioned it, "Family is what you choose." I didn't expect it to be the catalyst it turned out to be. Within minutes, my phone started buzzing. Ken had messaged me, "We need to talk. This isn't the way we fix things." He had seen it. I could tell by the tone in his message. It wasn't just about being upset. It was about realizing that I was finally showing them, in the most public way possible, that I was done. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I let the tension build. I sat there, looking at the message for a while, considering my next move. I didn't need to rush anymore. The power was in my hands, and I knew it. A few hours later, my phone rang. It was Ken again. This time, I answered. "Why are you doing this?" His voice was tight, low. He was clearly hurt. I could hear it in the way his breath caught. "You know that's not the way we wanted things to end." "I'm not ending anything, Ken," I replied, my voice even. "I'm just showing you the reality. The reality you've been blind to. You thought you could just dismiss me and move on with your life. Well, I did the same. I moved on. And now, I'm living the life you never bothered to care about." He paused. I could practically hear him trying to gather his thoughts, struggling to find the right words. Finally, he said, "You're angry. I get it. But this isn't the way to handle it. You don't have to do this publicly. This is our family. You belong with us." "No, Ken," I said, the weight of my words sinking in. "I don't belong with you. Not anymore. And if you can't understand that, if you can't accept that I'm no longer a part of your family, then that's your loss, not mine." I hung up. That was the last conversation I had with him. After that, they stopped calling. They stopped trying to fix things, as if they had finally realized that the bond they once had with me had frayed beyond repair. They tried to make it seem like they were the victims in this scenario, but every attempt to reach out had an air of desperation to it, as if they were trying to fix something that was never truly theirs to fix in the first place. In the following months, I continued to live my life on my terms. I never heard from Nathan or Megan again, but that didn't bother me. It became clear that, in their own way, they had gotten the message. They had always expected me to come crawling back, to forgive and forget, but the truth was, they didn't deserve it. They didn't deserve to have me in their lives if they couldn't even treat me like family in the first place. Eventually, I learned to let go of the bitterness. The distance was what I needed all along. In the years that followed, I focused on building deeper, more meaningful relationships that were based on mutual respect and love, not obligation. I finally understood what it felt like to be truly seen, not just tolerated or accepted because of some blood tie. As for Ken and Diane, I haven't heard from them in over 2 years now. They've moved on with their perfect little family. And that's okay. I've moved on, too. Maybe they're still trying to figure out what went wrong. Maybe they'll never understand. But I've stopped caring. What matters now is that I'm free. And that's the only thing that matters. I took her to dinner at a 5-star restaurant for our anniversary, and she complained the entire time about the service. She said, "I could have done better with my ex, but this will do for now." I smiled, left a tip, and walked out. She's been texting me nonstop, but I haven't replied because I'm a 29-year-old guy, and I've always been the type to believe in doing things properly when it comes to relationships. You know, thoughtful gestures, remembering little things, being there when it matters. I'm not flashy, I don't post sappy paragraphs online, but I put in the effort where it counts. So when our second anniversary came around, I really wanted to do something special for Dana. Dana and I had been together for just over 2 years. She's 27, works in marketing for a startup, and she's probably the most outwardly confident person I've ever met. The kind of girl who walks into a room and immediately commands attention, not by being loud, just by being her. She has that put-together, Pinterest board life vibe. Always dressed like she just stepped off a photo shoot, always knowing exactly what to say to make people listen. I admired that, at least at first. We met through a friend of mine, Jules, at a gallery opening. I was the awkward guy standing near the snack table, and she walked right up to me and said, "You look like you hate everything in this room." She wasn't wrong, and I think I laughed harder than I should have. That was Dana in a nutshell, sharp, unfiltered, and undeniably magnetic. Things were good at the start. Or maybe they just felt good because I wanted them to be. There were signs, little things, but I brushed them off like most people do when they're wrapped up in someone. The first time she met my sister, for example, she complimented her outfit, then immediately followed it up with, "You're so brave for wearing horizontal stripes." That takes confidence. I remember thinking it was a weird comment, but Dana just smiled like she'd said something kind. My sister didn't say much, but she definitely remembered it. Then there was her way of joking about my work. I'm a freelance UX designer, mostly for health and education platforms. I work from home, set my own hours, and do pretty well for myself. But Dana liked to call it playing around on my laptop. Anytime someone asked what I did, she'd either oversimplify it to something that sounded like a high school internship or just say, "He's a tech guy, it's complicated." But I let it slide. Again and again. I figured she's just not good at expressing herself. Maybe she didn't realize how it came across. Her family didn't help. Her mom, Letitia, is the kind of woman who smiles while asking you invasive questions. At our first dinner together, she leaned over the table and asked if I had a 5-year plan. Not in a curious way, in a tone that said she'd already decided the answer was no. Her dad was quieter, but not in a comforting way. More like he'd mentally checked out years ago and was just waiting for someone to give him permission to leave the table. Her brother, Max, Max barely looked up from his phone. The whole evening felt like a job interview I wasn't qualified for. Dana didn't defend me that night, or any night after when they made those subtle digs. But she brushed my frustration aside later with something like, "They're just trying to get to know you." My mom's a little intense. And somehow, every time I walked away from one of those interactions, I ended up feeling like I was the problem for not fitting in. Still, I stayed. I told myself that if I just gave it more time, if I showed them I was serious, it would get better. I mean, 2 years is a long time, right? long enough that you want to believe it means something. Which brings us to the night everything cracked. Our second anniversary was coming up, and I wanted to plan something she'd really appreciate. Dana has always had expensive taste, designer shoes, fine wine, boutique everything. She's not shy about it either. She follows all these luxury lifestyle influencers and critiques restaurants like she's a Michelin judge. So I figured, if there was ever a time to go all out, this was it. I made a reservation at this high-end French place she mentioned once in passing, Le Fleur. It's the kind of restaurant that doesn't list prices on the menu, just delicate dish names written in cursive. Getting a reservation wasn't easy, and paying for it meant juggling my client load and picking up extra projects for a few weeks. But I wanted her to feel celebrated. I even had the hostess arrange for her favorite flowers, white orchids, to be waiting at the table. She showed up 25 minutes late. No text, no call. Just breezed in, looked around like the ambience personally disappointed her, and sat down with a sigh. Not a hello, not a you look nice, just, ugh, I thought this place would be brighter. It looked smaller in real life. I bit the inside of my cheek, kept a smile on my face, and handed her the menu. She barely glanced at it before saying, "Tell me you didn't get us a tasting menu. I'm not in the mood for rabbit food." We were barely 5 minutes into the evening, and I already knew something was off. But I didn't know how far off things were going to get. I tried not to let her attitude ruin the night. I really did. She was wearing this dark green dress I'd never seen before, probably new, and her hair was done in those soft waves she usually saved for parties or weddings. She looked stunning, but the way she was acting, it was like she had somewhere better to be. The server came by to greet us, this soft-spoken guy with a nervous smile. He introduced himself as Luca and asked if we wanted still or sparkling water. I said still. Dana didn't even look at him. She was too busy scrolling through her phone. I heard the camera shutter go off and glanced over to see her snapping a photo of the table setting. She finally spoke. "If the food's good, maybe I'll post it. Depends how photogenic it is." Luca nodded politely and left to get the water. I wanted to ask her what was going on, if something had happened, if she was okay, but I already knew how that would go. Dana didn't like being questioned when she was in a mood. She'd either make a joke about me being overly sensitive, or she'd just brush it off with, "I'm fine. Don't make it a thing." So instead, I said, "You look beautiful tonight." She smiled for the first time all evening. I know. I waited, hoping she'd follow it up with a thank you, or even just a smile that reached her eyes. But nothing came. She looked back at her phone. The glow of the screen lit up her face in this cold, disconnected way. I sat there quietly, trying to remember why I thought this dinner would go differently. The appetizers arrived, some delicate arrangement of tuna tartare with shaved fennel and some kind of citrus foam. I actually liked it, but Dana stared at hers like it had personally offended her. She poked at it with her fork. "This is it? I've seen better presentation on airplane food." I didn't say anything. I just took another bite. The couple sitting at the table beside us gave her a quick glance, and she noticed. Dana leaned closer to me and said under her breath, "What? I'm not going to pretend this is amazing just because it costs a fortune. If I wanted overpriced snacks, I'd go back to that sushi place you took me to last month. At least their lighting was decent." I blinked, still chewing. I hadn't realized she didn't like that place. She hadn't said anything at the time. She'd even complimented the dessert and posted it on her story with one of those date night goals captions. Now it felt like she'd just been storing all these little complaints and waiting for the right moment to drop them. Luca came back to clear our plates and ask how everything was. Dana gave him a tight smile and said, "Fine. But do you guys season anything back there, or is salt extra?" He blinked, clearly unsure how to respond. I jumped in, trying to soften it. "It's been good so far. Thank you." Luca nodded, a little awkwardly, and took the plates. As he walked away, Dana rolled her eyes. I don't get why people act like these places are above criticism. Just because they put food on a weird-shaped plate doesn't make it art. I stared at her for a second. "I thought you liked Le Fleur." She shrugged. I liked the idea of it. I didn't know it would be this performative. There it was again. That need to make everything sound beneath her. The food. The service. Me, probably. Still, I kept my tone neutral. Well, I thought you'd enjoy it. You mentioned it once, and I figured. She cut me off. Yeah, I remember. I was probably talking about someone else's post. You know, Adrian took me to this place in Napa once? It was similar, but the food was actually good. And the service? Way better. My stomach dropped a little. Adrian. Her ex. It wasn't the first time she brought him up. But usually it was in passing or as a joke. Not like this. Not comparing him to our anniversary dinner while we were still in the middle of it. I didn't react at first. I just sipped my water and watched the candle flicker between us. She didn't seem to notice. She was too busy checking her lipstick with the front-facing camera. I wanted to ask why she was even there. Why she agreed to come if she didn't want to be. But I didn't. Not yet. Because something about her tone, the way she said, "This will do for now," after mentioning her ex, that made something in me go still. Not angry. Not sad. Just still. Like a pause button had been pressed on whatever I'd been holding on to for the last 2 years. At first, I thought I was just overthinking it. The more I sat there, the more I realized something had shifted, not just between Dana and me, but in me. This wasn't just a bad date or a bad mood. Something deeper was starting to come into focus. I didn't want to admit it, but it was like the curtain was being pulled back, and I was finally seeing her for who she was. She'd been subtly disrespecting me the entire evening, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. From her dismissive comments about my career to how she talked about her ex, Adrian, with that air of superiority, it was all too much. I felt like I'd been holding on to this version of her that didn't really exist. Or maybe it did, but it was the version I wanted to see, not the one that had been hiding just beneath the surface. She'd been using me as a backup plan. That was the thought that kept running through my mind. This will do for now. It wasn't just about the dinner, or the food, or even the comparison to her ex. It was that entire attitude of settling. Dana wasn't here for me. She was here because I was convenient, someone who could offer her a few nice things and a comfortable life. And that realization? That burned. I told myself I wouldn't let this slide. Not this time. I wasn't the type to cause drama or stir the pot, but there was a quiet rage building inside me. It was a slow burn, simmering beneath the surface, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt that familiar urge to take control of the situation. And I realized I was going to get back at her. Not in some wild, impulsive way. No, I'd been with her long enough to know how to make this hurt. Not with anger, but with something far more satisfying: patience. I would wait for the perfect moment, and when it came, I'd strike. The dinner had ended in the most awkward way possible. She kept talking as if nothing was wrong, still scrolling through her phone, making small talk with the waiter, but I had already checked out. I didn't say anything. I didn't try to salvage it. I just quietly asked for the check, left a tip that I felt was generous given the circumstances, and walked out without a word. I could hear her heels clicking behind me as she rushed to catch up. What, Sam? Are you serious? You just leave without even explaining. I didn't turn around. You'll figure it out, I said, my voice calm, too calm. She didn't respond, but I could feel her eyes on my back. The anger in her voice wasn't about the dinner. It was about the fact that I was walking away. And for the first time, I didn't care. Once I got home, I sat in my apartment for a while, staring at my phone. Dana's messages started coming through. At first, it was just a few, casual. Why are you ignoring me? And this is ridiculous. We need to talk. But then, they started getting more frantic. I don't get what your problem is. You're being dramatic. Followed by a string of text after text. The last one, I don't know why I even bother with you. It's not like you can ever give me what I really want. I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. She had just given me everything I needed to know. That last text? That was my moment. I didn't reply, of course. That's the first part of my revenge: silence. Dana was used to being in control of situations. She was used to being the one to call the shots, to get the last word. But not this time. I was taking the power back. The next day, I started thinking about how I could really get back at her. I wasn't going to go straight for the obvious route: screaming matches or petty insults. No, I needed something subtler, something that would make her realize the consequences of her actions in a way she couldn't ignore. I remembered the little things she'd said over the course of our relationship. The way she'd mock my job, as if being a freelance designer was something less than. The way she'd praise her ex, Adrian, while throwing little jabs at me for not being him. I could already see the cracks, the holes in her carefully curated world. It was a delicate house of cards, and if I moved the right pieces around, it would all come crashing down. Here's where things started to get interesting. Dana had always prided herself on being a planner. She liked to be in control of everything, especially her future. She would talk about how she was saving for a house, how she wanted to travel the world, how she dreamed of starting her own marketing firm. All of it was about building this image of the perfect life, the perfect partner, the perfect everything. I knew exactly how to use this against her. I waited a few days. Her texts became less frequent, more desperate. I could tell she was confused, trying to piece together what went wrong. But I didn't let up. I kept the silence, letting her stew in it. Then, after a week, I texted her. Just one sentence. I think it's time we talked about what we want from each other. She was quick to respond, but this time, there was no more anger. She was conciliatory, almost pleading. I could feel her trying to walk back her earlier words, trying to make it sound like nothing had happened. But I wasn't interested in patching things up. Not yet. I needed to make sure she knew what she'd lost. A few days later, I met with her in person. We sat down at a coffee shop, and she started in on the usual. How I'd overreacted, how she didn't mean it, how she was just having a bad night. I let her talk, her words spilling out as she tried to smooth things over. I just nodded. Then, when she finished, I hit her with the truth. I've been thinking a lot about what you said that night, I said, and about everything you've been doing lately, about how you act when things don't go your way. You know, when you start comparing me to your ex. She froze. I could see her trying to hide the nervousness behind her eyes, but I wasn't letting her off the hook this time. I'm not your backup plan, Dana, I continued. And I'm not here to play second fiddle to your perfect image of yourself. If you think I'm not good enough for you, then maybe it's time we go our separate ways. Her face paled. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out at first. The shock on her face was enough to confirm what I'd suspected. She'd never once thought I might actually walk away from her. Her eyes darted around, scanning the cafe like she was trying to figure out her next move. I didn't mean she started, her voice unsteady. I wasn't, I cut her off. You don't need to explain yourself. It's clear what this relationship is to you. You've been stringing me along, keeping me around because it's easy. You've got your backup plan in place with your ex, and I'm just a placeholder. She opened her mouth again, but the words were slow, like she was trying to piece something together. That's not true. Her voice faltered, and she looked down at her coffee cup, twisting it in her hands. I leaned back in my chair, letting her flounder. I didn't care about her excuses anymore. I didn't care about the woman who sat across from me, clutching at her coffee cup, trying to hold onto some semblance of control. This wasn't the person I'd fallen for. This wasn't the person I wanted in my life anymore. You think I don't see it, Dana? I said quietly, but my voice was firm. I'm not stupid. I know how this works. You've got your shiny new dream, and you've been trying to fit me into it. But guess what? I don't fit. And I'm not going to keep bending myself into a shape that works for you. It's over. The words hung in the air, heavy and final. Her face, which had been flushed with indignation a moment ago, slowly drained of color. Her lips parted, but nothing came out. She couldn't argue this time. For a long moment, there was silence. She was visibly shaken, her earlier confidence slipping away, and I couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of satisfaction. It felt like I was finally standing up for myself, finally asserting that I wasn't going to be her second choice anymore. I never thought you'd be this cruel, Sam, she finally said, her voice small now, almost pleading. I shook my head. You don't get to turn this around on me. I'm not the one who's been cruel. I've been patient. I've put up with a lot, but that's over now. She looked away, scanning the table like she was trying to find something to focus on, anything to distract her from the reality of what was happening. And then, Just like that, the desperation started to creep in. I can see it in the way she shifted in her seat, the way her hands fidgeted with her phone, the way her lips trembled ever so slightly. She was losing control. And that's when I knew this was it. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. "I don't know what you want me to say, Sam," she said, the edge of irritation returning. "You're acting like I've done something terrible, but this is just how things are sometimes. People change. I change. We grow apart." I could feel the anger rising in me again, but I stayed calm. Calm was the key now. I was in control. "No, Dana, you don't get to blame me for this. You didn't want to put in the effort. You didn't want to work through the stuff that matters. You just wanted to keep me around as long as it was convenient for you, and I'm done with that." She stood up abruptly, knocking her chair back. "Fine. Whatever, Sam. If you're going to be like this, then there's nothing left to say." I stood up too, slowly, deliberately. "You're right. There's nothing left to say. But you'll remember this. You'll remember how you treated me. And you'll remember how, when you decided to push me aside for your perfect life, I was the one who walked away." Her face twisted with frustration, and she took a few steps back. "You're an idiot," she muttered, clearly fighting the urge to scream. "This is ridiculous. I can't believe I wasted my time with you." I smiled. "I'm glad you feel that way. You'll get over it. You always do." She turned and stormed out of the cafe, leaving the air thick with tension. I didn't move for a few moments. Part of me wanted to watch her go, to see her finally realize she'd lost the control she had over me. But I resisted. I didn't need to see it. I already knew. I paid for the coffee, grabbed my things, and left the cafe. As I walked to my car, I felt strangely light, like a weight had been lifted off my chest. The thing about Dana was that she had always thought she could play with me, that she could push me around, make me feel like I was just a side character in her life's drama. She never took me seriously because she always had something better lined up. She thought I would just roll over and take it. But not this time. As I started my car and pulled out of the parking lot, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Another text from her. I wasn't even curious anymore. I didn't need to read it. I'd seen the pattern. She was trying to reel me back in. But I wasn't going to fall for it again. I had a plan now. This wasn't just about ending things with Dana. It was about making sure she understood what losing me really meant. It was about showing her the consequences of thinking she could just use me and toss me aside when I didn't fit into her perfect little picture anymore. I didn't reply to Dana's text that night, or the next day, and the next week, when I ran into her at a mutual friend's party. She tried to approach me with that same smile, pretending like everything was fine, but I didn't fall for it. I wasn't the same person I had been just a few months ago, the one who always apologized first or tried to patch things up just to avoid conflict. I was done. That night, I took a step back and really thought about the kind of person I wanted to be moving forward. Dana had shown me exactly what she was capable of, manipulating the situation, making everything about her, and using people as stepping stones. That was the part that hit me hardest. She was so focused on her own plans that she never even bothered to see me as a person in her life, only as a tool to fit into her picture. But I wasn't going to let her have the last word this time. About a week later, I reached out to her, not because I missed her, not because I wanted to fix things, but because I needed closure. I sent her one simple message. "I hope you find what you're looking for, but I won't be around when you realize it wasn't what you thought." She read it quickly, then left me on read for hours. Part of me almost expected her to reply with something defensive or manipulative, but she didn't. For the first time, there was no guilt trip, no emotional manipulation. It felt like I'd said my piece, and she knew there was no coming back. A few days passed. I saw her out with some friends. She didn't make eye contact with me. There was no attempt to call me over or even make a scene. It was like I had disappeared from her world, and honestly, it felt good. It was the final proof that she hadn't really cared about me, not in the way I needed, not in the way I deserved. Then, things shifted. Dana started posting pictures online, showcasing her perfect life, new trips, new friends, new experiences. always with that same bright smile, that same curated image. But it was all too perfect. The cracks started to show. She started comparing every new guy she was dating to her ex, Adrian, and every caption sounded like a desperate attempt to prove that she was fine, that she hadn't been affected by our breakup. I kept living my life, quietly and without drama. I focused on my work, reconnected with friends I'd neglected while in that relationship, and spent more time doing things I enjoyed, things that made me feel like I was building a future that actually mattered to me. Dana's posts came and went, and I couldn't help but feel that subtle sense of satisfaction. She had been the one who'd broken things off with Adrian before, convinced that she could do better. But in the end, she was just lost in her own perfect, fragile world, alone. As for me, I was better off. It was the first time in a long while I felt like I could breathe again, like I wasn't trying to fit into someone else's life. Months later, Dana did reach out again, but it wasn't like before. This time, there was no anger, no desperation, just a cold, simple message asking if we could meet up for coffee to talk. I could sense the desperation beneath the surface, but I didn't reply. There was nothing left to say. I had gotten my revenge, not in any grand, dramatic gesture, but in how I chose to live my life after everything. By taking control of my own happiness and refusing to let her back into it. My sister drained my surgery savings to fund her boyfriend's music career. You'll heal eventually, but this is his big break. My parents called me selfish for being angry. I didn't argue. I just walked out. 2 days later, her face was all over the news, and not for the reason she hoped. Hi Reddit, I'm 29F, and honestly, I'm still trying to understand how my own family, people I grew up with, people I trusted, could do what they did to me. I've read stories on here before and thought, that's horrible, but at least I know my family would never do something like that. I was wrong. I don't know what to call this. Entitled parents? Betrayal? Family revenge? It's probably a little of everything. All I know is that the people I counted on turned out to be the kind who only care about me when I'm quiet, obedient, and useful. And when I finally decided I didn't want to be any of those things anymore, they showed me exactly who they were. Let me back up a bit. I grew up in a small town in Virginia, the kind where everyone knows everyone. And your last name is more than just your identity, it's your reputation. My family, the Morelands, were considered respectable. Not wealthy, but respected. My dad, Randall, has been a high school history teacher for over 30 years, and my mom, Celia, runs a local shop that sells handmade crafts and candles. They're the kind of people who wave at the neighbors, attend every town event, and always send a card on someone's birthday. But behind closed doors, it was a different story. Everything in our house had to be just so. Emotions were seen as weakness. If you cried, you were told to pull yourself together. If you complained, you were being ungrateful. And if you didn't agree with what they wanted, you were causing problems. There was no yelling, no slamming doors, just cold silences and quiet punishments that lasted for days. And then there was my younger sister, Liana. She's 25 now, for years younger than me. And for as long as I can remember, she's been the center of attention. Liana was always the creative one. While I was reading science textbooks and volunteering at the animal shelter, she was dancing barefoot in the backyard and painting on the walls with nail polish. If I made a mistake, I got a long, quiet talk about disappointment. If Liana made a mistake, it was a phase or just part of her process. She dropped out of 2 different colleges, tried modeling for a month, declared herself a poet the next, then moved on to photography. Every time she failed, my parents would prop her back up and say, she just needs time to find her path. Meanwhile, I worked. I studied. I stayed late at my part-time job in high school to save for college. I got my nursing degree, started my career in surgical nursing, and slowly built a life that felt solid. But my health was the one thing I couldn't control. About 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with a degenerative spinal condition. Nothing immediately life-threatening, but it made standing and moving for long periods incredibly painful. Surgery was always in the cards, expensive, highly specialized surgery that insurance would only partially cover. So I started saving. Slowly, carefully. I set up a separate savings account, added to it every month, skipped vacations, picked up overtime shifts. I told my parents and Liana about it multiple times. They knew how important this was. Liana even joked once, "If you ever get that surgery, maybe you'll finally stop walking like an old lady." I laughed, even though it hurt. Things got worse last year. My back was flaring up more frequently. I had to miss work a few times. My surgeon told me we were reaching a point where waiting much longer might cause permanent damage. I was close, so close, to finally being able to schedule the procedure. Just a couple more months. And then came Kuss. Yes, that's his real name. Not a nickname. Kuss, spelled with a K. He's 32, lanky, never makes eye contact, and wears sunglasses indoors. Liana met him at some local open mic night and immediately declared that he was a genius in a world full of noise. According to her, he was a misunderstood visionary whose bars could redefine consciousness. I listened to one of his songs once. It was mostly him mumbling over elevator music while repeating the phrase, "free your limits." My parents met him a few weeks later and decided they liked him because he held the door open for my mom and said he was spiritually aligned with our family values. That was enough for them. They never asked what he did for work, he didn't, how he paid rent, he didn't, or what his plans were, vague, artistic nonsense. But Liana was in love. And when she was in love, the entire family bent around her like branches in the wind. At first, it was little things. She needed money for his music equipment, just 100 here, 200 there. Then she needed a few days off from her retail job to help him record. Then she quit her job entirely to manage his brand full-time. And my parents? They supported her. "It's good for her to have a passion," my mom said. "It might not look conventional, but it's better than being stuck in a hospital all day like you," my dad added. That one stung. I was growing more and more anxious, knowing how close I was to finally affording my surgery and how badly I needed it. Every day at work was a challenge. I'd get home and lay flat on the floor just to relieve the pressure in my back. I'd stop going out with friends. I couldn't run errands without discomfort. I was barely getting by, but the light at the end of the tunnel kept me going. And then, last month, it happened. I logged into my savings account, ready to transfer some funds for the pre-op consultation. And I just stared. The balance was almost zero. Tens of thousands of dollars. Gone. At first, I thought there had been a glitch. Or maybe I logged into the wrong account. But when I checked the transaction history, there it was. A transfer, made 3 days earlier, to a familiar name. Liana Moreland. I sat there, completely frozen. I reread the statement 3 times. Same routing number. Same bank. She had emptied the entire account. ChatGPT said, "I didn't call her right away. I couldn't. My hands were shaking too badly, and I couldn't think straight. I just sat at my kitchen table for what felt like hours, staring at that number, $147.23. That's what was left. After years of saving, budgeting, working weekends, skipping holidays and trips, I had less than $150 to my name for the surgery that was supposed to give me my life back. The worst part wasn't even the money. It was the betrayal. And not just from her. I knew, deep down, that she couldn't have done it alone. She didn't have access to that account. Not unless someone helped her figure it out. Not unless someone had gone into old records, remembered that years ago I had once co-signed on a joint account for her rent deposit, and realized the bank might still see the connection. It wasn't just impulsive. It was planned. When I finally picked up my phone, it wasn't to call her. I called the bank first. I asked them how it happened, how they could let someone else move money from my account without permission. They told me, with polite indifference, that since both accounts had my name attached, even distantly, the transaction had not flagged their system. I asked if they could reverse it. They said no. The account was emptied via an approved online transfer and no fraud was detected. So I sat there in silence, phone still warm in my hand, and realized no one was coming to fix this. Then I called Liana. She picked up on the third ring, and the background was loud. Music playing, someone laughing, the sound of glasses clinking. She didn't say hello. She just said, "I figured you'd call eventually." No apology. No concern. "What did you do?" I asked quietly. "Oh, come on," she said. "You're acting like it's the end of the world. It's not like you're dying." I didn't respond, so she kept going, her tone flipping between irritated and self-righteous. "Look, I know you think you needed that money, but this is Kuss's big break. We found this amazing producer, like legitimate, not just some guy in a basement, and he agreed to take Kuss on for a full EP. But we had to lock in the deal fast. The guy's moving to LA next month and won't be taking new clients." You stole from me, Liana. You always make everything about yourself, she said, and that one sentence hit me like a slap. I mean, honestly, you've been obsessing over this surgery for years. You'll get the money back eventually. But Kiss, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And you just had it sitting there, doing nothing. It's not like you were using it yet. I think I actually laughed. A short, shocked laugh. Do Mom and Dad know? I asked. I don't know why I asked. Some part of me still hoped that maybe they didn't. That maybe, just maybe, when they found out, they'd step in and make it right. She hesitated, just for a second. Then, of course they know. They said you'd overreact, but I figured you'd come around once you cooled off. That silence. That was the moment I realized I had no one. I hung up the phone. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just stared at the wall until the room started to dim, and I realized hours had passed. I hadn't eaten all day. My back was screaming. I laid down on the floor, staring up at the ceiling, and felt the most hollow I'd ever felt in my life. The next morning, I got in my car and drove to my parents' house. I didn't call first. I didn't want to give them time to prepare some polished version of whatever lie they were ready to feed me. They were in the kitchen when I arrived, my mom chopping vegetables, my dad reading the paper like it was any normal Sunday. Is this really how we're going to do this? I asked, standing in the doorway. My mom looked up first. Her face didn't show surprise, just mild irritation, like I'd come at a bad time. I was wondering when you'd stop sulking, she said. Sulking, I repeated slowly. My dad folded his paper. Let's just talk calmly, all right? Sure, let's talk. About how Liana emptied my surgery savings. She didn't empty it, my mom said, which was the first lie. She left me with $147, I said. That's what was in there. You knew about this. They didn't answer. She said you helped her. My dad sighed. She needed a little support. She's doing something bold, something brave. And Kiss has real potential. You've always been practical, which is fine, but sometimes you need to take a leap of faith. I laughed again, this ugly, sharp sound that didn't feel like it came from me. You think I need to take a leap of faith? I needed spinal surgery. That money was for a surgeon, not a SoundCloud rapper. That's enough, my mom said, her voice sharp. You're being dramatic. You always do this. You make yourself the victim. That was it. That was the moment. I looked at them, my parents, who had spent my entire life praising Liana's every whim and punishing me for simply existing in her shadow, who saw my hard work as stubbornness and her chaos as creativity, who let their younger daughter drain her sister's medical savings to fund a fantasy. And I realized I couldn't stay. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just walked out, got in my car, drove home. I spent the next 2 days in silence. I didn't go to work. I didn't tell anyone what had happened, not even my closest friends. I needed time to think, to figure out what to do next. I wasn't sure if I should pursue legal action, if I'd even have a case. All I knew was that I couldn't keep pretending things were fine. And then, on the third morning, I got a message from Noah. He's a friend of mine from college, journalist, smart, always scanning headlines. He sent me a link to a local news site with a message that just said, "Is this your sister?" And there she was, Liana, front and center, but not for the reason she hoped. I stared at the screen for a long time, rereading the headline over and over, hoping I was misinterpreting something. But there was no mistaking her face. It was an older picture, probably one she'd posted on her Creative Manager Instagram profile back when she styled herself as a multimedia visionary. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and staring into the distance like she was pondering the mysteries of the universe. I clicked the article. It detailed an ongoing investigation into a recent local music event that promised career-changing exposure for up-and-coming artists. According to the piece, several independent musicians had been asked to pay steep participation fees to secure a spot in a private showcase that was never officially sanctioned. The event was canceled last minute, with no explanation, and the organizers disappeared with the money. The main contact listed for the participants? Liana Moreland. There were even screenshots from emails she'd sent, promising exclusive opportunities with record executives, press coverage, and industry attention. Some of the artists had saved their messages. Others had paid hundreds, some even thousands, of dollars. The article didn't name Kiss, but it mentioned that the funds had been redirected to cover equipment, travel, and production costs for one artist's promotional campaign. I couldn't breathe for a moment. My stomach twisted. It wasn't just that she had taken my money. She had taken it, added to it with money from struggling artists, and used it to fund a scam, one that fell apart the moment her fantasy collided with real-world consequences. And yet, none of this brought me relief. I'd spent days sick with anxiety, mourning the loss of not just my savings, but the last scrap of trust one had in my family. I didn't want Liana's face on the news. I wanted my surgery. I wanted peace. I wanted parents who didn't play favorites or make me feel guilty for being angry when my life was upended. But that wasn't the world I lived in, and I was done hoping it would become one. That night, I sat down with a notebook and wrote out everything I knew. Not just about the stolen money, but about everything. I combed through years of texts, emails, bank records. I made a list of each time I had financially supported Liana, because yes, there had been many. Gas money, rent top-ups, food, equipment. Even after she moved back in with our parents, she would message me from time to time with emergencies. I always helped. I always wanted to believe she'd get it together eventually. It was hard to face just how many lines she had crossed and how many times I'd let her. But not this time. Once I had everything documented, I reached out to someone I hadn't spoken to in over a year, Tasha. She and I used to work together in the surgical ward before she left to finish law school. She was now a licensed attorney, building a practice around financial disputes and fraud cases. I was hesitant to even call her. But when I explained what happened, she didn't hesitate at all. "This isn't just unethical," she said, her voice cool and firm. "It's actionable, especially if she used a joint account that you can prove was inactive and originally intended for something else." "I don't care about pressing charges yet," I said honestly. "I just want my money back, and I want them to know they can't keep doing this." Tasha paused. "That's the thing. People like your sister, like your parents, they don't stop unless someone makes them stop." Over the next week, we put together a case. Tasha walked me through the process step by step, making sure everything was in writing. She was professional, methodical, and, most importantly, patient. She encouraged me to get statements from friends who had heard me talk about the surgery fund, and even from my surgeon, who confirmed that I was within months of scheduling the procedure before the funds vanished. Meanwhile, Liana's situation was quickly unraveling. The article gained traction. More musicians came forward, some from out of state. One had flown in from Colorado, only to find out the event was rescheduled indefinitely. Another had paid $1,200 in promo fees and never received anything. A few posted video statements online, tagging local news outlets. The comments were filled with anger, confusion, and disbelief. Liana did what she always did when confronted. She deflected. She made vague posts about jealous haters, about misunderstood visionaries, and even posted a long, dramatic caption about how not everyone is built to create. But the damage was done. Someone filed an official complaint. Another filed a civil suit. The music scene in our area is small, and word spread quickly. Eventually, she went quiet. My parents didn't. The first call came late at night. I didn't answer. Then a string of texts from my mom followed. Concerned, sharp-edged messages dripping with implication. "You need to stop dragging your sister through the mud. She made a mistake. That doesn't make her a criminal. She's been crying all day. You're being vindictive, and it's not like you." The irony made me laugh out loud. I ignored the texts. But I didn't ignore the next step, sending a formal demand for restitution through Tasha's office. When it arrived, my parents called again. This time, I picked up. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to hear what they had to say when faced with something they couldn't sweep under the rug. My dad answered first. "We got your little letter." "It wasn't a letter," I said. "It was a legal demand. The next step is court." There was a long silence on the other end. Then my mom spoke, her voice brittle. "Is this really what you want? To humiliate your sister? To tear this family apart?" "No," I said quietly. "That's what you did when you defended her instead of me. When you decided her boyfriend's mixtape mattered more than my health. This isn't revenge. This is me protecting myself for the first time in my life." "She's not strong like you," my mom snapped. "She needs support." "So did I," I replied. "You just never gave it to me." I hung up. I haven't spoken to them since. As of now, Liana has until the end of the month to return the funds, or we move forward with a civil suit. Tasha thinks we have a good shot. The evidence is solid, the account trail is clear, and the public attention certainly doesn't hurt. But even if I never get the money back, I've already won something more important. I've stopped pretending. I'm not the quiet one anymore. Not the helpful daughter. Not the backup plan for a family that only ever saw me as the reliable one they could afford to ignore. And as for Liana, she hasn't posted anything in days. But last night, a friend sent me a photo from a local flyer someone had plastered around town. It had her face on it. Underneath it said, "Don't trust this woman with your art or your money." After that flyer showed up around town, plastered on telephone poles, taped to cafe windows, even slid under windshields outside the community theater, the backlash against Liana reached a level I don't think even she could have anticipated. At first, I thought it would fade into the background noise of internet outrage. But it didn't. It picked up momentum. Fast. The local music scene, tight-knit and passionate, didn't let it go. People started posting their personal stories. Not vague complaints, but detailed breakdowns of how Liana had reached out, made promises, collected deposits, then ghosted or shifted blame when nothing materialized. Screenshots of conversations, payment receipts, voicemails, emails, even group chats from people warning each other about her months ago that had been dismissed at the time. Suddenly, it was all out there. Music forums and Facebook groups dedicated to independent artists lit up with posts about the Moreland scam, as some started calling it. One of the artists even recorded a song about it. Raw, emotional, naming no one directly, but making the entire story crystal clear. It went mildly viral in our town and gained traction online. A regional blog picked up the thread. Then another. A podcast episode was dedicated entirely to fraud in local creative industries, and Liana's name was front and center. She tried to fight back, of course. Liana never could stand being called out, especially not publicly. At first, she posted a series of defiant videos on her social media. She called the backlash a smear campaign and referred to the people coming forward as jealous non-creatives who don't understand how opportunity works. She said things like, "Not everyone is cut out to make it, and this is what happens when you build something real." People try to tear it down. But the comments section was not on her side. People asked where the money went, why no one had heard from her or her team after the payments were made, why every promise she made came with a price tag, but never with results. Someone pointed out she was reposting old photos, pretending she was still working in PR, when in reality, her company website had quietly gone offline weeks ago. Eventually, she went quiet, not out of humility, but because there was nowhere left for her to spin the story. In the background, the legal process was moving slowly, but steadily. Thanks to Tasha, we had laid everything out in a clear, thorough case file. Bank records, text messages, medical documentation of my surgery plans, witness statements from friends, and even evidence of my prior contributions to Liana's expenses. She presented it all to the bank first. Within days, they agreed to freeze her accounts, pending further investigation. It was a small but powerful first step. Then we filed the civil suit. The court process took months. It was grueling at times, waiting, wondering, replaying every detail in my head and asking myself if I could have stopped any of it. But Tasha kept me grounded, reminding me that accountability doesn't come overnight and that silence doesn't equal innocence. The hearing itself was a strange experience. It wasn't dramatic like in the movies, no shouting or gavel banging, but the tension in the room was thick. Liana showed up with a tired-looking attorney who clearly hadn't been given the full story. My parents didn't attend. Not even a message. Not even a statement. Liana's lawyer tried to argue that the money I had saved in that joint account was, in her words, a shared family resource, and that I had abandoned the account for too long. They even implied that my absence from family functions meant I had checked out emotionally and financially. Tasha, calm and poised, laid out the truth. That the account had one purpose, my surgery. That I had documentation to prove it. That the funds had been moved without consent. That Liana had used the money not for emergencies, but to fund a fraudulent promotional campaign for her boyfriend and herself. And most damning of all, that she had used that same scam to target multiple others. The judge didn't take long to make a decision. The ruling was in my favor. Liana was ordered to repay the full amount she had taken from the account, plus additional compensation for the emotional distress, delayed surgery, and financial instability she caused. The court also mandated that she issue a public apology through a verified local media outlet. Not an Instagram post. Not a story that would vanish after 24 hours. A full written apology, reviewed by legal counsel and published publicly. She did it. Barely. It was stiff and insincere, but she did it. The part that stuck with me most was the court inviting some of the scam musicians to speak. Their testimonies were heartbreaking. One talked about selling her keyboard to afford the showcase. Another said she'd borrowed money from her grandmother. A teenager who was trying to break into producing said he felt like a fool for believing in someone who talked like she knew people. Each story echoed mine. A dream, a plan, a promise, shattered by someone who thought they were above consequences. After the case closed, I never heard from my parents again. Not a call, not a letter, not even a hollow, "I hope you're happy." Their silence wasn't just avoidance, it was confirmation. Confirmation that they would rather protect Liana's ego than confront the damage she caused. They stayed in their comfortable bubble of denial, pretending none of it happened. I wasn't surprised, and I wasn't sad. The money I recovered was enough to finally schedule my surgery. The wait was long, but the outcome was worth every step. Recovery was slow, painful at times, but I came out of it feeling more whole, not just physically, but mentally. I used the rest of the compensation for therapy. Weekly sessions, digging through years of guilt, second-guessing, and the aching need for approval from people who never really saw me. I don't forgive Liana. I don't forgive my parents. And I don't say that with bitterness. I say it with clarity. They showed me who they are. People who see kindness as weakness, boundaries as betrayal, and loyalty as a tool to manipulate. I gave them chances. I gave them explanations. I gave them time. They gave me silence, blame, and betrayal in return. Now, I live in a quiet apartment with soft lighting and clean walls. I play music when I cook. I volunteer sometimes at a local artist co-op, helping younger creatives learn how to protect their work and their money. I know now that family isn't defined by blood or tradition. It's defined by who stands beside you, not just when it's easy, but when it's hard, when it's inconvenient, when it matters. So that's the story. Liana's reputation is ruined. My parents are strangers. And me? I'm rebuilding everything they tried to take from me, piece by piece, on my own terms. And for the first time, I'm not looking over my shoulder. I'm not waiting for their approval. I'm not hoping they'll change. They won't. And I'm finally okay with that. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. On my graduation day, my family told me I wasn't ready for the real world. "You'll fail," they said. I smiled, and a year later, took over their business without a word. Hi Reddit, I'm Eric, I'm 26, and I want to share a story that still doesn't feel real when I think about it. Maybe because I kept so much of it to myself for so long. This is about family, control, pride, and what happens when people underestimate the quiet one in the room. Let me start from the beginning, or at least far enough back to explain the weight behind everything. I grew up in a small city where everyone knew who my family was. My grandfather, Thomas, started a construction and property management company when he was in his 20s. Back then, it was just him, a rusted-out pickup truck, and an old briefcase with more coffee stains than papers inside. But over time, he built something real. He was never flashy, but he worked hard. And when he passed it on to my father and uncle, the business was already successful. That's when things started to shift. My father, Alan, and his younger brother Pete weren't bad at running the company. They were just different from my grandfather. Where he had been methodical and thoughtful, they were loud, aggressive, and focused more on image than substance. They liked to host events, buy expensive things, talk about being the biggest in the county, and keep their circle tight. They also had a very particular vision of what family was supposed to look like. In their minds, the ideal family was a straight line, grandfather to sons to grandsons. No deviation, no creative paths. You didn't go find your own purpose. You joined the company. You didn't question the way things were done. You learned how to keep the wheels turning. And you definitely didn't suggest doing anything differently. I was the only child of Alan and my mother, Diana. My mother was quieter than the rest of them, warm, but always watching the room before she spoke. She had been a school librarian for over 20 years and had a patience about her that made you feel like you could tell her anything. But she didn't talk back to my dad. Not really. When he said something, it stuck, even if it didn't sit right with her. That always bothered me. Then there was my cousin Jared. Jared was Pete's son. He was 2 years older than me, and from the moment he could walk, it was clear he was going to be the crown prince. He played 3 sports in high school, was always surrounded by people, and had this natural ease that adults loved. I remember watching him at family gatherings and wondering how he did it, how he made people laugh without even trying, how he could interrupt someone and somehow come off as charming instead of rude. When Jared turned 19, my dad and uncle gave him a job at the company. Not just any job, a leadership role. It was presented like it was earned, but everyone knew it wasn't. He had no experience, no degree, and frankly no attention to detail. But he knew how to talk. That was enough for them. I, on the other hand, was the bookworm. I liked reading. I liked learning. I asked too many questions at the dinner table. I wasn't hands-on enough. My dad always told me I lived in my head too much. He said it like it was a flaw. Still, I did well in school. I got into a solid university a few states away and studied economics. I wasn't looking to be rebellious. I just wanted to find something that felt like it was mine. During college, I interned with 2 different companies. One was a logistics firm that was just barely hanging on, and the other was a regional development group with sharp leadership and an open-door policy that actually meant something. That second internship changed the way I saw business. It made me realize how much smoother things ran when people actually listened to one another. Throughout those years, I'd still come home during breaks and holidays, but it always felt like I was stepping into someone else's life. They'd ask about classes, but it was always in that tone, like they were humoring me. Jared would slap my back and say things like, "Still hiding behind those books, huh?" And my uncle would ask if I was learning how to overthink like the rest of them. It was always playful on the surface, but it wasn't meant to be kind. Now fast forward to the week of my graduation. I was already back home for a few days. I'd planned to stay with my parents through the weekend before heading out to a new job I'd landed in another city. The job wasn't anything earth-shattering, just an analyst position at a mid-sized consulting firm, but it was mine. I had worked for it, interviewed for it, been chosen. Graduation day itself was a blur. The ceremony, the robes, the photos, my mother cried, and I saw a flicker of something proud in my dad's eyes, though he didn't say much. Afterward, we went out to a fancy dinner. Just immediate family, my uncle, aunt, Jared, and a couple of family friends. The restaurant was dim and polished, one of those places where they fold your napkin for you every time you leave the table. The kind of place my dad loved to go when he wanted to look important. The dinner started out fine, quiet, even. People ordered food, made small talk. Jared was seated across from me, and from the start he had that smug half-smile he always wore when he thought he knew something you didn't. When the entrees arrived, my uncle raised a glass of sparkling cider, none of us drink, and gave a short toast. He congratulated me, said some words about another milestone for the family, and then handed it over to my dad. My father stood up, cleared his throat, and began. "We're proud of Eric, of course," he said, pausing just long enough to feel formal. "He's always done things his own way, which isn't always the easiest for the rest of us." A few people chuckled. Jared looked down, pretending not to laugh. "But now that school's behind you," my dad went on, "the real world begins. And I just want to say this, it's not kind. It's not structured. It's not about who has the best grades. It's about who can survive, who can build something and hold on to it." I nodded, unsure where he was going with this. "You're smart, Eric," he said, "but being smart isn't the same as being capable. There's a difference between studying business and doing business. And frankly, I worry that you're not ready for what's coming." The table had gone quiet. I glanced at my mom, but she was looking down at her plate. Jared wasn't even trying to hide the grin anymore. "I hope I'm wrong," my dad said, "but the world doesn't give out gold stars. You'll learn that soon enough." That was the moment everything shifted, not just in the room, but in me. I didn't argue. I didn't defend myself. I just smiled and thanked him for the honesty. I don't think he knew what to do with that, because what I didn't tell him, or anyone at the table, was that someone had already reached out to me. Someone from inside the company. Someone who had been watching the way things were unfolding behind the scenes. Someone who had seen enough of Jared's leadership to know it wasn't going to end well. So, after that dinner, I went back to my childhood bedroom feeling numb. That's the best word I can come up with. I wasn't surprised by what my father said. Not really. I think part of me expected it. But hearing it out loud, so publicly, in front of everyone, made something settle in my chest. Not anger. Not sadness, either. Something quieter. Something still. I started packing that same night, even though I still had a few days before I was set to leave for the new job. I didn't want to hang around for the rest of the congratulations that didn't mean anything. I didn't want to hear Jared make more backhanded comments like, bet that degree cost more than it's worth, or my uncle laugh and say I'd be calling in a year asking for a desk at the family office. The thing is, they had convinced themselves I was soft, that I didn't have the edge it took to survive in their world. They thought I'd spend a few months out there, stumble, and come crawling back. It wasn't just arrogance, it was certainty. They needed me to fail, because if I didn't, it would mean everything they built wasn't the only way to do things. 2 weeks later, I started the new job. The company was nothing flashy, but the leadership was sharp and the environment was focused. I kept my head down and worked. I took every assignment seriously, asked questions, stayed late when I needed to. No one held my hand. No one handed me anything. And that was exactly what I needed. About 3 months in, I got a message on LinkedIn. It was from Marianne. Now, Marianne might not seem important at first glance, but in my world, especially in my grandfather's time, she was a pillar. She had been his executive assistant for over 20 years and knew more about the company's actual inner workings than most of the board. She had a mind like a filing cabinet and the kind of memory that made people nervous. People respected her, but after my grandfather retired, she started being pushed aside. Jared and my uncle never really liked how sharp she was. They said she was old school. What they meant was she wouldn't nod along with bad ideas just to protect someone's ego. I hadn't spoken to her since I was in high school, but I remembered how kind she had been to me back then. How she'd sit with me in the break room while my dad and uncle went into closed-door meetings, explaining things like budgets and contracts with a kind of patient clarity I never got from the rest of them. Her message was simple. She said, "Do you have time to talk?" I called her that night. "Things aren't good," she told me, her voice even, but tired. "The company's bleeding money. They've taken on projects they can't handle. Jared's trying to do everything himself, but he's in over his head. And your uncle, he's distracted. There are whispers about an audit, and if that happens," she trailed off. "What about my dad?" I asked. There was a pause. Then, "He still thinks they can fix it by pushing harder. He keeps saying things like, 'We just need to land one big client.' But they've burned so many bridges, Eric. People don't want to work with them anymore." I remember sitting in silence for a moment, digesting all of that. Part of me felt vindicated, but another part, something quieter, felt sad. Not for them. For what my grandfather had built. The man who used to take me with him to construction sites when I was 10, who kept a photo of my grandmother taped inside his clipboard. The man who never raised his voice but somehow still got everyone in the room to listen. "What do you want from me?" I asked her. Marianne sighed. "I don't want anything from you. I just thought you should know. And I thought you might care enough to do something about it." I didn't answer her right away. I told her I'd think about it. And I did. For days. Here's the thing. I wasn't naive. I knew stepping into the mess they had made would be complicated. Risky. But I also knew their arrogance had finally caught up with them. They had spent years playing king of the hill, assuming the world would keep bending for them. They were wrong. I started doing my research. Quietly. Carefully. I began talking to people who had left the company in the last 2 years. Former project managers, financial officers, even the guy who used to handle building permits. Most of them had the same story. Good people pushed out, bad decisions defended to the bitter end, and a culture that rewarded loyalty over competence. One call in particular stuck with me. A man named Harish, who had once overseen the company's logistics and scheduling. He told me, "I liked your grandfather. He listened. But now it's just Jared barking orders, and your dad telling him he's a visionary. There's no accountability. No structure." I walked because I wasn't going to be part of watching it collapse. That word, collapse, sat with me. Around this time, I reached back out to Marianne and told her I was ready to help. But I wasn't interested in temporary fixes. If I was going to get involved, it had to be on my terms. She agreed. We started meeting every week, sometimes just phone calls, sometimes late-night video chats. She sent me financial statements she'd kept copies of, reports she wasn't even supposed to have access to anymore. I reviewed them line by line, flagged patterns, cross-checked expenses with public records. The deeper I dug, the worse it looked. There were contractors still waiting on final payments. A development project in Riverford that had gone 3 months behind schedule and was now tied up in legal threats. A string of smaller subcontractors who had all walked away after dealing with Jared's dismissiveness. But what stood out most wasn't what I found, it was what I didn't find. There was no real leadership anymore. My father had stepped back from the day-to-day operations and spent most of his time meeting with potential investors, trying to prop up a house that was already on fire. Uncle Pete was rarely involved in anything beyond ceremonial events. And Jared was trying to run every department at once. Marketing, operations, client relations, finance. It was as if he believed titles were just words you handed out, and he didn't trust anyone enough to share control. That was when I made my decision. I wasn't just going to step in. I was going to take it. Quietly. Strategically. No announcements. No dramatic speeches. Just action. Influence. Information. One person at a time. Adrian had been working for the company for almost 5 years and had originally been hired during one of Jared's modernization initiatives. The irony was, she was one of the few competent hires he made, probably because he didn't bother reviewing her resume beyond the university name and a referral from someone he barely knew. Adrian wasn't just competent, she was meticulous. Quiet, too. The kind of person who reads every clause twice and remembers conversations word for word. I hadn't met her personally, but she had worked under Marianne before Marianne was edged out of the front office, and apparently they'd kept in touch. Adrian emailed me one evening from her personal address. Short message. Heard you're looking into the books. I have something you might want to see. But not over email. We set up a meeting at a quiet coffee shop on the edge of town. The place was mostly students and freelancers with headphones. Safe enough. She was already there when I arrived. Early 30s, glasses, dressed simple but sharp. She nodded when she saw me and slid a plain folder across the table. I've been keeping copies, she said. No small talk. Invoices, revisions, contract edits, expense reports. Some of them don't match. And I'm not talking about human error. I'm talking about intentional adjustments. Things backdated. Numbers changed. I opened the folder and started skimming. She wasn't exaggerating. One document showed a project that had supposedly been completed under budget, but Adrian had the original submission from a contractor that didn't match the reported numbers at all. I asked Jared about it once, she said. He told me it was a rounding error and said not to bring it up again. My stomach tightened, because this wasn't just mismanagement. This was borderline fraud, if not over the line already. The implications were huge. If this ever surfaced publicly, not only could it destroy the company's reputation, it could attract the kind of legal scrutiny they wouldn't be able to talk their way out of. Why are you giving this to me? I asked. Because I know you won't protect them just because they're family, she said simply. She was right. Over the next several weeks, Adrian and I began working together behind the scenes. Every weekend, every evening I could spare, we organized files, built timelines, and traced patterns. We found contractors who had stopped working with the company mid-project, citing unpaid bills or creative disagreements, which was often just code for Jared refused to listen and then blamed them for delays. One by one, I started reaching out. Soft calls. No accusations. Just checking in. Listening. Building rapport. Some of them didn't want to talk at first, still worried about burning bridges. But once they realized I wasn't calling on behalf of my father or Jared, their tone changed. Honestly, one former contractor told me, they treated us like we were disposable. Promises on paper, but no follow-through. And when we pushed back, Jared said we were too small-time to matter. Another said, I liked your grandfather. He was fair. But those boys? They just wanted to win. At any cost. The image of my family as respected leaders was already cracking. But it wasn't enough to watch it crumble. I needed to be deliberate. I wasn't just collecting evidence. I was collecting people. That's how I built the list. A spreadsheet of every former employee, partner, and vendor who had walked away in the last 5 years. I sorted it by skill set, availability, and how they left. Marian helped me identify who still had goodwill buried beneath the frustration. Adrian helped me review who was most likely to speak up quietly if needed. At the same time, I started planting seeds. Discreet conversations with people still inside the company. Most were cautious, but a few were fed up enough to talk. I never asked for loyalty, I asked for clarity. How are things going? What's morale like? Where do you think the company is headed? The answers told the real story. One accountant admitted she hadn't been paid on time for 2 months straight. A project lead said Jared changed deadlines midweek and blamed his team when clients complained. A front desk staffer said she'd heard Jared and Pete arguing loudly behind closed doors, something about being stretched too thin. Still, they held it together in public. Their social media pages showed company picnics, ribbon cuttings, charity drives. But the smiles didn't match what I was hearing behind the scenes. Then came the opportunity one didn't expect. A mid-sized real estate group in the next county reached out to me, not as Eric from the family company, but as Eric from the consulting firm I worked at. They wanted a proposal for a redevelopment plan involving several underused plots in town. And here's the twist. One of those plots had originally been promised to my family's company. Promised, but not secured. The deal had stalled. Jared had overpromised, underdelivered, and then gone silent when pressed for updates. According to the group's project manager, they were ready to move forward with someone else. I didn't push. I just listened. I gave them thoughtful, thorough feedback. I followed up. I connected them with two former contractors who had left the family business on good terms. I treated it like every other project I'd worked on, except this one had a deeper purpose. Because once the deal closed, word started to spread. Nothing public, nothing explosive, but quiet questions. Why isn't Alan's company handling that redevelopment? Did they lose that contract? Is something going on with the leadership? My father started hearing whispers. My uncle began calling old partners out of the blue, trying to check in. Jared? Jared went into overdrive. Social media posts, new promo videos, bold promises about big things on the horizon. But the thing about desperation is it's easy to spot when you're not in the middle of it. They were scrambling, and I wasn't finished yet. I had one more step to take. One final quiet move that would turn the tide completely. I booked a meeting with a former board member. The former board member I met with was named Leland. He had served under my grandfather for over a decade and stepped down not long after my uncle and Jared took over the bulk of operations. Officially, it was to spend more time with family. In reality, it was because he saw the direction things were headed. We met in his office, a modest setup attached to his home. He was older, silver-haired, sharp-eyed, and polite in that precise way that makes you pay attention. I laid everything out, the mismanaged finances, the manipulated records, the contractors pushed away, and the unraveling internal structure. Leland listened carefully. He didn't interrupt once. When I finished, he leaned back and said, I knew it was bad. I didn't realize how bad. Then he told me something I didn't know. Years ago, before my grandfather retired, he'd quietly updated the corporate structure. He'd placed a portion of the company into a holding trust that protected the company's original assets, land, properties, and some long-standing partnerships from being sold off or leveraged without board oversight. And more importantly, he'd made sure that if those original values were being undermined, there was a clause that allowed for emergency reorganization. The best part? Marianne and Leland were trustees. Silent ones. They had no voting power in the day-to-day, but they had legal authority to intervene if the company was at risk of being compromised by internal mismanagement, which, at this point, it clearly was. The clause was rarely used, and it wasn't easy to enforce. But with enough documentation, proof of financial irresponsibility, potential breaches of fiduciary duty, and damage to long-standing business relationships, they could move to reorganize the leadership structure. And they needed someone ready to take over. That someone was me. We spent the next 2 months preparing. Adrian helped compile the cleanest, most detailed case possible. Marian handled the logistics, reviewed legal requirements, and identified exactly which assets fell under the trust protection. Leland managed the formal process. Every document, every timestamp, every phone call we recorded with permission. It all mattered. And then it happened. A formal hearing was scheduled, attended by trustees, legal advisors, and the remaining board members. My father showed up in a gray suit, looking like he still thought it was a misunderstanding. Jared showed up late and visibly irritated, muttering to his assistant and not making eye contact with anyone. My uncle Pete didn't show at all. The hearing lasted 5 hours. Leland presented the case. Adrian walked through the financial inconsistencies. Marian spoke plainly about the internal mismanagement. I didn't say much at first. I let the facts speak. But when they asked what my intention was, what I wanted, I told them the truth. I want to restore what this company was meant to be. I want to honor the people who built it. I'm not here to burn anything down. I'm here to clean up the fire before it spreads any further. That was it. Within 2 weeks, Jared was removed from his position. My uncle's remaining responsibilities were suspended pending further review. And my father stepped down voluntarily. Not out of grace, but because he saw what was coming. And more importantly, he knew he'd lose if he fought. The reorganization went through. And just like that, I was appointed interim CEO with full backing from the trust, the remaining board, and the partners who had watched from the sidelines for years. The first thing I did? I rehired a few of the former staff who had been pushed out for doing the right thing. I called every contractor we still owed money to and started negotiating repayments. I reached out to every client we'd let down and apologized genuinely. We didn't fix everything overnight, but we started, and people noticed. As for my father, Jared, and Pete, Jared moved to another city, tried to start a small firm of his own. Last I heard, he was struggling to find serious partners. His reputation had caught up with him. Pete faded out of public view. I think the embarrassment hit him harder than he expected. My father, though, he still lives in town, still sees a few of the old guard at events. He doesn't say much about what happened, but I know he keeps tabs on what we're doing now. We don't speak often, not out of bitterness, just clarity. He was willing to let everything fall apart before admitting he was wrong. I can't trust that. But here's what I do know. The company is stable now, growing, even. We're rebuilding on real values, transparency, fairness, reliability. The people who are still here want to be here. And for the first time in years, the name my grandfather built actually means something again. And me? Well, I still remember that graduation dinner. The looks, the words, the laughter. You'll fail, they said. They were wrong. I didn't just prove them wrong. I replaced them. Quietly. Completely. And I never looked back. It all started with a phone call on a Thursday afternoon. One of those midweek moments when you're halfway through a coffee and barely paying attention until the voice on the other end makes your stomach clench. I was sitting at my desk, half distracted by a spreadsheet I didn't want to deal with and half daydreaming about the weekend. That's when my brother, Kyle, called. His tone was way too casual, almost like he was trying to sound rushed on purpose. Hey, Dean, you home? Mind if I borrow your car for the evening? Just need to meet someone across town. Won't be long. I hesitated. It wasn't the first time he'd asked, but something about the way he said it, the way he threw just the evening, in like it was supposed to seal the deal, made my jaw tighten. I'm Dean, 28 years old, and if there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I don't like being taken for a fool. I'm not some overly cautious, paranoid guy, but I've spent most of my adult life cleaning up after other people's messes, especially Kyle's. He's 31, but you wouldn't know it by the way he floats through life like it owes him a favor. Our parents still act like he's just figuring things out, which is code for he can't hold down a job, spends money like he's allergic to saving, and has an excuse for everything. Meanwhile, I've been working a steady job since I was 19, saved up to buy my used Honda Civic in cash, and never once asked anyone in my family for a dime. We grew up in the same house, with the same parents, under the same roof, but you'd think we were raised on different planets. Anyway, I said yes, against my better judgment, mostly because it wasn't worth the argument, and also because when Kyle wants something, he'll keep asking until you either give in or block his number. I told myself it would just be for a few hours. He said he'd have it back by midnight. Promise, he added, like that was supposed to mean anything. I watched him pull out of my driveway with the windows down and music blasting like it was his car, not mine. He didn't even say thank you. Just nodded once and said, "You're the best, bro," and peeled off before I could respond. I stood there for a second, keys to my backup bike in my hand, and something in my gut whispered, mistake. But it was too late. At first, I didn't worry. I've learned to manage my expectations with Kyle. Midnight came and went, and the car didn't return. I sent him a text. No reply. Around 1:30 a.m., I called. Straight to voicemail. The next morning, still nothing. No car in the driveway. No message. Just a sinking feeling in my stomach that got worse with every hour. I went to work that Friday on my bicycle, sweating through my shirt in the morning chill and trying not to let my imagination spiral. Maybe he stayed the night at someone's place. Maybe he forgot to charge his phone. I tried to keep myself calm, but I was already picturing worst-case scenarios. My car wrapped around a pole, towed from a street corner, or sitting abandoned with a broken window. Every time I checked my phone and saw no new messages, my patience chipped away a little more. By Friday evening, I called him 5 times. Texted even more. Still nothing. At that point, I started to feel more than annoyed. I felt disrespected. Angry. Not because of the car, but because I knew this wasn't some emergency or accident. This was Kyle being Kyle. This was Kyle deciding his life was more important than anyone else's. This was a man who'd shown up drunk to my graduation dinner and hit on my girlfriend at Thanksgiving pretending he didn't remember later. This was the guy who borrowed my headphones last year and sold them for cash, then denied it until I found the listing myself. Saturday passed in a fog of silence. I tried not to let it show, but my jaw was sore from clenching and my mood was wrecked. I couldn't focus. I barely slept. By then I was less worried about the car and more furious about what it represented, that I could never trust him, that he could just vanish with my property, ignore my calls, and come back whenever he felt like it, if he came back at all. The part that burned the most was knowing he'd laugh it off. Kyle always laughed things off. He made you feel like you were uptight for caring. That somehow, being mad made you the bad guy. Sunday morning, I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. Not from Kyle, of course. Just a friend asking if we were still on for coffee. I had to cancel. I wasn't about to leave the house without knowing when or if my car would magically return. I stared out the window like some sitcom dad waiting for curfew to be broken, except the stakes were higher than that. This wasn't a missed deadline. This was theft with a smile. I thought about calling the police, reporting it stolen, but I knew how that would play out. He'd claim I gave him permission, which I did, and my parents would lose their minds. Dean, how could you? He's your brother. You don't call the police on family. They'd forget all the ways he'd burned me, all the times I'd bailed him out. They always did. By Sunday night, I was pacing, running through conversations in my head, imagining how I'd confront him, how I'd make him feel the weight of what he did. I wasn't going to yell. No, yelling never worked on Kyle. Yelling made him smug. It made him think he'd won. And then, just after 9 p.m., I heard it. The unmistakable sound of my Civic pulling into the driveway like nothing had happened. Doors slammed. Laughter. I moved to the window, and there he was, Kyle, stepping out of my car like he was getting home from a party. Hair disheveled, wearing sunglasses even though it was dark out. He wasn't alone. A girl I didn't recognize stepped out on the passenger side, giggling as she adjusted her skirt. They looked like they'd had the time of their lives. I didn't go outside right away. I stood behind the curtain, heart pounding, watching him, watching her, watching my car, my seats, my gas tank, probably empty. The car door slammed behind him, and I heard him laugh again. Loud, carefree, not a trace of guilt in his voice. And that was the moment something inside me shifted. I didn't feel angry anymore. I felt cold, focused. I realized I'd been playing the wrong game this entire time, trying to win with reason, trying to earn respect from someone who didn't value it. I didn't need to yell, or cry, or even explain myself. I just needed to make a decision. I didn't go outside. Not right away. I stood there, hidden behind the edge of the curtain, letting the scene outside simmer in my brain. Kyle laughing, his arm draped casually around the girl he'd brought home like he was some kind of movie star returning from a weekend getaway. My car looked dusty. The front bumper had a fresh scuff on the corner that hadn't been there before. The tires looked low. I watched as he fumbled with something in the back seat, pulling out a pair of sneakers, a jacket that wasn't his, and a crumpled fast food bag he dropped right onto my driveway without a second thought. The girl leaned against the car like she owned it. They were still giggling. I stepped back from the window and stared at the floor. My fists were clenched. But I wasn't going to blow up, not yet. I wasn't going to give him the performance he wanted, the big dramatic scene he could twist into wow. Dean's freaking out again. No, not this time. This time, I was going to play it differently. 5 minutes later, the door opened like nothing had happened. Kyle waltzed in with the same swagger he always had, like our house was just another stop on his endless party tour. He didn't even knock, just turned the handle and let himself in, calling out like I was supposed to be excited. Yo, Dean, you home? Got your baby back safe and sound? I didn't answer right away. I let him hang in that silence for a few seconds. Then I walked into the hallway, keeping my voice low. 3 days, Kyle. He blinked like he was confused, like I was the one being weird. Huh. I gestured toward the door. You said you'd be back that night. You vanished for 3 days. You didn't answer my texts. My calls. Nothing. He gave me this lazy grin and waved his hand like it was nothing. Dude, relax. It's just a car. I told you I'd bring it back. I brought it back, didn't I? That word, just, made something burn behind my eyes. It wasn't just a car. It was my only car. My way to work. My property. My responsibility. And I had trusted him with it. I'd trusted Kyle, the one person I should have known better than to hand keys to. And what if you didn't? I asked, voice tightening. What if something happened? What if you got pulled over? What if someone hit you and I didn't have a clue because you couldn't bother to answer your damn phone? He laughed. Laughed. You're being dramatic. Nothing happened, man. Chill out. Behind him, the girl from the car had wandered into the living room, looking around with disinterest. She picked up a framed photo of our family, me, Kyle, and our parents, and wrinkled her nose. Cute, she said, sounding bored. Kyle looked back at her and grinned. My little brother's place. Super chill. He's just having a moment. Don't mind him. I stared at him. He didn't even flinch. He didn't look sorry. He didn't look like he realized how much he'd crossed a line, again. That was the moment I realized. Kyle never thought there was a line. Not for him. He thought the rules didn't apply because they never had. And the worst part? Our parents had let it happen. Over and over. They had trained him to believe he was untouchable. I didn't say anything more. I turned around and walked back into my room, closed the door behind me, and sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the wall. I heard them in the kitchen. He opened my fridge, laughed again, asked if I had anything to drink. She said she was hungry. He told her to grab whatever. I waited, not because I was unsure of what to do, but because I wanted to feel this. I wanted to sit in this moment and let it sear into my memory. This was the moment I stopped pretending. The moment I stopped giving second chances. The moment I stopped being the responsible brother and started being done. But of course, the drama didn't end there. Later that night, he left. Not before raiding my fridge, borrowing one of my hoodies without asking, again, and giving me a half-hearted slap on the shoulder like we were best buds. You're too uptight, man, he said on his way out. Gotta learn to roll with it. He didn't say thanks. Didn't offer to clean the car. Didn't apologize for the scuff on the bumper or the empty gas tank or the 500 kilometers he'd racked up. Just vanished again into the night like nothing mattered. The next morning, I went out to the driveway and looked inside the car. It reeked of smoke. Not cigarettes, weed. There were ashes in the cup holder, greasy wrappers stuffed into the door, and, I'm not even kidding, a bra stuffed under the passenger seat. My car had been turned into some kind of party van, and he'd laughed in my face about it. I spent hours cleaning it, scrubbing out the seats, spraying every surface with disinfectant, running it through the car wash twice just to get rid of the smell. And the whole time, all I could think about was how easy it had been for him. How he just did what he wanted and left the mess for someone else to clean up. Me. Always me. By the time I was finished, I had blisters on my hands from scrubbing. My neck was sunburned, and I was boiling with something deeper than anger, resentment. Not just for Kyle, but for the way everyone in our family seemed to orbit around him like he was the sun. I tried talking to my parents that afternoon. I called Mom first. Hey, I said, just wanted to let you know that Kyle took my car for 3 days without asking, didn't answer my calls, and trashed it. She sighed, not out of shock, but like she was already tired of the topic. Oh, Dean, I'm sure it wasn't that bad. I spent the whole morning cleaning smoke and food out of it. It smelled like a nightclub. He didn't even apologize. Well, she said, in that voice parents use when they're gently blaming you. You did lend it to him, didn't you? Maybe next time you should set clearer boundaries. Clearer boundaries. Like saying, have it back by midnight, wasn't clear enough. Like texting and calling repeatedly didn't count as trying to hold him accountable. I did, I said. He ignored them. Well, you know how your brother is, she replied softly. He's always been a free spirit. He just needs time to grow up. He's 31. She went quiet for a moment. Just try not to make it a thing, Dean. Families argue. It's normal. But don't hold a grudge. You'll regret it later. Hold a grudge. That phrase made my blood boil. Because for some reason, Kyle's behavior was never the problem. It was always how I reacted to it that got criticized. That had been the pattern my whole life. He stole from me. Don't hold a grudge. He ruined my birthday party in high school by getting drunk and throwing up in the living room. Let it go, he didn't mean to. He bailed on helping me move apartments last year after promising twice. He's going through a lot right now. There was always an excuse. And I was expected to be the mature one, the understanding one, the calm one. Like being the responsible brother meant I had to absorb every disappointment and still smile at Thanksgiving. But I was done. I didn't answer any more of my mom's texts that day. I didn't answer when Kyle called me 2 days later to see what the big deal was. I just let it ring out. And I started thinking, really thinking, not about getting even, not yet, but about drawing a line, and what that would actually look like. That weekend, I got invited to dinner at our parents' place. My first instinct was to say no, but part of me wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to walk into that house and observe, like I was studying them all under a microscope. And what I saw was exactly what I expected. Kyle was already there, sitting at the table, laughing with Dad like he was the golden child. He'd shaved, styled his hair, even wore a button-up shirt like he was trying to look put together. When I walked in, he flashed that same smirk. "There he is," he said. "Mr. Serious." I didn't reply, just sat down. Dinner was some kind of roast, with potatoes and that weird green bean thing Mom always makes. Conversation floated around the table like it always did. Work talk, gossip about cousins I barely knew, Dad complaining about gas prices. And then, somewhere between salad and dessert, Kyle dropped the line that broke me. "You know," he said casually, sipping his wine, "I've been thinking about trading up for a new car. That Civic handle's nice, but I need something flashier. I mean, if Dean can afford it, why not me?" My fork clinked against the plate. I froze. Dad laughed. "Maybe you should have kept it a few more days. Sounded like you were enjoying the test drive." Kyle winked. I was. Real smooth ride. Mom chuckled too, like it was all some inside joke. And that was it. The moment I knew, truly knew, that they weren't just enabling him. They were entertained by it. They thought I was overreacting, that I was uptight, that he was the fun one, the charming one, the free spirit. And I was the guy who couldn't take a joke. I excused myself from the table, walked into the guest bathroom, locked the door, and stared at myself in the mirror. I didn't go back to our parents' place after that dinner. Not for a while. I let texts pile up, let calls go to voicemail, and ignored every soft invitation from Mom asking if I wanted to swing by for leftovers or help Dad clean out the garage. I wasn't angry anymore. Not in the loud, fist-clenching way I had been before. This was quieter, heavier. I felt like something had been permanently dislodged inside me, like I'd finally accepted that no one was coming to make things fair, and that waiting for them to see my side was a waste of breath. The week after that dinner, I didn't sleep much. Not from stress. At least, not the kind that makes you panic, but from a buzzing energy in my chest. I'd reached my breaking point, and now there was only one way to go: up. But not on their terms. Not by yelling or arguing or playing the good son who keeps the peace. That guy was gone. I started small. On the surface, nothing about my life looked different. Same job, same apartment, same bike rides to work while I quietly saved every dollar I could. But behind the scenes, I was setting things in motion. I took stock of everything I'd let slide, not just with Kyle, but with everyone. The favors I gave freely. The time I let people steal. The way I kept explaining myself like being responsible was a crime I needed to apologize for. I stopped doing that. I unsubscribed from the family group chat. No announcement. Just left. I figured if they noticed, they'd either ignore it or try to guilt trip me back in. Either way, I didn't care. I blocked Kyle's number. That part felt good. Like cutting a cord I didn't realize was still wrapped around my ankle. No more. "Yo bro, can I crash at yours? Or can you spot me for gas? Or, God forbid. Just for a few hours, I swear." Then I went a step further. I checked my insurance. Removed Kyle as an authorized driver. Changed my locks. I started treating my own life like a territory I had to defend. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't need to. I was done playing defense. The loneliness hit me about 2 weeks in. It always does, when you start pulling away from a system you've been tangled in for years. Not having Kyle around, not hearing from my parents, left this weird empty space where noise used to be. But it wasn't a bad silence. It was clean, like walking through a freshly snowed street. For once, I didn't have to look over my shoulder, waiting for someone to come crashing and asking for something. At work, I threw myself into projects I'd been avoiding. I took extra shifts, volunteered to lead a product presentation I normally would have shied away from. I stopped brushing off compliments. When my manager told me I had leadership potential, I didn't laugh it off or change the subject. I said, "Thanks. I've been thinking about stepping up." I could feel the change. Like I was shedding a second skin I didn't realize I'd been wearing. Around that same time, I found this old sketchbook under my bed, something from college, when I used to draw all the time. I flipped through it, half expecting to cringe, but instead I felt this weird ache. I remembered staying up late, covered in charcoal dust, dreaming of being an illustrator or working in design. Somewhere along the way, life got practical. Drawing didn't pay the bills. I shoved it aside and forgot it was ever part of me. But now that I had the quiet, the distance, I picked up a pencil again. Started sketching at night. Nothing serious at first. Just lines. Faces. The shape of my car, funny enough, the one Kyle had trashed. But instead of drawing it broken, I drew it clean, shiny, like new. Then I started sketching scenes, little comics. A brother who keeps stealing things, and another who keeps letting him, until he doesn't. I didn't realize I was making something until I was halfway through the 3rd page. By the end of that month, I had the bones of a full graphic short story. It wasn't perfect, but it was mine, and it felt real, like I was building something out of the mess. Around that time, I finally heard from Mom again, a voice message this time. Her tone was soft, trying to be neutral. "Hey, sweetheart. Just checking in. Haven't heard from you in a bit. Hope everything's okay. Kyle said he hasn't been able to reach you. Anyway, Dad and I are a little worried. Let us know you're all right." I played the message twice. Not because I was tempted to reply. I wasn't. But because I wanted to study the words. Not once did she say sorry about the dinner. Not once did she ask what happened from my side. Just the usual. Concern, but only if I was quiet and didn't rock the boat. I didn't respond. Instead, I booked a weekend trip. First time in years I did something just for me. Just 2 days away, out of the city, no itinerary. I brought my sketchbook, sat by the lake, thought about who I wanted to be, now that I wasn't dragging Kyle's dead weight behind me like an anchor. That's when it hit me. I didn't want to go back to who I used to be. I wanted to become someone new, someone sharper, someone who didn't apologize for taking up space. When I got back, I started selling some old things online. Stuff I didn't use anymore. Tech, clothes, even a couple of guitars I hadn't touched in years. With the cash, I bought myself a new drawing tablet. Not the top-tier model, but good enough to start freelancing. I watched videos, took a few online courses, and slowly, I started getting the hang of digital design. I didn't quit my job or make some big announcement, but I started putting feelers out. Built a small online portfolio. Got a couple of logo commissions. A t-shirt design gig. One of my coworkers hired me to do a pet portrait for their girlfriend's birthday. It wasn't much, but it reminded me that I could create. That I had something Kyle couldn't take, borrow, or break. And with every tiny win, my spine straightened a little more. A few months passed. My parents stopped calling as often. The guilt messages got more spaced out. I could see the pattern. They thought if they gave me time, I'd eventually get over it and come back. That was their rhythm. Pretend nothing happened, wait it out, move on without ever addressing the real issue. But I wasn't on their timeline anymore. Then came the unexpected twist. I was at work one afternoon when I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Normally, I'd ignore it, but something told me to pick up. "Hi, is this Dean?" a woman asked. "Yeah, who's this?" "This is Lily. I don't know if you remember me. I was with Kyle. That weekend. With your car." I froze. My fingers went still on the keyboard. I just wanted to say, "I'm really sorry about that. I didn't know the car wasn't his. He told me it was his. And I saw some of the stuff he said about you. I don't know. I thought you should know." There was silence on the line, like she was waiting for me to say something. But I was too stunned. "I broke up with him," she said quickly. "Not just because of the car. He's not who he pretends to be. But I guess you already knew that." I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. "Thanks for telling me. He's been talking a lot about needing money lately," she added. "Said something about trying to sell some stuff of yours. I didn't really get the details, but just be careful, okay?" I thanked her again and hung up. Sell something of mine. I checked my apartment that night. Everything looked normal. My sketchbook was safe. My tablet untouched. But the seed had been planted. Kyle wasn't done. He never was. And if he couldn't charm me anymore, he'd try something else. I didn't panic. I planned. I didn't sleep the night after Lily called. Not because I was afraid, not exactly, but because my mind wouldn't stop turning. The idea that Kyle might be planning to sell something of mine wasn't just a red flag. It was a flare shot into the sky. He'd already crossed so many lines that I'd stopped counting, but this felt different. This wasn't just disrespect. This was calculated, desperate, and desperate people make mistakes. He didn't know I'd changed the locks. He didn't know I'd taken him off the car insurance. He didn't know I had started documenting everything, quietly, methodically, like a detective building a case. For the first time in my life, I had an advantage over him. I had distance. I had proof. And I had clarity. That night, I pulled out an old notebook and started writing. Not drawing, writing. Every incident I could remember. Every time he borrowed something and lost it. Every favor that ended in a mess I had to clean up. Every time he threw me under the bus to our parents. Every lie. Every guilt trip. Every manipulation. I wrote dates, details, names. I even pulled up old texts, emails, call logs. I wasn't being paranoid. I was building a timeline, a record. Because if Kyle wanted to escalate things, I wasn't just going to defend myself. I was going to make him wish he hadn't. But I couldn't just strike back blindly. I needed to wait. Watch. Let him reveal himself. And while I waited, I got to work. First, I changed my passwords, all of them. Email, bank accounts, cloud storage, even my social media. I added two-factor authentication to everything. Not that I ever gave Kyle my passwords, but I wouldn't put it past him to snoop if he got the chance. I deleted old backup files from shared family computers, scrubbed any documents or tax files that might have had my personal info. Next, I took inventory. Literally. I made a spreadsheet of all the valuables in my apartment: electronics, art supplies, gadgets, furniture. I even took pictures, uploaded them to the cloud, filed a digital copy and a printed one in a lockbox. Because if anything did go missing, I wasn't going to argue about it. I was going to show proof. And then, I made a quiet visit to a lawyer. It wasn't anything dramatic. I didn't storm into a firm demanding justice. I just found a local attorney who specialized in small claims and property disputes. Sat down in a small office that smelled like coffee and old wood and told them my story. Not all of it, just the relevant parts. He's never violent, I said. But he's manipulative. Entitled. Uses people. I just want to be prepared in case he does something that crosses a legal line. The lawyer nodded, taking notes. She didn't look surprised. Said she'd heard similar things before. Family members who took advantage of the quiet one. The responsible one. By the time I left, I had information. Options. A few documents I could sign and file, if I ever needed to send a cease and desist or file a theft report that actually stuck. I left that office feeling lighter. Not because I had struck back, but because I was ready. And then, Kyle gave me exactly what I needed. It started with a mutual friend, Jordan. He and I weren't super close, but we'd hung out in the same circles back in high school, and we'd occasionally bumped into each other since. He DM'd me out of the blue one Thursday. Yo man, random Q. Did you sell your old PS5? Just saw a listing from Kyle. Said it was yours, but that you didn't want it anymore. My chest went cold. I still had that PS5. It wasn't even old. I barely had time to use it between work and freelancing. It was sitting on my entertainment stand, hooked up, functional. Wait, I messaged back. He listed it online? Where? Jordan sent me the screenshot. Facebook Marketplace. Blurry photos, clearly taken in my apartment, on my rug, with a caption that read, "Selling my brother's PS5, barely used." He said I could keep the cash if I sold it. My name wasn't listed, but anyone who knew both of us could piece it together. I didn't message Kyle. I didn't rant in the group chat. I didn't even call my parents. Instead, I opened Facebook, made a burner account, and messaged him as a potential buyer. Hey, is this still available? Kyle responded within 10 minutes. Yep, brand new basically. $350 if you pick up. Sweet. Can I see more photos? He sent 2 more. One was a close-up. In the background, I spotted a sketchbook, my sketchbook, on the coffee table. My jaw clenched. But I wasn't surprised. This was Kyle's way. Act like everything belonged to him. Sell it when no one's looking. Tell a story that makes him sound generous or misunderstood. What he didn't know was that I had already laid the trap. I contacted the lawyer again. Showed her the screenshots, the photos, the messages. She helped me draft a formal notice. Not a lawsuit. Not yet. But a legally worded document informing him that any attempt to sell or claim ownership of my property would be met with immediate legal action. And then, I waited again. Because I needed more. Kyle wasn't just going to walk away with a slap on the wrist. I needed him to expose himself in a way no one could ignore. And so, I made a plan. I called Jordan and asked him for a favor. Would you be willing, I said slowly, to pretend to buy the PS5? He hesitated. You want me to actually go through with it? No, I said. I just want to meet him in person. I want him to say out loud that it's his to sell. If he does that, and I have someone else there to confirm it, someone neutral, it's all I need. Jordan agreed. He wasn't a fan of Kyle either. Said he always thought the guy was shady. We set up a meeting for Saturday afternoon. A park near my apartment. Public. Open. Jordan would buy the PS5, Kyle would hand it over, and I'd be watching from a distance. Recording. But just in case Kyle backed out, I had a backup plan too. I made a second burner account. Messaged him from that one too. Hey, I'll give you 400 for the PS5 if you can meet today. Kyle bit immediately. Greed always was his weak spot. He set the second meeting for an hour before Jordan's. And I was ready. On the day of the meetup, I waited in my car across the street, camera already rolling. Kyle showed up 5 minutes early. Of course he did. I watched him pace the sidewalk, holding a duffel bag, probably with my console inside. I stayed hidden. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. The burner account didn't show up because it was me. After 15 minutes, Kyle started texting angrily. You serious? Bro, I came all this way. Answer me or I'm leaving. Then, right on cue, Jordan arrived. He walked up casually, shook Kyle's hand, and asked, "This the one from the photos?" Kyle unzipped the bag, pulled out the console, and said the words I needed to hear. Yeah, my brother barely used it. Told me I could get rid of it. He's chill about that stuff. I had it on video. Clear audio. Everything. Jordan nodded, made some polite excuses about needing to check the cache, and walked away with a thumbs up behind his back. I waited 5 minutes, then drove off before Kyle could notice me. That night, I sent the footage to my lawyer. She called the next day. This is more than enough, she said. You've got him. Want to press charges? Not yet. Not until I made one more move. I hadn't stepped into my parents' house in nearly 4 months. Not since that roast dinner. Not since Kyle smirked across the table and joked about trading up while they all laughed like I was the uptight killjoy in some family sitcom. But this time, I didn't feel nervous, or bitter, or even sad. I felt calm. I parked my car 2 blocks away. Not because I had to, but because I didn't want Kyle seeing me arrive. I knew he'd be there. It was Sunday. Our parents always had him over for lunch, like clockwork. No matter what drama he stirred up, they never failed to feed him, to baby him, to reward the chaos with casseroles and sympathy. I knocked on the front door, and Mom answered, startled. Dean, she blinked like I was a ghost. You didn't say you were coming. I didn't think I had to, I said simply. Family's always welcome, right? She stepped aside, flustered. Of course, of course. Come in. I could smell pot roast. I could hear the murmur of the TV in the living room. And then his voice. Kyle. Yo, Ma. Who was at the door? And there he was, sprawled across the couch like he owned the place, soda in one hand, wearing my old hoodie, the one he borrowed months ago and never gave back. His face shifted when he saw me. Surprise, then wariness, then arrogance. Well, he said, grinning. Look who crawled out of his cave. I didn't answer him. I just looked at Dad, sitting in his usual recliner. I need 10 minutes, I said. Then I'll leave. What's this about? Dad asked, frowning. You'll see. I pulled out the manila envelope from my coat pocket and set it on the coffee table. I want to show you something. Kyle scoffed. Is this a presentation now? I opened the envelope and pulled out the printed photos. High-resolution stills from the video I'd recorded at the park. Kyle, handing over my PS5 to Jordan. His face. His hands. My console. I laid them out like cards. What's this? Dad asked again, sitting forward. Mom was already shaking her head. Dean, what are you doing? I'm showing you proof, I said, of what he's been doing behind your backs. I placed the next sheet down, a printout of the Facebook Marketplace listing. The caption, the blurred rug in the background. And beside that, the transcript of the messages Kyle had sent to both of my burner accounts. I set him up, I said calmly. He thought he was selling my PS5 to a stranger. That stranger was Jordan. And this, I tapped the photo, is him lying. On camera. Telling someone I said he could sell my stuff. The silence was sharp. Mom opened her mouth, then closed it. Kyle laughed, too loudly, too quickly. You seriously went full detective on me, he scoffed. You're insane. I didn't flinch. No, I'm done. I pulled out the last piece, the cease and desist notice drafted by my lawyer. I placed it gently on the table, right in front of him. This is official, I said. If you so much as try to access my apartment, touch my car, use my name, or claim anything of mine as yours again, I will file criminal charges. I have everything documented. Every time you stole. Every time you lied. Every time you scammed someone using my stuff. He sat back, blinking. The color drained from his face. Dad stared at the papers like they were written in another language. Dean, this is your brother. I turned to him. And for years, you've treated me like the problem. Like being angry made me the bad guy. Like setting boundaries was ungrateful. You've covered for him so many times you don't even see it anymore. But I do. Mom tried to interrupt. Honey, please. This isn't necessary. No, I said louder now. It is. Because you never believed me. You brushed it off. Every time. You made excuses for him and told me to let it go. You watched him take and take and take. From me, from other people, and you enabled it. You didn't protect your sons. You protected your peace. And that's not love. That's neglect. Mom's face fell. Dad looked stunned. Kyle stood up, red creeping into his neck. You think you're better than me? No, I said, stepping closer. I know I am. Because I built my life from the ground up while you burned bridges and borrowed time. I worked for everything. You schemed. You stole. And when you finally got caught, all you could do was insult me. His jaw clenched. You can't prove I sold anything. I don't have to, I said coolly. I just have to prove intent. Which I've done. Twice. And the moment you deny it, I'll press charges. You'll have a record. You'll lose your leverage with everyone who still pities you. You'll be exposed. The room was silent again. No one moved. Then Dad spoke, his voice low. Is this true? He asked Kyle. Did you really try to sell his stuff? Kyle didn't answer. That was all Dad needed. Mom stood up, shaky. Maybe we should all take a breath. Talk this out. No, I said. I'm not here to talk. I'm here to set the terms. I'm done being part of a system that rewards whoever shouts the loudest or lies the smoothest. I'm not coming to holidays. I'm not joining family calls. I'm not playing the role of the good son who just deals with it. Mom reached for me, but I stepped back. I'm not cutting you out, I said softly. I'm just walking away from this. Until you see it for what it is. I turned to Kyle one last time. You had your chances. You turned them into jokes. This is your last one. He didn't speak. Didn't move. Didn't even blink as I picked up the envelope and walked out the door. I expected to feel heavy, angry, sad, but I didn't. I walked to my car, my clean, fixed-up, mine car, and sat behind the wheel, heart steady. And then, a week later, the final blow came. Not from me, but from life. Jordan called me again. Dude, he said, you're not going to believe this. Kyle had tried to sell someone else's iPhone. Claimed it was his. Turned out, it wasn't. The buyer was undercover. An actual sting. He was arrested. Charged with attempted fraud and possession of stolen property. I didn't celebrate. I didn't gloat. I didn't even tell my parents. They already knew. I could tell by the silence. The kind of silence that comes when your worldview shatters and you have no choice but to sit in the ruins. A few weeks later, I got a letter in the mail. From Kyle. 1 page. Handwritten. No apology. No ownership. Just a rambling, self-pitying explanation about how he didn't mean for it to go this far. I didn't respond. Instead, I went back to my drawing tablet, opened a blank canvas, and started the final panel of my comic. A man standing on the edge of a cliff, letting go of a rope tied to a sinking ship. No shouting. No explosion. Just peace. Because sometimes, the best revenge isn't loud. It's living a life no one can steal. And never looking back. My parents disowned me for choosing my partner over them. Now, they're asking me to forgive them and come back. But after everything they said and did, I'm not sure if I can let them back into my life. Especially when they seem to think it's all my fault. Hey Reddit, I never thought I'd be posting something like this, but here I am. I'm a 28-year-old woman, and I've been dealing with some pretty messed up family drama over the last few years. I've been reluctant to talk about it because, well, family drama is just that, messy. But the way things have unfolded recently, I feel like I need to get this off my chest and hear some outside perspectives. So, here's the deal. About 2 years ago, I fell in love with someone. His name is Aaron, and to be honest, we've had our ups and downs, but he's always been good to me. The problem? My family hates him. I mean, absolutely despises him. To this day, I don't fully understand why, but it started with small jabs that escalated quickly into full-blown insults. Now, I've always been the kind of person who values family. I'm close to my parents and my older brother, Greg. They've been my support system for as long as I can remember. So when Aaron came into the picture, I honestly thought it'd be no big deal. I assumed they'd warm up to him, like they had with past boyfriends. But no, it was like a switch flipped. At first, it was little things. My mom would make comments like, "Oh, Aaron's a bit too rough around the edges for me." Or, "I don't know if I trust him around you." But it wasn't just that. My dad started making snide remarks, too. Stuff like, I hope you don't let him take advantage of you. It hurt, but I chalked it up to normal parental concern. Parents want the best for their kids, right? I figured they'd come around. But then, things took a turn. A few months in, my parents started refusing to invite Aaron to family gatherings. They'd say things like, he's just not our type of person, or he doesn't fit in with our family. I tried to brush it off, but with each passing week, it became clear they weren't even trying to hide how much they disliked him. My mom started calling him names behind his back, and my dad would make passive-aggressive remarks whenever his name came up. It was one thing when they didn't want to hang out with him. I could deal with that. But what really broke me was when they flat out told me that I had to choose between them and Aaron. They said it was unhealthy for me to be with someone they didn't approve of. My mom cried and said she just wanted me to have a good life. My dad started lecturing me about respecting the family and how my relationship with Aaron was tearing us apart. That was the moment everything changed. I told them I loved Aaron and that no matter what, I wasn't going to choose between him and them. I knew it was a risk, but I honestly believed they would eventually get over it. I figured, hey, they might be upset for a while, but we'd work through it. It was my life, right? I was an adult, and I was capable of making my own decisions. But no, they were furious. And I mean, furious. My mom started calling me selfish, and my dad told me I was making a huge mistake. My brother, Greg, who I thought I could rely on, sided with them. He told me I was being unreasonable, that Aaron was bad news, and that I should stop being so stubborn. For months, things were strained. I tried to make peace, tried to show them I could balance my relationship with them, but it was never good enough. Every time Aaron and I showed up at family events, there was tension, and eventually, it got to the point where my parents told me I was no longer welcome in their house unless I broke up with him. They made it clear that if I chose Aaron, they would cut me off completely. I didn't know what to do. I really didn't. To make a long story short, I chose Aaron. We moved in together, and for a while, I thought that was the end of the story. I loved Aaron, and I honestly believed that if my parents really loved me, they'd eventually come around. But the months turned into years, and nothing changed. I missed them, but I wasn't going to let anyone dictate my happiness. Then, about 6 months ago, I got a message from my mom. It was the first contact we'd had in ages, and I'll be honest, I was shocked to hear from her. She apologized for how things went down. She said she was sorry for pushing me away and that she didn't realize how much damage they had caused. She said that they missed me, that they were ready to accept Aaron, and they wanted me back in their lives. At first, I was hesitant, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized how much I missed my family. I started considering it. Could I forgive them? Could I let them back in after everything that happened? But then I got a second message from my dad. And this is where things get complicated. In his message, he didn't apologize. He didn't acknowledge how hurtful they had been. Instead, he blamed me for the whole situation. He said that it was my fault, things got so out of hand, and that I was being dramatic for holding a grudge. He told me that they were willing to accept Aaron, but it was clear that it was me who needed to fix everything. And that's when I started to feel, I don't know, a little cold toward the idea of reconciliation. After my dad's message, I was stuck. I spent days, maybe weeks, just turning everything over in my head. I was so confused. I wanted my family back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were trying to minimize their actions. And the worst part? The part that really bothered me was how they still seemed to think that it was all my fault. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like they didn't really get it. I didn't want to just give in, but I also didn't want to cut them out of my life for good. I mean, they're my parents, right? I love them, despite everything. The thought of completely cutting ties felt impossible. It felt like betraying everything I had known. So, I did what I do when I'm stuck. I reached out to Greg. I figured maybe he could be the mediator. Maybe, just maybe, he could help my parents understand how hurt I was, how deeply this all cut. I didn't want to confront them directly yet. I wanted to feel out the situation first. Maybe Greg, being my brother, could offer me a different perspective. That didn't go well. I called Greg, and I could hear in his voice almost immediately that he was defensive. He asked why I was even talking about it again, why I wasn't just letting things go. I told him that I was really struggling with their apology, especially since it didn't feel like they took any responsibility for their actions. I told him that I didn't just feel abandoned. I felt disrespected. My relationship with Aaron wasn't just a disagreement. It was something they tried to control, something they tried to shame me for. And now they were pretending that none of that happened? Greg told me I was being dramatic again. He said it was a minor issue blown out of proportion, and that I was acting like I had no part in how things went down. I just needed to forgive and forget if I ever wanted to have a relationship with them again. I was furious, honestly. How was I supposed to move past this if no one could see my side? How was I supposed to be the one who fixed everything when they had completely destroyed the foundation of trust we once had? I felt like they were trying to turn everything around and make me the problem. The conversation ended with him telling me that if I didn't fix things, then it was really my fault if I lost the family for good. That's when I realized something I hadn't wanted to admit to myself. Greg wasn't on my side. I thought he would be the one to understand, the one to back me up, but instead, he was just as invested in keeping the peace at any cost, regardless of how much I had been hurt. So, after that, I did something I hadn't done in a long time. I avoided my family. I stopped replying to their messages. I didn't answer my mom's calls. I needed time to think, to breathe, and to sort through all these emotions that I wasn't ready to confront head-on. I didn't want to keep going in circles with them, not when it felt like they weren't acknowledging how badly they had hurt me. Aaron, on the other hand, was supportive like he always is. He didn't tell me what to do, but he was there for me when I needed to vent. He reminded me that I wasn't alone and that no matter what happened with my family, he had my back. One evening, after about a month of radio silence, I finally gathered the courage to respond to my mom's texts. She had sent a series of long, emotional messages, each one getting more desperate, talking about how much they missed me, how much they regretted pushing me away, how they needed me back in their lives. But still, no acknowledgement of the harm they caused, no understanding of how betrayed I felt. It was like I was supposed to just forget it all because they were sorry. I wrote back, but I was careful with my words. I told her that while I appreciated the apology, I still felt deeply hurt by everything that had happened. I told her I needed more than just words. I needed to see change. I needed to know that they understood how their actions had affected me. I don't know why I thought she'd respond differently this time. But, of course, she didn't. Instead, she replied with a message that almost made me sick. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't a step toward reconciliation. It was just another message telling me that they were done with trying. She said, "If you want to keep holding on to grudges, that's your choice. But just know that we can't keep begging you to come back. We've done enough. It's time for you to decide if you want us in your life or not." That hit me harder than anything. It was like, after everything, after all the pain and all the things they said, I was the one holding a grudge. They were giving up on me because they couldn't handle the consequences of their actions. And that's when I realized something I hadn't let myself believe before. They weren't going to change. Not really. They were only asking for forgiveness because they wanted things to go back to the way they were, but they weren't willing to take responsibility for how badly they had hurt me. I think that's when I stopped trying to make things work. I realized that I didn't owe them my forgiveness just because they were my parents. That was a tough pill to swallow, but I knew it was the right choice. So, after my mom's last message, I stopped reaching out. I didn't block them or anything, but I also didn't chase them down for a real conversation. I told myself that if they wanted to make things right, they knew where to find me. And for a long time, I heard nothing. No calls, no texts, no surprise visits. Just silence. At first, it hurt. I kept thinking, so that's it. That's how much I mattered to them? But after a while, I started adjusting to life without them. I focused on my relationship with Aaron, on building something stable for myself. It was weird at first, going through holidays without my family, not having my dad's usual lectures about life, or my mom's overbearing but familiar presence. But over time, the ache dulled. Then, just recently, out of nowhere, Greg texted me. "Hey, Mom and Dad want to talk. Can we meet up?" It caught me off guard. After 2 years of silence, now they wanted to talk? What had changed? What did they want from me? I stared at the message for a long time. My instinct was to ignore it, but a small part of me, the part that still wanted to believe my parents could change, told me to at least hear them out. So I agreed. I told Greg I'd meet him at a cafe, just the two of us. I wanted to know what I was walking into before facing them again. When I showed up, Greg was already there, stirring his coffee like he had something to say but didn't know how to start. I sat down across from him, arms crossed. "All right, what's this about?" He sighed. "They miss you. They want to fix things." I let out a short laugh. "After 2 years? Now they care." "They always cared," he insisted, but there was something hesitant in his voice. "They just didn't know how to reach out." "You didn't make it easy." I shook my head. "Greg, I was the one waiting for an apology." I told them exactly what hurt me, and their response was basically, "Get over it." How was that my fault? He didn't have an answer to that. Instead, he leaned back, rubbing his face. "Look, I'm not saying they handled things right. I'm just saying they want you back in their lives. But they're not going to beg. If you want things to get better, you have to meet them halfway." That phrase, "meet them halfway," made something snap inside me. "Halfway," I repeated, my voice tight. "You mean halfway between them disowning me and me trying to keep my dignity?" Because from where I'm sitting, I didn't walk away. They did. And now, 2 years later, they want to pretend like none of it happened. Greg shifted uncomfortably. "It's not that simple." "It is that simple," I shot back. "If they wanted to fix things, they could have reached out at any point in the last 2 years. Instead, they waited until they needed something." His face went pale for a second. That's when I knew I had hit on something real. I leaned forward. "What do they want, Greg?" He hesitated too long before answering. "It's complicated." I stared at Greg, waiting. He wouldn't look at me, stirring his coffee like it suddenly held the secrets of the universe. But I wasn't letting this go. "What do they want?" I asked again, my voice sharper this time. Greg sighed, setting his spoon down. "Dad's business isn't doing well," he admitted, finally looking up at me. "They're struggling. Big clients are pulling out, and they need money to keep things running." I sat back, letting that sink in. 2 years. 2 years of silence. 2 years of choosing to cut me out over something as simple as me choosing my own life. And now, suddenly, they wanted to fix things not because they realized they were wrong, not because they regretted what they had done, but because they needed something. I almost laughed. Almost. "So let me get this straight," I said slowly. "They disowned me. Said I was selfish. Said I didn't deserve to be part of the family. But now that their business is failing, they want me back. Because they think I'm, what? A safety net? A bank." Greg flinched. "It's not like that. It's exactly like that." I couldn't stop the bitter smile that crept up. This wasn't an apology. This wasn't even an attempt at one. It was a desperate attempt to manipulate me back into their control, just so they could use me. "They think you'll understand," Greg said, his voice softer now. "That you'll help because it's family." I laughed, shaking my head. Did they think of me as family when they cut me off? When they called me a disgrace? When they told me I wasn't welcome in their home anymore? When they spent 2 years pretending I didn't exist? Greg had no answer to that. I stood up. "Tell them this," I said, grabbing my bag. "Tell them I don't owe them anything. Tell them I built my life without them, and I don't need them anymore. Just like they didn't need me when they threw me away." Greg's face tightened, like he wanted to argue, but I didn't give him the chance. I turned to leave, but then I paused. "Oh, and one more thing," I said over my shoulder. "I forgive them." Greg blinked in surprise. "But forgiving them doesn't mean I have to let them back into my life," I continued. "I'm done trying to earn their love. If they ever actually realize what they did and can admit it, maybe. But until then, they're nothing to me." And with that, I walked out, leaving Greg and my so-called family behind. It's been a few weeks since that conversation with Greg, and honestly, I feel lighter than I have in years. Cutting them off for good wasn't easy, but it was the right decision. At first, I expected more attempts to reach out, maybe my mom sending some guilt-tripping texts, or my dad trying to act like the victim. But no, nothing. Just silence again, which, if anything, just proves what I already knew. If they really cared about me, they would have kept trying. But since I wasn't useful to them, they didn't see a point. Greg tried once more to get me to reconsider. He sent me a long message saying that I was being too harsh and that I was acting out of spite. But I don't think standing up for myself is spiteful. I think for the first time in my life, I finally set a boundary they couldn't push. And instead of apologizing, they just backed away. As for Aaron, he's been amazing through all of this. He told me how proud he is of me for standing my ground. He never once tried to influence my decision, but he made sure I knew that no matter what, he was in my corner. I know now that I made the right choice choosing him over their toxic control. So, Reddit, what do you think? Was I too harsh? Should I have given them a chance, or was I right to walk away? I don't feel guilty, but a small part of me still wonders if I should. What would you have done in my place? If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more. What do you think? Were they right to cut off their toxic family, or should they have given them another chance? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. 7 years is a long time to pretend you do not notice patterns. Long enough that silence starts to feel like a habit instead of a wound. I am Vincent. I am 34 years old, and for most of my adult life I told myself I was imagining things. That the missed invites were coincidences. That the quiet group chats were just people being busy. That the holidays I spent alone were accidents, not decisions. It is amazing how patient you can be when the alternative is admitting your own family has learned how to live without you. The first time it happened, I barely registered it as a slight. I found out about a Christmas trip through a photo someone accidentally posted online. Snowy mountains, matching sweaters, my parents in the center of the picture, my sister and her husband on either side, all of them smiling like they were in a holiday commercial. I remember staring at my phone and thinking maybe it was a last-minute thing. Maybe they assumed I was working. I did not ask. I just sent my mom a looks like fun text with a smiley face and spent Christmas Day reheating leftovers and watching whatever was on TV. It hurt, but not enough for me to call it what it was. After that, the pattern settled in quietly. Birthdays passed where I got a short message hours late. Family trips were discussed vaguely, always after they had already happened. There was a group chat that I learned about because my dad referenced something we talked about in the chat, then paused when he realized what he had said. He laughed it off and told me they would add me later. They never did. Every time I noticed, I swallowed it and told myself not to be dramatic. I was the easy one, the low-maintenance one. I did not cause scenes. I did not demand explanations. I told myself that made me mature. My sister, Laura, was always the center of things. She had a way of taking up space without looking like she was trying. If plans were made, they revolved around her schedule. If money was involved, it flowed toward her needs first. I was not treated badly in obvious ways. No one yelled at me or insulted me outright. I was just optional. The kind of family member you assume will understand if they are left out. And because I wanted to believe I understood, I never challenged it. I built a life that did not require them. I focused on work, poured energy into building something stable, something that was mine. I told myself independence was strength, not a defense mechanism. When my parents asked how things were going, I gave them clean, edited answers. I did not tell them about the nights I sat alone scrolling through photos of family dinners I had not been invited to. I did not tell them how strange it felt to realize I knew about their lives mostly through social media. The breaking point did not arrive with a dramatic argument. It arrived quietly, like everything else. It was my birthday, my 34th, and I had taken the day off work for once. I told my parents weeks ahead of time, half hoping they would suggest doing something together. On the day itself, I got a short call from my mom while she was in the car. She wished me a happy birthday, asked how work was going, then mentioned they were heading out to dinner with Laura and her husband. She said it casually, like it was a detail that did not matter. I hung up and sat there for a long time, realizing no one had even considered inviting me, not even as an afterthought. That was the moment something shifted. Not into anger yet, More like clarity. I stopped asking why and started accepting what was. I was not part of the default picture. If I wanted connection, I would always be the one reaching. If I wanted inclusion, I would always be the one reminding them I existed. And I was tired of auditioning for a role that should have been mine by default. About a year later, an opportunity came up that felt almost symbolic. A private villa, tucked away just far enough from everything to feel like an escape. It was not flashy, but it was beautiful in a quiet, intentional way. I bought it without telling anyone. Not because I wanted to hide it, but because I wanted something that existed without their expectations attached to it. I told myself it was just an investment, a place to unwind. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. It was proof that I could create something meaningful without waiting for permission. I planned a celebration there. Nothing loud, just a small gathering of people who had shown up for me consistently over the years. Friends who remembered my birthday without reminders. Colleagues who checked in when I went quiet. People who did not treat my presence as optional. I did not announce it publicly. I just sent invitations directly to those I wanted there. For the first time in years, I felt excited without feeling anxious about who might be missing. Word got out anyway. It always does. My mom called one afternoon, her tone light, curious. She asked where I was planning to celebrate. Said Laura had mentioned something about a villa. I gave vague answers, careful not to invite or exclude explicitly. There was a pause on the line, the kind that carries unspoken expectations. Then she asked it, almost playfully, like it was a given. So, is there room for us too? I remember looking out the window when she said it, watching people move through their lives without knowing how heavy that simple question felt. 7 years of being quietly left out compressed into a single moment. I did not answer right away. I felt the familiar urge to smooth things over, to make it easy, to avoid discomfort. But underneath that urge was something firmer, something that had been growing quietly the same way the resentment had. I smiled, even though she could not see it, and said evenly, "This one wasn't planned with you in mind." The silence on the other end was immediate and sharp. She did not respond right away. I could almost hear her recalibrating, trying to understand how the script had changed. She finally said my name, slowly, like she was warning me. I told her I had to go and hung up before she could say anything else. My phone started buzzing not long after. Messages, missed calls, a sudden interest in my life that had been absent for years. I did not answer, not because I wanted to punish them, but because I needed to sit with the reality of what I had just done. For the first time, I had not made myself smaller to preserve their comfort. And whatever came next, I knew it would not be quiet anymore. I thought the silence after that call would cool things down. That maybe they would sit with what I said, reflect on the years of distance, and realize why it landed the way it did. That was naive. Silence has never been my family's way of dealing with discomfort. What followed instead was a slow, deliberate tightening, like pressure building behind a wall that had already started to crack. At first it was small. My mom sent a text the next morning that read overly cheerful, full of exclamation points, as if enthusiasm could rewrite the conversation. She said she was confused and hurt, that she did not understand why I would exclude them like that. No mention of the 7 years before. No acknowledgement of the patterns. Just confusion, framed in a way that subtly positioned me as the unreasonable one. I stared at the message for a long time before responding with something neutral. I said I needed space. She replied with a thumbs-up emoji, which somehow felt colder than anger. Then my dad called. He always took longer to step in, like he preferred to let emotions settle before applying pressure. His voice was calm, measured, the same tone he used when he was about to explain why something was my responsibility, whether I liked it or not. He told me families do not keep score. He said I was reading too much into things. He reminded me that Laura had a busy life, that my parents were not getting any younger, that time together mattered. Not once did he ask how I felt. He spoke as if the issue was a logistical misunderstanding, not years of being quietly erased. When I pointed that out, gently, he sighed and said, "You know how your sister is. You've always been more independent." That sentence stayed with me. You've always been more independent. It sounded like praise, but it functioned like permission. Permission to overlook me. Permission to assume I did not need what Laura did. Permission to justify the imbalance as a personality trait instead of a choice. Laura, on the other hand, did not bother with subtlety. She sent a long message that started polite and turned sharp halfway through. She said my comment to Mom was unnecessary and dramatic. She said the villa sounded amazing and it was selfish of me not to share it. She reminded me of all the times the family had been there for me, listing vague moments without details, as if repetition could substitute for evidence. When I did not respond right away, she followed up with a voice message. Her tone shifted completely there. She sounded annoyed, almost offended that I had disrupted the hierarchy without warning. "You know this hurts, Mom," she said. "I do not get why you are doing this now. If you had an issue, you could have said something instead of pulling this passive-aggressive move." That was when it clicked. In her version of events, my silence over the years was consent. My patience was agreement. And my first act of boundary setting was framed as an attack. Things escalated quickly after that. Plans started happening again, but now I was included just enough for appearances. A dinner invite here, a short group message there. It felt performative, like they were checking a box rather than rebuilding anything. When I showed up, the dynamic was unchanged. Conversations revolved around Laura. Decisions were made without looking at me. At one dinner, my mom asked Laura where she wanted to go for her next vacation, then turned to me and said, "You probably wouldn't be interested in something like that anyway." She laughed like it was a joke. No one contradicted her. I started noticing things I had trained myself to ignore. How my parents deferred to Laura even on topics that had nothing to do with her. How my accomplishments were acknowledged briefly, then redirected into conversations about how Laura could benefit from something similar. How any time I expressed discomfort, it was reframed as sensitivity. I was not imagining it. I had just been accommodating it. The real breaking point came a few weeks before the villa celebration. My mom asked if we could all sit down and talk things through. She framed it as a chance to clear the air. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Part of me still wanted resolution, still hoped honesty might finally shift something. We met at my parents' house, the same living room where so many quiet disappointments had taken root. The conversation started predictably. My mom talked about how hard the last few years had been for everyone. My dad emphasized family unity. Laura sat with her arms crossed, occasionally nodding, clearly bored. When it was my turn to speak, I explained calmly how being left out had affected me. I gave specific examples. Holidays, trips, the group chat. I kept my voice steady. I did not accuse. I just described. My mom frowned and said she did not remember it that way. My dad said intentions mattered more than perception. Laura finally jumped in and said something that made the room go quiet. "You always make yourself the victim," she said. "You act like we owe you constant attention just because you're family. You've always been distant. You chose this." It felt like a door closing. I looked at my parents, waiting for them to challenge her, to at least acknowledge that what she said was unfair. My mom looked uncomfortable, but did not speak. My dad cleared his throat and said Laura was just being honest. He said sometimes the truth hurts. Then came the betrayal. It was not shouted. It was delivered calmly, like a practical update. My mom mentioned, almost casually, that they had decided to help Laura financially again. She said they were planning to co-sign a loan with her for a vacation property she and her husband wanted. She said it was an investment for the family, something we could all enjoy someday. I asked, quietly, why I was hearing about this now. She looked surprised and said she assumed Laura had told me. Laura smiled. Not kindly. She said they did not think it concerned me. She said since I had my villa, I did not need help. She said it made sense to support the child who needed it most. That was it. 7 years of quiet exclusion crystallized into a single moment of clarity. It was not forgetfulness. It was prioritization. They were not unaware. They were intentional. I felt something settle in my chest, heavy but strangely steady. I realized that no matter how clearly I explained myself, no matter how calm or reasonable I was, the outcome would always be the same. Their version of family did not include reciprocity. I stood up. I did not raise my voice. I did not argue. I told them I was leaving. My mom asked me not to go, said we were not finished talking. Laura rolled her eyes. My dad said we would revisit the conversation later. I walked out without responding. For the first time, I did not feel guilty. I felt done. That night, my phone filled with messages again. Some apologetic, some defensive, some accusatory. They asked why I was being so cold. They asked if I really meant what I said about the villa. They asked if this was how I wanted things to be. I did not answer. Instead, I opened the guest list for the celebration and made one small adjustment that would change everything. After I made that adjustment to the guest list, I slept for almost 12 hours straight. Not the kind of sleep where you drift in and out, checking your phone every time it buzzes, but the heavy, dreamless kind that only comes when your body finally believes it is safe to shut down. When I woke up, the first thing I felt was not relief. It was emptiness. A wide, quiet hollow where anger and hope had been trading places for years. That was my fall. Not a dramatic collapse, not a public unraveling. Just the realization that the family I had been quietly holding space for no longer existed in any form that included me. And once that truth settled, everything I had been using to define myself suddenly felt unstable. I had always been the reasonable one, the understanding one, the son who did not demand too much. Without that role, I felt unmoored. The days that followed were strange. I went through my routines on autopilot. Work, gym, groceries, sleep. I stopped checking my phone obsessively, not because the messages stopped, but because something in me had decided I did not need to read them right away anymore. My parents sent long texts that swung between concern and disappointment. My dad asked if we could talk man to man. My mom said she felt like she was losing me and did not know why I was shutting her out. Laura sent nothing for a while, which was almost louder than her earlier anger. I told myself I was fine. I was not. There were nights when the quiet felt suffocating. Nights when I replayed old memories and wondered how many moments I had misread, how many chances I had missed to say something sooner. I questioned whether standing up for myself now just made me stubborn instead of brave. It would have been easy to go back, to apologize for the discomfort I had caused, to accept the familiar role again. Familiar pain has a way of convincing you it is safer than the unknown. Rock bottom came on an ordinary Tuesday. I was cleaning my apartment, sorting through old boxes I had never bothered to unpack after my last move. In one of them, I found a stack of birthday cards from my parents, years worth, each one with similar messages. So proud of you. We know you'll understand. You're so independent. I sat on the floor and laughed quietly, then stopped when I realized I was crying. It hit me then how long I had been translating neglect into praise just to survive it. That night, I did something I had avoided for years. I wrote everything down. Not to send, not to confront, just to see it clearly. Every holiday I spent alone. Every trip I found out about after the fact. Every time Laura's needs came first and mine were assumed non-existent. I did not soften the language. I did not explain it away. I let it be what it was. By the time I finished, my hand hurt and my chest felt lighter. For the first time, the story existed outside my head, where it could not shift and blur to protect anyone else. Rebuilding did not start with grand gestures. It started quietly, almost invisibly. I stopped volunteering information to my family. If they asked how I was, I answered honestly but briefly. I declined invitations that felt obligatory instead of genuine. I stopped rearranging my schedule to accommodate last-minute plans that had clearly been formed without me. Each small decision felt uncomfortable, like using muscles I had never trained before. But with each one, I felt a little more solid. I poured energy into the things that had always steadied me. Work became more than a distraction. It became a place where effort and outcome actually connected. I took on a project I had been hesitant about before, one that required visibility and confidence. I surprised myself by how capable I felt when I was not constantly bracing for dismissal. Outside of work, I leaned into friendships I had kept at arm's length out of habit. I let people show up for me. I learned how strange and grounding it felt to be chosen without having to earn it. The villa became part of that rebuilding too. I started spending weekends there alone, not as an escape, but as a reset. Mornings were quiet. Coffee on the terrace. Long walks with no destination. I brought a notebook and wrote without a goal, just letting thoughts surface and pass. The space did something to me. It reminded me that peace did not have to be negotiated. It could simply exist if I allowed it. My family noticed the change, of course. They commented on it in roundabout ways. My mom said I seemed distant. My dad asked if I was angry. Laura finally resurfaced with a message that felt carefully crafted. She said she missed how things used to be, that she did not like the tension, that family should not feel this divided. There was no apology in her words, but there was an expectation that I would help smooth things over. I read the message once and did not respond. For the first time, I did not feel compelled to manage her emotions. As the date of the celebration approached, the pressure intensified. My parents asked again if they could come, framing it as an opportunity to reconnect. They said it hurt them to be excluded. They said it felt like punishment. I noticed how easily they understood exclusion when they were on the receiving end. I told them I needed time and left it at that. The truth was, I was still deciding what this event meant to me. It was no longer about proving a point. It was about protecting something fragile I had just begun to build. Internally, something fundamental shifted during that time. I stopped seeing myself as the person waiting outside the circle. I started seeing myself as someone with a circle of his own. That distinction mattered more than I expected. It reframed every interaction. When my family reached out, I no longer evaluated their words based on how badly I wanted approval. I evaluated them based on how they aligned with the life I was creating. There were still moments of doubt, moments when guilt crept in, wearing the familiar face of obligation. Moments when I wondered if I was overcorrecting, if I was becoming cold instead of boundaried. But those moments passed more quickly now. I reminded myself that growth often feels like loss before it feels like strength. That grief does not mean you made the wrong choice. It just means something mattered. The night before the celebration, I stood alone in the villa, looking out over the lights below. Everything was ready. The people who were coming had confirmed. Messages of excitement filled my phone. I should have felt triumphant. Instead, I felt calm, grounded. Whatever happened next, I knew I would not disappear into silence again. And somewhere deep down, I knew my family was about to test that resolve in a way they never had before. The morning of the celebration arrived quietly, almost deceptively so. I woke before sunrise, the villa still wrapped in that soft, suspended calm that only exists before people arrive and expectations follow. For a moment, I lay there listening to nothing but the distant sound of the wind moving through trees and tried to name what I was feeling. It was not anger anymore. It was not sadness either. It was focus. That surprised me. For years, any interaction involving my family sent me into a spiral of second-guessing and emotional preparation. This time, there was none of that. I felt alert, present, and strangely steady. I realized then that whatever this next phase was, it was not reactive. It was intentional. The messages started early. My mom sent a good morning text with a heart emoji, followed by a comment about how beautiful the weather looked and how it would have been perfect for all of us. My dad followed an hour later with a practical question about parking near the villa, as if logistics might soften the boundary. Laura said nothing. That silence told me more than any argument ever had. I did not respond to any of them, not out of spite, but because I had already said everything that needed to be said. What came next was not about explaining myself again. It was about letting reality do the talking. I spent the morning making small adjustments, the kind that look ordinary on the surface but carry weight if you understand what they mean. I reviewed the guest list one last time. Every name there belonged because they had earned that place through consistency, respect, and presence. There were people from different chapters of my life, people who had never met but shared one thing in common. They had shown up when it mattered. Seeing their names lined up like that did something to me. It reframed family in a way that felt expansive instead of limiting. I also made sure the logistics were airtight. Transportation arranged. Accommodations clearly assigned. Timelines communicated directly to guests instead of through vague group messages. No room for assumptions. No room for anyone to claim confusion later. That mattered more than I realized at first. Clarity had always been absent in my family dynamic, replaced by implied expectations and unspoken rules. I was done operating in that fog. Around midday, my phone buzzed with a notification I had been half expecting. It was an email from my dad. Long, carefully worded. He said he had been thinking a lot. He said he worried that this celebration was becoming a symbol instead of just an event. He said families should not need invitations to feel included. He ended by asking me to reconsider, before things go too far. I read it twice, slowly. The subtext was familiar. If you do not fix this, you are the one breaking the family. The responsibility, once again, placed neatly in my hands. I closed the email without replying. There was a time when that message would have unraveled me, sent me scrambling to reassure, to explain, to compromise. This time, it felt like confirmation. They still did not see me as someone with boundaries. They saw me as the lever they could pull to restore the old balance. I spent the afternoon walking the grounds with a friend who had arrived early to help. We talked about work, about life, about nothing particularly heavy. At one point, he looked at me and said, You seem different. Lighter. I laughed and told him I felt heavier in some ways, but more solid. Like I finally knew where I stood. Saying it out loud made it real. As evening approached, the villa began to fill with people. Laughter echoed through spaces that had been quiet for too long. Conversations overlapped. Music played softly in the background. I moved through it all with a sense of ownership that had nothing to do with the property itself. This was my environment, my choice, my moment. And no one was questioning why they were there or whether they belonged. That absence of tension was almost disorienting. Then, just as the sun dipped low enough to cast everything in gold, my phone rang. Laura. The timing was too precise to be accidental. I let it ring once, twice, then answered. Her voice was tight, controlled. She asked where I was. I told her I was at the villa. She said Mom was upset. She said Dad was disappointed. She said this had gone far enough and asked if I really planned to go through with this whole thing without them. I told her calmly that the plans were already in motion. She accused me of making a statement at their expense. I told her I was making a choice for myself. That was when she slipped. She said something she probably did not intend to say out loud, something that revealed more than she realized. She said, "You know they've always counted on you being the reasonable one. Why are you changing that now?" I did not answer right away. I let the question hang between us. Then I said, evenly, because being reasonable all the time cost me more than it ever protected. She scoffed and said I was being dramatic again. She said I was throwing away family over pride. I asked her if she could name one time in the last 7 years she had advocated for including me when I was left out. There was a pause. Not a thoughtful one. An irritated one. She said that was not fair. I said that was my point. We ended the call without resolution. I did not feel shaken afterward. I felt clarified. Later that night, after most guests had arrived and the celebration had settled into its rhythm, my mom sent a final message. It was short. We drove out anyway. We just want to talk. I stared at the screen longer than I expected to. Not because I was tempted to invite them in, but because I realized how predictable this escalation was. They had ignored my feelings for years. Now that exclusion applied to them, it became urgent. They were not asking to understand. They were asking to be restored to a position they had taken for granted. I did not respond. Instead, I took a breath and walked back into the villa, into the noise and warmth and presence of people who were there because they wanted to be, not because they assumed they had a right to be. Somewhere inside me, a plan solidified. Not a dramatic confrontation. Not a public humiliation. Just a final, undeniable moment where the roles would be clear and the consequences of 7 years of quiet decisions would finally surface. I knew the next interaction with my family would not be avoidable. They would force it. They always did. And when they did, I would be ready. They did force it. Not with shouting or accusations at first, but with presence. I saw their car pull up at the gate just as the evening was settling into that comfortable hum where conversations deepen and laughter softens. My mom stepped out first, looking around like she was already searching for me. My dad followed, jaw set, posture rigid. Laura came last, phone in hand, expression tight with irritation more than nerves. I felt a flicker of something then, but it was not fear. It was recognition. This was the moment they had trained me for my entire life without realizing it. Years of staying calm. Years of listening more than speaking. Years of absorbing discomfort so others did not have to. All of that discipline finally had a purpose. I walked toward them before anyone else could. I did not want a scene. Not because I was protecting them, but because I was protecting myself and the people who had come to celebrate with me. I met them a few steps away from the main gathering, under the soft lights lining the path. My mom started speaking immediately. She said my name like it was a plea. She said they were worried, that this had gone too far, that people were going to get the wrong idea. My dad said we needed to talk privately. Laura crossed her arms and looked past me toward the villa, clearly offended by how comfortable everyone looked without her. I listened. I let them say what they needed to say. When there was finally a pause, I spoke. I told them calmly that I had already tried talking privately. I reminded them of the conversation at their house, of the examples I gave, of the moment Laura dismissed my feelings and my parents let it stand. I told them tonight was not about punishing anyone. It was about choosing who had access to my life. My mom started crying then. Real tears. She said she never meant to hurt me. She said she did not understand how things got so bad. My dad said intentions mattered. Laura scoffed, and said this was all overblown. That was when I delivered the part one had not shared with anyone yet. The part one had prepared quietly, carefully, without emotion clouding the execution. I told them I had written everything down months ago. Every holiday, every trip, every exclusion. I told them I had also reviewed financial records, messages, timelines. I told them I had noticed patterns not just in attention, but in support. Who got help? Who got assumptions? Who got the benefit of doubt? I said I had stopped pretending it was accidental. Laura laughed and said I sounded paranoid. My dad frowned and asked where this was going. My mom wiped her face and said she did not want to hear accusations. I told them it was not an accusation. It was a boundary. I explained that going forward, my relationship with them would be limited and intentional. That I would no longer show up to be sidelined. That I would no longer fund, support, or emotionally carry situations where I was treated as optional. I told my parents that I was stepping back financially and logistically from anything involving Laura's plans. No more being the quiet backup. No more being the reasonable one who absorbs the cost. Laura's expression changed then. She asked what I meant by financially. I told her I meant exactly what it sounded like. That I was withdrawing from joint obligations I had been quietly covering for years. That I had already taken steps to disentangle myself from arrangements that benefited her without my consent. That the vacation property loan my parents mentioned would move forward without my involvement or endorsement. That anything framed as for the family would no longer include me by default. My dad looked stunned. He asked when I planned to tell them. I said I was telling them now. My mom asked if this was retaliation. I said no. Retaliation is loud. This was correction. Laura accused me of doing this to embarrass them. I gestured around us gently and said I had gone out of my way not to do that. I said I had not told anyone here about our issues. I said the only people who would feel embarrassed were the ones who believed they were entitled to something they no longer had. There was a long silence. Not the kind that invites interruption. The kind that settles. My mom asked, quietly, if there was any way back from this. I looked at her and answered honestly. I said there was a way forward, but not a way back. That the old dynamic was over. That if they wanted a relationship with me, it would have to be built on effort and accountability, not guilt and expectation. I said it would take time and consistency and acceptance that I was no longer the person who would disappear to keep things comfortable. Laura shook her head and said I had changed. I nodded and said she was right. My dad finally spoke, his voice low. He said he did not like being cornered like this. I said I did not like being erased. We stood there, the truth hanging between us, undeniable and unsolvable in the way they wanted. In the end, there was no dramatic exit. No shouting. No collapse. My parents left quietly, my mom looking back once like she wanted to say something else, but did not know what. Laura walked ahead of them, already typing on her phone, already reframing the story in her head. I watched their car disappear down the road and felt something unexpected. Relief. Not joy. Not triumph. Just relief. I went back inside. My friends were laughing. Someone handed me a drink. Someone else pulled me into a conversation about nothing important. The night continued without disruption. The villa felt warmer, fuller, like it was finally being used for what it was meant for. In the weeks that followed, the fallout was exactly what I expected. Messages slowed, then stopped. My parents tried once more to negotiate the terms of access. I held firm. Laura told extended family her version of events. I did not correct it. I did not need to. The people who mattered already knew me. What changed most was not them. It was me. I stopped waiting to be chosen. I stopped explaining myself to people committed to misunderstanding me. I built holidays around joy instead of obligation. I filled my life with people who noticed when I was gone. 7 years of being quietly left out taught me how much silence can cost. One decision taught me how powerful it is to finally speak, not with anger, but with action. And the villa, the celebration, the moment they asked if there was room for them too, was never really about exclusion. It was about ownership of my time, my space, my life. For the first time, I did not feel like the extra chair at the table. I felt like the one who finally decided where the table would be. There's this specific sound I'll never forget, not a scream or a slam, but the sound of forced laughter echoing around a restaurant table, the kind that only hits after a low blow disguised as a joke. It was sharp, shrill, like a fork scraping ceramic. Everyone laughed, except me. I just stared across the table at my sister, trying to understand how she could look so smug after saying what she did. But I'm getting ahead of myself. My name's Bruce. I'm 28. And if you asked my family who this successful one is, they'd almost all point to my older sister, Amanda. She's 33, polished, married to a lawyer, has 2 Instagrammable kids, and lives in a gated neighborhood where even the dogs probably have trust funds. She talks with that rehearsed confidence you usually only hear from reality show judges, like she's the final word on everyone's life. I, on the other hand, took a very different route. Quiet kid, studied computer science, but not at some Ivy League school. I went to a state college, paid my own way with scholarships and part-time coding gigs. I always liked building things, apps, tools, stuff that made life easier. But to Amanda and most of our extended family, anything not involving a high-rise office or a shiny title was just a hobby. That's kind of been the theme of our family dynamic for years. My dad, Paul, just retired after 35 years working in logistics. Hardworking guy, not overly emotional, but always steady. My mom passed away when I was 19, and after that, it felt like Amanda took over the role of organizing the family narrative. If she made a career move, it was broadcasted in the group chat. If I achieved something, it was met with a thumbs-up emoji. Maybe 2, if my aunt was feeling generous. Now, I should probably mention something important. I don't hate Amanda. Or at least, I didn't. Growing up, she was the big sister who always had a plan. She helped me study for algebra. She gave me my first ever CD, some pop-punk band she thought I'd like. But somewhere along the way, that shifted. Maybe it was when I started getting good at things she didn't understand. Or when I stopped asking her for advice. Whatever the reason, her tone changed from supportive to patronizing. Every time we talked, there was this undertone of, I know better, as if my entire adult life was just an awkward phase I'd grow out of when I finally listened to her. I remember one Thanksgiving 2 years ago when she pulled me aside and said, Bruce, you're smart, but you're wasting it on your little projects. You should get a real job before it's too late. She said it with this almost maternal concern, but it felt more like a veiled insult. I nodded and smiled because that's what you do when someone has already decided they're right. But that moment stuck with me, not because of what she said, but because it was the first time I realized Amanda didn't see me as an equal. I was a footnote in her story. Anyway, fast forward to last month. My dad's retirement dinner. It was a Saturday night, and we were all gathered at this upscale steakhouse Amanda picked out. One of those places with leather chairs and dim lighting where the waiters look like they know your credit score. The whole family was there. Amanda and her husband, Greg. Their 2 kids sitting quietly with iPads. My uncle Richard, who kept commenting on how big the portions were. A couple cousins I hadn't seen in years. And me, sitting near the end of the table, a little quieter than usual, but not completely out of place. We'd gone around giving toasts, some funny, some emotional. My dad even smiled a few times, which for him is practically a standing ovation. Then came dessert. And that's when it happened. I was mid-sip of coffee when Amanda turned to me, tilted her head with that mock-curious look she does, and asked, So Bruce, what are you working on now? Still doing those little apps, or? I smiled. I knew this game. Yeah, still working on them, I said, keeping it vague. She grinned and looked around the table like she was setting up a punchline. You know, she said, voice raised just enough for the table to tune in. I've always admired how committed you are. I mean, it takes a lot of guts to keep chasing something even when it doesn't really go anywhere. A few polite chuckles. Then she added, But hey, maybe one day Dad will be proud of you too. That's when it happened. The sound. That forced laughter. Even Greg snorted into his drink. My uncle laughed a little too hard, like he'd been holding it in for years. My stomach clenched, but I didn't say anything. I didn't snap. I didn't even flinch. I just looked at Amanda, then at my dad. He was chuckling too, not in a cruel way, more like he was trying to go along with the moment. But it stung. I reached under the table, pulled out the folder I'd brought with me, plain black, nothing flashy, and gently placed it on the white tablecloth. The laughter started to die down, one person at a time. My dad raised an eyebrow. What's this? He asked. Something I've been working on, I said calmly. Figured now's a good time. He opened it, looked at the first page, read for a few seconds. Then his face changed. Not in a dramatic, movie way. It was subtle. His brows pulled together. His mouth opened slightly. He looked up at me and whispered, "You did what?" The entire table went silent. Amanda's smile froze. I didn't say anything. The silence after Dad read that first page wasn't the kind you get when someone says something awkward. It was deeper, dense, like the whole room had suddenly lost its oxygen. Amanda's fork was frozen halfway to her mouth, her expression unreadable, somewhere between confusion and dawning fear. Greg was the first to speak. "What is it?" he asked, leaning toward my dad, trying to peek. Dad didn't answer immediately. He just kept reading, his eyes moving slowly down the page, then flipping to the next. His mouth opened slightly like he was about to say something again, but instead he looked back at me, still stunned. "You built this?" he finally asked. Quiet, but not doubting. I nodded. "From scratch." That folder held the legal documents for a company I'd been building quietly for the past 3 years. A small, powerful AI-based logistics platform. Kind of poetic, considering the field my dad just retired from. I'd spent every spare moment coding, testing, securing seed investors, negotiating partnerships. And about 2 months prior, it had all paid off. We'd been acquired. For just under $8 million. Not that I cared about the number. What I cared about was what it represented. That all those years of being underestimated, of being the quiet one, of being dismissed with a smile and a pat on the back, had led to something tangible, something real. And in that folder, I'd included the acquisition letter, the transition agreement, and the signed purchase documents, all neatly laid out for my dad to see. He sat back in his chair, hands still on the folder, like it might disappear if he let go. "You didn't tell me," he said, not angry, just surprised. "I wanted to," I said. "But every time we talked, it never felt like it mattered." Amanda let out a short, skeptical laugh. "Come on. Are we really doing this right now? At Dad's retirement dinner? You show up with a folder like it's a spy movie." I turned to her. "I wasn't going to bring it up. Not tonight. But then you said—" I paused, forcing myself to stay calm. "You said I'd never be the one he's proud of." She blinked. "It was a joke, Bruce. You're so sensitive." Greg leaned in, trying to defuse things. "Look, maybe we all just misunderstood the tone. It's been a long day. It's always a joke, isn't it?" I said louder now. "Every time Amanda takes a shot at me, it's just a joke. Every time she questions my work, dismisses my choices, calls them projects like I'm playing with Legos, it's always just a joke. But if I say anything back, suddenly I'm the one being difficult." Amanda rolled her eyes, but I could see the cracks forming. Her confidence had a wobble to it now. "Bruce," she said slowly, "no one's trying to make you feel less than. We're just realistic. You've always been a dreamer. That's not a bad thing. But the rest of us live in the real world." Something in me snapped. "No, Amanda. You live in your world. The one where everything revolves around you. Where you get to control the narrative and anyone who doesn't fit into it becomes a punchline at dinner." I didn't say anything for years. Not when you made fun of me at Mom's funeral because I wore a suit that didn't fit right. Not when you told Dad he should talk me into getting an MBA before it's too late. Not even when you said I was probably still a virgin at 25, at Christmas. Her jaw tightened. The room was dead quiet again. I looked around the table. "But I'm not here to make a scene. I'm here to celebrate Dad. Because unlike you, I didn't need to be the center of attention every 5 minutes." Uncle Richard cleared his throat awkwardly. "So this company thing, that's real." I nodded. "Very real. And starting next quarter, we're opening an office in Chicago. I'm heading it." Amanda scoffed. "That's convenient." "What is?" "That you waited until now to bring it up. Right when Dad's finally retiring and everyone's paying attention to him. You couldn't just let him have his moment." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Let him have his moment? You hijacked this whole dinner before dessert even hit the table. You made his retirement about me the second you turned it into another chance to remind everyone that I'm not enough." Greg looked at Amanda. "You did kind of start it, babe." She glared at him. I turned back to Dad. "You want to know why I didn't tell you sooner? Because I didn't think you'd care." Dad's expression softened. "Bruce, of course I care." "Do you?" I asked, not accusing, just tired. "You've always been proud of Amanda. I get it. She's loud. She's confident. She demands attention. I was never going to compete with that." He frowned. "It's not a competition. It is when you're the only one not playing." I didn't expect him to respond. I just needed to say it. For myself. The waiter arrived, sensing the tension but clearly trained to power through. He placed the dessert plates around the table without a word. Molten lava cake. Ice cream melting a little too fast. No one touched theirs. Amanda stood up abruptly. I need air. She walked off toward the patio, heels clicking. Greg hesitated, then followed. I sat down, suddenly exhausted. That should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. Because 2 days later, I got a call from my aunt, Dad's sister. And that's when everything really started to unravel. Apparently, Amanda had gone to Dad after the dinner. Alone. Told him I was lying. Said I'd forged the documents to impress the family. That I was having another one of my episodes. She even pulled out some old story about when I was 19 and got scammed into buying a fake domain name for a project that never launched. She's worried about you, my aunt said gently. She thinks you're cracking under pressure. I didn't even know what to say. She's trying to protect the family, my aunt added. That phrase made my blood run cold. I ended the call without saying much. Then I sat there on my apartment floor, trying to piece it together. Amanda hadn't just insulted me at dinner. She was trying to erase everything I'd built. And that was the breaking point. Because it wasn't enough for her to be the golden child. She needed to make sure I stayed in the shadows. The first time I realized Amanda had really won, at least temporarily, was when I saw my dad's name vanish from my phone screen mid-ring. He declined my call. Not ignored. Not missed. Declined. I stared at the screen like it was a stranger's number. My thumb hovered over redial, but I didn't press it. I just sat there in the quiet of my apartment, feeling the weight of years of silence catching up to me. I had no proof. Nothing but my aunt's vague warning and the timing of Amanda's vanishing act. But I knew. I could feel it in my bones. Amanda had gone to Dad after the dinner. She must have pulled some story, played it soft at first. Bruce is clearly stressed. I just worry about him, Dad. Then she would have dropped the seed. What if this whole company thing isn't real? What if he's trying to make himself look good at your expense? And Dad must have believed her. Or at least doubted me enough to hesitate. That's all Amanda ever needed. 1 ounce of hesitation in her favor. Over the next few days, things got weird. The family group chat went quiet, which was rare. Usually it was filled with photos of Amanda's kids doing gymnastics or Greg humble bragging about his firm's latest case. Now, nothing. Just a slow, creeping silence. When I finally posted a link to an article announcing the acquisition, a real, verifiable tech blog that had picked it up, it got 0 replies. Not even a thumbs-up emoji. That's when the texts started rolling in. Quiet ones. From cousins, a couple aunts. Hey Bruce, I don't know what's going on, but Amanda says you're going through something right now. Just wanted to say I hope you're okay. Going through something. That's what she told them. She was building a narrative brick by brick, painting me as unstable. Like I'd fake my own success to steal the spotlight from my dad. Like I was cracking under the pressure of living in her shadow. I tried to push back. I sent screenshots, forwarded emails from the acquisition team, with redacted sections, of course, and even asked one of my investors if I could share a signed testimonial. But the truth is, once someone believes a lie, or even finds comfort in it, it's hard to replace that with facts. Amanda's version of me was easier to digest. The broken little brother who still couldn't find his footing. The dreamer who flew too close to the sun. And to make it worse, work started to fall apart too. Not the company itself. That was fine. My position was still secure. My Chicago move was still in progress. But the mental toll, it hit me like a freight train. I couldn't focus. I'd sit down to work on a new module and just freeze. My hands would hover over the keyboard, and my brain would replay Amanda's words from the dinner table like a skipping record. You'll never be the one he's proud of. At one point, I started sleeping in late, missing meetings. I fumbled a client call because I forgot a simple implementation detail I'd written myself. My co-founder, Eli, pulled me aside one day on Zoom. Dude, be honest. Are you okay? I wanted to lie. Say yes. Power through. But for the first time in a long time, I shook my head. No. Eli didn't push. He just said, all right, let's make a plan. He covered for me for a week. Gave me space to reset. Told our team I was dealing with family stuff. Which wasn't exactly a lie. And during that week, I hit the bottom. I barely left my apartment. The city outside felt too big, too indifferent. I'd sit by the window and watch the trains roll past in the distance. I ordered takeout 3 times a day and didn't finish half of it. I didn't even touch my laptop. My apartment felt like a forgotten storage unit, filled with broken ideas. But then something strange happened. I found an old journal, stuffed behind some books, untouched for years. It was one of those leather-bound ones people give you as a graduation gift. I cracked it open and skimmed through entries from when I was 21. I had written out this goal list, handwritten, messy, full of crossed-out ideas. Build something that helps people. Make my first $1,000 from code. Prove them wrong. Buy Dad a truck when he retires. I stared at that last one for a long time. It made my chest tighten. Because even after everything, I had done it. I had succeeded. I had built something from scratch. Something real. I wasn't the guy Amanda made me out to be. I wasn't a fraud. I wasn't cracking. I had won. But I'd been too caught up in her storm to realize it. That night, I made a decision. I wasn't going to fight Amanda directly anymore. That's what she wanted, control over the narrative. She wanted me to defend myself so she could keep shaping the version of me that suited her. Instead, I was going to rebuild my own world. Not for her. Not even for my dad. But for me. The next morning, I got up early. I shaved, showered, put on clean clothes. Then I opened my laptop and got to work. The first thing I did was text Eli. I'm back. Then I cleared my schedule and restructured my entire week around what I needed: stability, focus, and purpose. I signed up for a 6 a.m. boxing class, just to shake up my rhythm. I called a therapist and scheduled a weekly session. I even reached out to an old professor who used to run local tech meetups and asked if I could give a talk. He said yes. We'd love that. You've got a remarkable story, Bruce. I didn't want to be the cautionary tale anymore. I wanted to be the example. That next month changed everything. I poured myself back into the company. But this time, I wasn't trying to prove anything. I wasn't chasing Amanda's shadow. I was just building. We rolled out a new feature that reduced onboarding time by 45%. We signed 2 new contracts. I flew to Chicago and found a space for the new office, an old converted warehouse near the river. Raw brick walls, exposed beams. It felt like the right kind of beginning. And slowly, the weight in my chest started to lift. I began reconnecting with people on my terms. I posted an article on LinkedIn titled, "The Myth of the Broken Dreamer, Building While No One Watches." It was raw and honest and didn't mention Amanda once. But it caught fire. Thousands of views. Dozens of messages from people who felt the same way. Dismissed, underestimated, overlooked. One message stood out. "Hi Bruce. I'm not sure if you remember me. We met at a campus hackathon years ago. I've been following your company's journey. Just wanted to say your post made me cry. I've been in the shadow of my older sister my whole life. But today, I applied to start my own business." I reread that message a dozen times. And I realized something else. Amanda could control our family narrative. But she couldn't touch the world I was building. She couldn't erase the people I was helping, the problems I was solving, the community I was creating. She could lie to my dad, but she couldn't lie to the world. And eventually, the truth would find its way back. One night, about 6 weeks after the dinner, I was packing boxes for the Chicago move when my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I answered. "Hello." A pause. Then Bruce. It was my cousin Megan. Quiet. Hesitant. "Hey," I said. "Everything okay?" She sighed. "I just wanted to tell you. I'm sorry. I didn't know what she meant." I believed her, she said. "Amanda, when she said you were faking it, I didn't want to, but you know how persuasive she can be. And she said you'd spiraled before. She even told Uncle Richard you might be off your meds." My stomach dropped. "I just found out today," Megan continued. "She told Aunt Carol you made up the entire company to make Dad proud. That you were having delusions. I guess I just wanted to say, I'm sorry for not asking you first. I didn't speak right away. Thanks for telling me," I finally said. "That means a lot." There was a long pause. Then she added, "And, Bruce, yeah, everyone's starting to realize she was lying." That sentence hit like a wave. Not because I needed the validation, but because I knew what it meant. Amanda had crossed a line. She hadn't just belittled me anymore. She'd painted me as mentally unstable, manipulative, dangerous, and not just behind closed doors. To the whole family. To people who respected her, who believed her. And now, that mask was starting to slip. But the damage had been done. And the moment I realized that, I knew I couldn't just move on. I couldn't just walk away. Because if I let her rewrite the story once, she'd do it again. And next time, she'd bury me completely. So I started planning. There's something strange that happens when you stop caring whether people like you. Not in a bitter way. Not even in a rebellious way. Just a quiet, still certainty that you no longer need to explain yourself to people who never tried to understand you in the first place. That's where I was. And that's exactly what made me dangerous. Because while Amanda was still busy painting me as the family's cautionary tale, I was building the biggest move of my life behind the scenes, one piece at a time. It all started with an invitation. Megan sent it. Amanda and Greg's annual spring soiree, Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Cocktail attire. Kids welcome. Dinner, drinks, and celebration. They hosted it every year like clockwork. A kind of low-key social flexing festival. Greg's partners from the law firm would show up with their spouses. Amanda's old sorority friends would roll in with designer handbags and calculated compliments. My dad would be there, of course, because she always made it sound like it was for the family. There'd be catered food, champagne, and those awful monogrammed napkins with their initials embossed in gold. I'd never been invited before. Not once. This was the first time I'd even seen one. Megan texted me after, like she'd been sitting on a secret too long. I thought you should see this. She told everyone you'd probably show up uninvited and make a scene. She's prepping them. I just stared at the message for a long time. Amanda was still preloading the narrative. She knew she was losing control, so she was getting ahead of it, just like always. Paint the picture first, and when the truth shows up later, it looks like a lie. But here's the thing she didn't realize. This time, I wasn't going to show up to defend myself. I was going to flip the story, and for the first time in our lives, I was going to control the narrative. So I said nothing. Didn't reply. Didn't ask questions. Just smiled. Because the game had finally started. Step 1. Gather proof. Not for the world. Not for social media or some dramatic viral post. For my dad. I knew he didn't hate me, but I also knew Amanda had gotten to him first. And that meant anything I said directly would come across defensive. Emotional. He needed to see her for what she was, on his own. So I made a plan. I went back through old texts, old emails, voice notes, photos, not just from her, from the family. You'd be amazed what people say when they think you're not listening. I found a group thread from years ago, Amanda joking with two of our cousins about how Bruce probably still thinks he's building the next Apple from his basement. Screenshots. Saved. Then there was a voice memo from my Aunt Carol. She'd once left it by accident, a full 40 seconds of background conversation where Amanda could be heard in the kitchen, laughing. Honestly, I should just tell Dad Bruce is bipolar. That's what people expect from genius types, right? She was joking, sure, but she said it, and I had it. I compiled everything, without embellishment, without drama, into a clean, private Google document labeled each entry by date. I called it just the receipts. Then came step 2, timing. I wasn't just going to show up at her party and wave a folder in the air. That would be her style, public, performative, messy. No, I needed something colder, cleaner, something she couldn't rewrite later. So I started talking to people. Quietly. It began with Megan. Then my cousin Taylor. Then Greg's old friend Jonah, who ran a local PR firm and owed me a favor from a project we worked on years ago. I just need you to be there, I told him. You don't have to say anything. Just observe. He paused. You planning something messy? No, I said. I'm planning something true. He nodded. Then I'm in. One by one, I built a quiet network of witnesses. Not to ambush Amanda. Not to record or expose her. Just to see. To finally be present when she dropped the mask. Because that's what I was counting on. She always dropped it eventually. Especially when she felt cornered. 2 weeks before the party, I reached out to my dad. Not with accusations. Not with evidence. Just a dinner invite. We hadn't spoken directly since the retirement dinner. He agreed to meet. We sat at a quiet Korean barbecue spot he liked. Just the two of us. No folder. No pressure. Just grilled meat, quiet music, and the kind of small talk that feels like walking across thin ice. At first, it was stilted. We talked about the weather, the new parking meters, a Netflix show he liked. Then I eased into it. I know things have been weird since Amanda's dinner, I said. He gave a small grunt of agreement, chewing slowly. I just wanted to say, I'm not mad. I added. At you. I get why it's confusing. He put down his chopsticks. I didn't think you were lying, Bruce, he said. But I didn't understand why you never said anything sooner. Because I didn't think anyone would believe me. His eyes flicked up. I leaned back. You want to know the truth? I was proud of myself. But I knew if I said it out loud, it would become a thing. Amanda would turn it into some competition. Or worse, she'd say I was making it up. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "She told me you were manic." I nodded slowly. "I know." He looked ashamed, like he wasn't sure how to look me in the eye. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out a USB drive, slid it across the table. "I don't need you to confront her," I said. "Just look through this. When you're ready." He took it, didn't ask what was on it. We finished dinner in silence. But when we stood to leave, he did something unexpected. He pulled me into a hug. Not one of those awkward man hugs, either. A real one. Tight. Steady. Like an apology that didn't need words. That's when I knew. He was starting to see it. And once he saw it, he'd never unsee it again. The final step, showing up. The night of the party arrived fast. I put on my best charcoal gray suit, fitted, clean, paired with a subtle pocket square that matched the blue in my tie. No cologne, just confidence. I didn't tell anyone I was coming. Not Amanda, not even Megan. I pulled up at 5:25 sharp. The valet looked surprised, but nodded politely. As I stepped out, I saw a few heads turn. Familiar faces. Confused glances. I walked up the steps to Amanda's mansion like I owned the place. Inside, the house was humming. Jazz music played softly over the speakers. Champagne flutes clinked. The smell of rosemary chicken and charcuterie filled the air. Amanda had outdone herself. Again, she was near the fireplace, radiant in a white cocktail dress, laughing with a group of her mom friends. She didn't see me at first, but Greg did. His face shifted slightly. Surprise, maybe discomfort, but he said nothing. Then Amanda turned. Our eyes met, and for just a split second, I saw it. Panic. She recovered quickly, of course. Smiled like a politician. Well, she called out. "Look who finally got an invitation." I smiled back. "Thanks for hosting." She walked over, arms out. Group hug. I gave her a one-armed pat. "Didn't think you'd come," she said quietly, voice low now. Pretty bold move after the dinner incident. I tilted my head. "Why wouldn't I come? You said it was a family event." She narrowed her eyes. "You really want to do this here?" "I'm just here for the chicken skewers." She didn't reply, but the chill was there. The tension. She knew something was wrong. She just didn't know what yet. And that's when the clock started ticking. Because the real show hadn't even started. Not yet. Not until I gave my toast. Which she didn't know was coming. Because I wasn't on the schedule. But that's the thing about Amanda. She never saw the quiet ones coming. She only prepared for the loud ones. The explosive ones. But I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't flailing. I was ready. The party was in full swing by the time Amanda tried to reassert control. After our awkward exchange near the fireplace, she pivoted back to her usual role. Hostess, queen bee, attention sponge. She floated from group to group, laughing at half-funny jokes, tossing compliments with surgical precision, making subtle digs masked as charm. But she was on edge. I could tell. Every few minutes, her eyes would flick toward me across the room. Watching, waiting for a slip-up, waiting for the scene she'd warned everyone I would cause. You could see the nervous calculation happening behind her smile. Why is he just standing there? Why isn't he saying anything? What is he planning? She didn't realize that the waiting was the plan. Because as the night wore on, I started to talk. Not to her. Not to Greg. Just to the people around her. I spoke with Uncle Richard, who'd always laughed a little too hard at Amanda's jokes. I mentioned how much I appreciated him asking about the company the night of the retirement dinner. He nodded, awkwardly, clearly unsure which truth to believe, but I saw his brow furrow when I casually mentioned our software had just been licensed to 2 shipping companies in Florida. Then I chatted with Jonah, the PR guy I'd invited, who now stood sipping wine near Amanda's legal friends. He was listening, blending in, observing the social power dynamics unfold. We made eye contact once. He gave me the smallest nod. I even spoke with Greg. He was near the outdoor bar, alone, scrolling through his phone. "Hey," I said, setting my drink down next to his. He glanced up. "Hey, you look tense." He smirked. "You know how these things go? A million moving parts. Amanda's a little high-strung tonight. She always is when she's worried." He didn't argue. I let the silence stretch. Then I said, "You know I'm not lying, right?" He looked away, jaw clenched. "I know you're not." That surprised me. Then why not say something? He sighed. "Because if I contradict her about this, she'll blow up everything. My job, our kids, the house. Amanda doesn't lose gracefully. She burns the whole field. I nodded slowly. Then maybe she needs to lose somewhere she can't burn the field. Greg said nothing, but his silence said everything. At 7:15 p.m. sharp, the string quartet took a break, and Amanda clinked her glass. "All right, everyone," she called, voice bright. "Let's gather around for a few words, and then dinner will be served." The crowd moved in toward the open space by the staircase, where a small podium had been set up, no doubt for Amanda to deliver her usual self-congratulatory monologue. She cleared her throat. "Thank you all so much for coming. Every year, this event reminds me how lucky Greg and I are to have such an incredible circle of friends, family, and colleagues." Polite applause. She continued, praising her children, Greg's new partnership deal, her own PDA leadership, and even dropped in a line about how we should all support mental health awareness, especially in these turbulent times. I nearly laughed at that one. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, "And of course, my brother Bruce is here with us tonight." Everyone give him a round of applause. I didn't move. Neither did anyone else. The room clapped awkwardly, unsure if it was a sincere welcome or another setup. Amanda smiled wider, as if she'd just defused a bomb. "And since he's here," she added quickly, "why don't you say a few words, Bruce? Just a quick hello?" There it was. She was baiting me, trying to control the story again. I walked slowly up to the podium. The room was watching me closely now. Amanda stood slightly behind me, arms folded in mock encouragement. I tapped the mic. "Hi, everyone," I said casually. "Thanks for the invite. And for the applause. I think that was mostly real." A few people chuckled. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but Amanda's right. It's nice when family gets a chance to reconnect. I turned slightly, so I wasn't facing her, but she was still in my peripheral vision. "I'll keep it short. Just wanted to say that the last few months have been a wild ride. My company was acquired. We're expanding. We're hiring. I'll be heading up the Chicago branch. We just closed a logistics deal last week. And I finally get to build the kind of tech I dreamed about when I was a broke college kid eating ramen 5 nights a week." People murmured. Heads turned. A few clapped again, this time more sincerely. Amanda's smile didn't reach her eyes. "But more importantly," I continued, "I've learned something else lately. Something bigger than business." I paused. "I've learned that some people are really good at pretending they want you to succeed, right up until you actually do. And then they don't clap. They don't cheer. They smile and say, 'That's great.' But their eyes say, 'I wish you hadn't.'" A shift in the room now. A ripple of tension. Amanda was frozen. "And for a long time," I said, "I thought I had to earn their approval. Thought I had to explain myself. Show proof. Fight for every scrap of respect. But I don't. Not anymore." I looked out over the crowd. My success isn't a threat. It's just mine. And if anyone here ever made you feel like yours didn't count until they signed off on it, ignore them. Keep building anyway. There was a long pause. Then, clear applause. Not forced this time. Not polite. Real. I stepped down. Amanda's face was pale. And I wasn't done yet. Because as I passed her, I whispered, just loud enough for Greg and 2 of her friends to hear, "You should check your email in about 10 seconds. Then I walked to the bar, ordered a drink, and waited. 10 seconds later, it began. Phones buzzed. People around the room pulled theirs out, brows furrowing. Because at that exact moment, a message had been sent to every person on Amanda's guest list, courtesy of Jonah's firm. An elegant, professional email. Subject line, clarifying the narrative, a message from Bruce W. The body was short. Respectful. It included a link to a private web page, password protected, where I had shared key documents from the company acquisition, media coverage, and, more importantly, a timeline of events since my dad's retirement dinner. Included were the manipulated texts Amanda had sent about me, the voice memo of her joking about calling me bipolar, her message to our uncle accusing me of forging legal documents. All factual, all time-stamped, all delivered with zero emotion. No name-calling, no drama, just truth. By the time Amanda realized what was happening, half the room had already read enough. Her friend Dana turned to her, stunned. "Amanda, is this true?" Amanda stammered. "That's taken out of context. Bruce has always been sensitive." Greg stepped in. "Don't," he said, voice low. "Just stop." She looked at him, betrayed. "You knew about this?" "I didn't send it. But I didn't stop it either." She stared at him like he'd just slapped her. Around the room, the atmosphere was shifting away from her. People she once held in orbit were detaching. Not because I convinced them, but because she had. I just gave them the flashlight. She built the darkness all on her own. Fallout was slow, but thorough. Within a week, the group chat was silent again, but this time, Amanda was the one removed. My dad called me 2 days after the party. We spoke for an hour. He didn't apologize in words, but the way he talked to me, like an equal, like a son he finally saw, was enough. 3 weeks later, I sent him a gift, a brand new Ford F-150 custom trim, parked in his driveway with a bow. The one from my old journal. He cried. Actually cried. Amanda tried to salvage her image. She called people, spun news stories, claimed I'd hacked her emails, said Greg was brainwashed. But it didn't work this time. Too many eyes had seen too much. Her voice lost its gravity, and mine finally echoed. As for me, I moved to Chicago, settled into a loft, launched the new branch, built a team I trusted. And every so often, when someone doubts me, I remember the night I stood in Amanda's house, surrounded by people who once laughed at me, and I watched them clap. Not because I fought for it, but because I stopped asking. And that's the real victory. Not revenge. Clarity. The kind that never needs to raise its voice. And the last thing I said to Amanda, the thing that finally broke her, I said it calmly, as I passed her by the door that night, while everyone stared. You spent your whole life trying to be admired. I spent mine becoming undeniable. Then I walked out, and I never looked back. I was 16 when my family kicked me out, not in some metaphorical, I'm done with you way. I mean, they actually packed up a trash bag of my stuff, shoved it into my arms, and told me not to come back. My name's Toby, and to be honest, I wasn't exactly the golden child, but I also wasn't a delinquent. I was the quiet one. The kid who stayed out of the way, kept his grades decent, and mostly lived inside his own head. But when you grow up around people who are always one bad day away from turning on you, being quiet doesn't help. If anything, it makes you easier to forget. We lived in a small town, one of those places where everybody knows everybody, and gossip spreads faster than common sense. My mom was the kind of woman who thrived on drama, the kind who looked for someone to blame whenever things went wrong. And my Aunt Rachel? She was worse. She had this sharp voice that could cut through brick, and a temper like she was always waiting for a reason to explode. She never had kids of her own, but that didn't stop her from acting like she was the world's foremost expert on parenting. She lived with us, temporarily, though that temporary arrangement had lasted for years by then. For years of her hovering in every conversation, judging everything I did, and making little comments about how boys like me ended up behind bars or in the gutter. It wasn't always like that. When I was younger, Aunt Rachel used to be nice. She bought me books on my birthday, even helped me build a model airplane once. But after she lost her job and moved in with us, something changed. She started treating me like I was in her way. I think maybe seeing me reminded her of everything she didn't have. Or maybe she just needed someone to dump her bitterness on, and I was the easiest target. The day everything fell apart started out weirdly normal. It was a Saturday, early October. I remember because I was supposed to help my friend Luke set up for his little brother's birthday party. I was halfway through a bowl of cereal when Aunt Rachel stormed in, her coat half on, her face twisted into that scowl I knew too well. "Where's my cash?" she snapped. I blinked. "What cash? Don't play dumb, Toby." I had $200 in my coat pocket. "It's gone." Now, you have to understand, I'd been accused of a lot of things in that house. Leaving the milk out, tracking mud into the hallway, using up too much Wi-Fi. But stealing? That was new. "I didn't take anything," I said, setting my spoon down. She didn't even hesitate. "Don't lie to me. I know you've been eyeing my stuff." I wanted to laugh. Eyeing her stuff? What? Her old purse and the broken phone she screamed at every day? "I didn't even go near your coat," I said, standing up. My heart was already thudding because I knew how this house worked. Once someone pointed a finger, the rest of the family followed. Sure enough, my mom came in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. "What's going on?" Aunt Rachel turned to her like she'd just found her star witness. "Toby stole from me. $200, gone. He's the only one here." And just like that, it didn't matter that I'd never stolen a thing in my life. It didn't matter that I had nothing to show for the supposed money I'd taken. No new clothes, no gadgets, not even a crumpled bill in my pocket. None of that mattered. Because when my aunt accused me, my mom didn't ask questions. She looked at me with disappointment already set in her face, Like this was just the confirmation she'd been waiting for. Toby, she said slowly, if you took it, now's the time to be honest. I remember feeling this strange mix of fear and rage. Like, how could they believe this? How could they turn on me so fast? I didn't take anything. I shouted, louder than I meant to. Aunt Rachel rolled her eyes. Of course he denies it. That's what liars do. Within 20 minutes, it was like the walls of my own house turned against me. My mom went into my room and started tearing through my drawers. My little sister, Emily, who was only 10 but already good at reading the room, just sat on the stairs silently, watching like it was a show she didn't want to miss. They found nothing, of course, because there was nothing to find. But that didn't stop Aunt Rachel from acting like I'd already hidden the evidence, or spent it all, or buried it in the backyard. The logic didn't matter. The truth didn't matter. Only the story that made sense to them did. And in their eyes, the story was, Toby's always quiet, always off doing his own thing, probably up to no good. And now that money's missing? Well, it couldn't be anyone else. I tried pleading. I tried yelling. I even told them to check the neighbor's security camera to prove I hadn't left the house. None of it mattered. And then Aunt Rachel said the words that flipped the switch in my mom's head. If he's stealing now, who knows what he'll do next? You better put your foot down before it gets worse. My mom looked at me like she was seeing a stranger. Pack your things, she said. You can't stay here if we can't trust you. I was 16. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a job. I didn't even have a proper suitcase. I packed what I could into a garbage bag, some clothes, my sketchbook, a few school books, and walked out without saying another word. No one stopped me. No one apologized. They just watched me go like it was some tragic but necessary decision. I ended up crashing at Luke's place that night. His parents were confused but kind enough to let me stay while we figured things out. I told them it was just a misunderstanding and that I'd be back home soon. I didn't believe that, though. Not really. The next day, Aunt Rachel found the money. It was in her coat pocket, the same one she'd screamed at me about. She just missed it. Did she apologize? No. Did my mom call me and beg me to come home? Also no. Instead, I got a single text. Money was found. Still disappointed you lied. And that was it. Years passed. I never went back. I built something for myself from scratch. It was hard. There were nights I slept in borrowed beds. Mornings I went to school running on caffeine and anger. But I made it. I graduated. I worked. I carved out a life without them. And then last week, I got a message out of nowhere. It was from Aunt Rachel, the same woman who tossed me out like trash. The woman who falsely accused me and never looked back. The message read, "You owe me for the stress you caused this family. Pay up and we'll call it even." No context. No apology. Just that. That was the moment something in me snapped. Something cold and calculated. Because for the first time in years, I wasn't a scared 16-year-old with a garbage bag of clothes. I had power, and I was going to use it. But before I could hit reply, I saw something in the message thread that made me freeze. She wasn't just demanding money. She was planning something. I didn't respond to her message right away. I couldn't. I just stared at it, my thumb hovering over the screen, my heart doing this weird slow thud in my chest. "You owe me for the stress you caused this family. Pay up and we'll call it even." It wasn't just the entitlement. It was the absolute lack of self-awareness. Like none of it had happened. Like she hadn't destroyed my relationship with my family. Like she hadn't accused a 16-year-old of theft, turned the whole house against him, and watched him walk out into the world alone without blinking. But that wasn't even the part that broke me. It was the second message. The one I almost didn't scroll down far enough to see. Just 5 minutes after the first one, she'd sent another, shorter text. No punctuation. No greeting. "You'll want to help before your sister graduates." My stomach dropped. It had been years since I'd spoken to Emily. The last time I saw her, she was 10 years old, sitting on the stairs while our mother tore my room apart looking for stolen money that didn't exist. I remembered her eyes, wide, confused, unsure if she was supposed to be afraid of me or feel bad for me. I didn't blame her for not standing up for me. She was just a kid. But after I left, she never reached out. No messages. No birthday texts. No attempt to see how I was doing. But I never stopped wondering about her. And now Aunt Rachel was using her name like a bargaining chip. I scrolled back up, reread the first message again, then opened her profile. Still the same profile picture from 3 years ago. A filtered selfie, heavy makeup, fake lashes, the kind of boss woman look she thought made her look powerful. I tapped on it. No updates. No photos of her or the family. Nothing public. But the bio said something new. Something I hadn't seen before. Proud business coach. Family first. I laughed out loud. Business coach? Since when? And what did family first mean to a woman who had helped throw out her own nephew? I didn't reply. Not that day. Not even the day after. But I didn't delete the message either. I just let it sit there, pulsing like an old wound I'd almost forgotten about. I started digging a little. Not out of pettiness, at least that's what I told myself, but because something didn't sit right. Why now? Why me? What did she mean by before your sister graduates? I found Mom's Facebook first. It had been inactive for years, but there were a few tagged posts from relatives. One of them was a blurry photo of Emily in a cap and gown, standing beside a banner that said, "Congratulations, class of 2025. So she'd already graduated, meaning Aunt Rachel was bluffing. Unless the ceremony hadn't happened yet. I did a little more sleuthing. Found an old friend of Emily's from middle school. Her profile was full of pictures, homecoming, prom, some selfies. And in one of them, there was Emily, a little taller now, more grown up, but still unmistakably my sister. The caption read, "One more week till we're done. Let's go." It was dated 3 days ago. So that was it. Aunt Rachel had timed her little message right before Emily's graduation. Like she assumed I'd be desperate to be part of it. Like she thought she still had that kind of power over me. But what she didn't know was that over the years, I'd been slowly collecting pieces. Not in some revenge-fueled way, at least not at first. It started as closure. Every now and then I'd look up a family member, scroll through public posts, see how things had turned out. Mom had lost her job during the pandemic. Aunt Rachel had been kicked out of another apartment. Something about failure to pay rent and a messy argument with a landlord. Even my cousin Matt had commented once, "Wish my mom would stop burning every bridge she walks on." Bit by bit, the image came together. The family had started crumbling after I left. Not because I was gone. God, I wasn't that self-important, but because the rot had always been there. I had just been the first to get thrown overboard. Still, I kept quiet. I lived my life. I focused on school, worked 2 jobs, shared a tiny apartment with a friend until I could afford better. I didn't look back. Not until that message reopened the door. "You owe me." I couldn't let that go. But the breaking point wasn't the message. Not exactly. The breaking point came 4 days later. I was walking home from work, earbuds in, mind drifting, when my phone buzzed. It was a new number. A voicemail. I almost ignored it, figured it was spam, but something told me to listen. I hit play. It was my mom. Her voice sounded older. Strained. Like someone trying to play calm, but losing the thread. "Toby, it's your mother. I didn't want to do this, but Rachel said you've been ignoring her. I know you're still angry, but you need to let things go. It's been years. Emily's graduating, and we all think it's time you showed some responsibility. Rachel said you've done well for yourself. Maybe it's time to give back. She's the one who took you in when we didn't have room. She's the reason you even had a place to sleep. Don't forget that. You might think we wronged you, but we were trying our best. Anyway, Rachel has a proposal. Call her back. And Toby, don't make this harder than it has to be." I stood there for a full minute after the voicemail ended. Just breathing. Processing. She really believed that. She really thought they'd taken me in, like I hadn't been their responsibility to begin with. Like I was some stray they graciously allowed under their roof. She actually said I should give back. That was when something inside me finally snapped. The thing I'd been holding together for years. The illusion that maybe, one day, we'd talk it out. That maybe, deep down, they regretted what they did. That maybe they missed me. No, they hadn't missed me. They'd forgotten me. Until they needed something. I called Luke that night. We hadn't talked much lately. Life got busy, but he picked up like no time had passed. "I need your help," I said. There was no hesitation. "Say the word." We met at our usual spot, this little park behind his old school, where we used to hang out as kids. I told him everything. The messages, the voicemail, the way they were trying to manipulate me, using Emily as bait. He shook his head, jaw clenched. "I can't believe they have the nerve." "I don't even know what the proposal is," I admitted. "I don't think I want to." "Then don't," he said. "Cut them off. Block them. You don't owe them anything." "I know," I said. "But it's not that simple." Luke gave me a long look. "You still care about Emily?" I nodded. And that was the worst part. Because she hadn't reached out either. Not once. But still, she was my sister. "Do you think she hates me?" I asked. No, Luke said. I think she learned not to ask questions. And in that house, that's survival. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept replaying everything. Aunt Rachel's voice, my mom's guilt trip, the moment I got thrown out. And I started thinking about that day again. The day she accused me of stealing. There had been something strange about it. Something I hadn't thought about in years. She was wearing that coat when she came into the kitchen. Already half on, meaning she was already leaving. And she hadn't noticed the money was missing until right before she left. But later, I remembered overhearing something. 2 days after I was kicked out, when I came back to pick up a textbook from the porch, I'd stood outside for a second too long and heard Aunt Rachel inside, talking to someone on the phone. I swear I looked everywhere. It was in the lining or something. Don't know how it got there. But he was acting shady anyway. After Luke and I talked, I walked home in the dark, the streets buzzing with that low hum of city life winding down for the night. Headlights flicked across buildings. The wind bit at my skin, but I hardly noticed. My thoughts were louder than any of it. That voicemail had cracked something open. It made me realize just how far I'd buried the pain, how neatly I'd folded it up and tucked it away like an old receipt I didn't want to look at anymore. But now it was in my hands again, wrinkled and raw. My family didn't just cast me out. They rewrote the story after I left, made themselves the victims, turned my absence into a convenience. I didn't exist until I was useful again, and that realization, it gutted me. I didn't go into work the next morning. I just stayed in bed. The walls of my apartment suddenly felt too close, the air too heavy. I barely touched my phone, skipped breakfast, didn't shower. My boss texted once around noon, "Everything okay?" I didn't reply. I couldn't. I just lay there, eyes open, staring at a crack in the ceiling like if I focused hard enough, it would give me answers. That week was the closest I ever came to losing myself. Not just emotionally, physically too. I stopped showing up, stopped caring. A pile of unopened mail stacked up on my kitchen counter. Bills, rent reminders. I ignored them all. I kept telling myself I just needed a day or two, that I'd pull myself together. But one day bled into the next, and suddenly a week had passed. Then, on a Thursday afternoon, Luke showed up. He didn't knock. He used the spare key I'd given him years ago, the one I forgot he even had. The door creaked open. "Toby." I didn't answer. He found me in bed, still wearing the same hoodie from 3 days ago, the blinds drawn so tight it felt like midnight. He didn't say anything at first, just sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at me. Eventually, he said, "This isn't you." I swallowed hard. "Maybe it is." "No," he said. "It's who they made you think you are." That hit me harder than I expected. He stayed for hours, brought me food, made me shower, opened the windows. And for the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe again. Later that night, after he left, I sat at my desk and opened my laptop. I clicked into an old folder labeled Ideas. It was a dumping ground for every random thought I'd had over the past few years. Sketches, plans, unfinished projects, startup ideas I never followed through on. I scrolled for hours, reading through them one by one. And somewhere in the middle of a forgotten document titled App Concept, Local Helper Network, something clicked. That was the night I started rebuilding. At first, it was small things. I made a to-do list, cleaned my apartment, called my boss and apologized for disappearing. She was surprisingly kind about it, said she was glad I was okay. Then I dug into the app idea. It was basic, a platform where people could find neighbors to help with odd jobs, lifting furniture, tutoring, walking dogs. I didn't have the money to hire a developer, but I knew how to build a prototype. So I stayed up late coding, taught myself what I didn't know, rewatched old tutorials. Bit by bit, I pieced it together. By the end of the month, I had a rough demo. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. And for the first time in what felt like years, I felt proud of something. I called it FavorLink. The name made me laugh. A little ironic, considering everything with my family. But it stuck. I pitched the idea to a few small startup groups. Got some polite no thank yous. One guy told me it was too niche. Another said it lacked scale. But then I got a call from a woman named Renee. She ran a local incubator for young tech entrepreneurs and wanted to see the demo. We met in a coffee shop a few days later. She tested the app for 15 minutes, asked a bunch of sharp questions, then looked me dead in the eye and said, "This is rough, but smart. I want to help you polish it." I almost cried. She helped me get it off the ground, showed me how to pitch, how to navigate early-stage funding, how to avoid rookie mistakes. We worked day and night, I was still holding down a part-time job, barely scraping by, but I was fueled by something new. Purpose. By the end of the year, FavorLink had launched in 3 neighborhoods. Nothing big, just local. But it was real. People were using it, leaving reviews, sharing it. I stayed quiet about it. Didn't tell anyone from my past. Didn't post about it under my real name. I wasn't hiding exactly. I just wanted to build something that was mine, untouched by their hands, unstained by their opinions. I stopped checking my mom's Facebook. Stopped Googling Aunt Rachel. I told myself they weren't part of my world anymore. And for a while, that was true. Until Emily found me. It was a random Tuesday. I was going through back-end updates when my email pinged with a new message through the contact form on the site. I almost ignored it. It was usually spam, but the subject line caught me off guard. Are you my brother? My hands froze on the keyboard. I opened it. The message was short, hesitant. Hi, I'm not sure if this is you, but someone told me this app was created by a guy named Toby. And if that's true, I think you're my brother. I know you probably don't want to hear from me. I wouldn't blame you, but I just need to know if you're okay. Emily. I stared at the screen for a long time. So many emotions hit me at once I couldn't name them. Guilt, anger, hope, resentment. But underneath it all, a flicker of something warm. The little brother in me still remembered the kid she used to be. The way she'd sneak me cookies when Aunt Rachel wasn't looking. The way she'd sit on the floor beside me while I drew, humming to herself, like we had our own world. I replied. We talked for hours that night. Then again the next. And the next. She told me everything. How things had gotten worse after I left. How Aunt Rachel basically took over the house. How our mom had fallen deeper into debt, blaming everyone but herself. How Emily had learned early on to stay quiet, to keep her head down. I wanted to reach out, she said. But they monitored everything. I didn't even get my own phone until I was 17. And by then, I didn't know if you even wanted to hear from me. I told her the truth. I always wanted to. We started rebuilding something. Not all at once. Carefully. Like walking across a frozen lake, testing each step. But it was something. She asked me about FavorLink. I told her how it started. How I hit rock bottom and clawed my way back. How Luke never gave up on me. How every little success felt like reclaiming a piece of myself. She said she was proud of me. And that broke me in a whole new way. It had been so long since anyone from my family said those words. A few days later, she called me in tears. She's planning something, Toby. Who? Aunt Rachel. That name still made my stomach turn. What is it? I don't know exactly, she said, voice shaking. But she keeps bringing you up. Like bragging. She said something about you being well off now, and how you owe the family for everything they did for you. She's trying to talk Mom into contacting you again. I clenched my jaw. Of course. They hadn't changed. They'd just been waiting. Waiting for me to become useful again. Emily hesitated. She said if you didn't pay her back, she'd make sure people knew who you really were. Whatever that means. I exhaled slowly. It means she's bluffing. Again. I believe you, she said. I just thought you should know. Thank you, I said. And I meant it. That call changed something. Because suddenly, it wasn't just about me anymore. It was about protecting Emily. Making sure she didn't get pulled into their games again. And maybe it was time to stop playing defense. Maybe it was time to take control of the board. So I started preparing. It was strange, planning a counterattack against people who'd once tucked you in at night. But by the time I hung up with Emily, I wasn't operating on nostalgia anymore. I was focused. Cold. Focused like I hadn't been in years. Every part of me that used to hope they'd change, hope they'd apologize, hope they'd just see me, had gone silent. All that remained was the quiet logic of a man who'd finally stopped giving second chances. They wanted money. They wanted to rewrite history. They wanted me back on the hook, maybe even in their debt. I was going to give them something else entirely. And it was going to start with Aunt Rachel. After all, she was the one pulling the strings. My mom. She was complicit, sure. She let it happen. She kicked me out. But Rachel was the infection that spread through our family like rot. She used people like tools. Bent truth like wire until it suited her version of the world. I didn't know what she was after yet. Money, clout, both. But I was done waiting to find out. It was time to bait the hook. First, I created a burner email. Something clean, nothing traceable. I attached it to an alias, G. Thompson, and wrote a short, cryptic message. Ms. Rachel, I represent a small angel investment group interested in minor stake opportunities with independent coaches and consultants. We noticed your social profile and wanted to inquire about any active business projects you're currently seeking partners for. Please respond if open to discussion. GT. Venture Bridge Initiatives. I didn't expect a reply, but I got one the same day. She was interested. Of course she was. Her response was twice as long as mine, full of buzzwords she didn't fully understand. Community-based brand growth, personal empowerment channels, scaling digital influence. She linked a YouTube channel I'd never seen before, 5 videos, all of them with fewer than 200 views. She referred to herself as a growth strategist and claimed to have over a decade of experience mentoring others. I laughed so hard I had to sit down. There was a PayPal link in her bio. I clicked it. It went to a business strategy session form. Cost $249 for a 60-minute call. She was selling air. I forwarded the email to myself, then saved every file and screenshot into a folder titled Exposure. I wasn't sure what I'd do with it yet, but I knew I'd need receipts. Then I contacted Emily. You were right, I told her. She's running some kind of fake consulting scam. Emily replied almost instantly. She's been trying to get Mom to invest in her brand. I think she's broke, Toby. She said she was down to her last $1,000. Good. That meant she was desperate. I sat with that for a moment, letting the thought marinate. The woman who accused me of stealing, who threw me out for $200 she lost in her own coat, was now clawing for cash. Poetic. I went back to the FavorLink admin panel and adjusted something in the back end. I didn't want this connected to the company in any way, so I set up a dummy landing page, a private one, and created a fake success story for G. Thompson. A flashy mock portfolio. Some made-up screenshots of supposed crypto returns and investments in small lifestyle brands. I sent another message. I'd be interested in a small mentorship test run, perhaps a session or 2 at your usual rate. If results are promising, we'd be open to discussing a longer-term equity partnership. Within 10 minutes, she replied with a calendar link. She'd booked me for Sunday, a $249 session up front. She didn't even ask questions. That's when I realized how easy this was going to be. While I waited for Sunday to come around, I got to work on the second phase of my plan, seeding the truth. For years, my family had told their version of what happened. That I stole money. That I ran off. That I was ungrateful. People in our hometown probably believed them. I'd never set the record straight. Now I was going to. But not with a public rant. Not with some emotional call-out post. I was going to use the one thing Aunt Rachel valued more than anything. Reputation. I started with reviews. She had a few business pages scattered around, an old Facebook coaching page, a YouTube, a semi-dead Instagram account. I gathered a few trusted friends, Luke included, and had them leave perfectly reasonable, vague reviews. Booked a session, but it felt rushed. I was asked to pay for a follow-up without getting anything valuable. Lots of buzzwords, not much substance. Expected more for the price. Seemed distracted during the call, and I never received the personal plan she promised. Not too aggressive, just enough to plant doubt. I staggered them out over a few days. Next, I tracked down her LLC filing. It wasn't hard. She used her real name and address. It was barely holding together. No professional site. No legal disclaimers. No client agreements. Just a cash funnel dressed up in Canva templates. I compiled all of it. Every inconsistency. Every shady charge. Every fake review she'd posted from burner accounts of her own. Then I reached out to a small but fast-growing online business scam watchdog page I'd followed for years. I sent them a detailed, anonymous tip. Subject, Rachel B. Fraudulent Business Coaching Services. Hello. I'd like to report a potentially fraudulent coach who appears to be charging clients for services she is unqualified to provide. She uses fake testimonials and has multiple inconsistencies across her platforms. Her PayPal has no refund policy, and she has been known to solicit vulnerable individuals for upfront investments. Attached, screenshots, links, and case evidence. Concern party. It was enough. Now I just had to wait. When Sunday rolled around, I logged into Zoom as Gavin Thompson. Camera off, fake accent on. She appeared late, face filtered, lighting terrible, fake plant visible in the corner. Gavin, she chirped. So glad to finally connect. She talked for 40 minutes. Didn't ask a single meaningful question. Just rattled off the same script she'd used in her videos. You have to position yourself as a premium brand. Never explain your value. Charge high and stand tall. People don't pay for knowledge. They pay for confidence. I recorded all of it. Near the end, I asked a simple question. How did you get into coaching? She paused, blinked, then smiled. Oh, it's a long story. But let's just say I've always had a knack for leadership. Even when I was younger, I used to mentor people in my own family. I could hear the pride in her voice. I helped one of my nephews once, she added casually. Total disaster of a kid. I basically raised him, taught him everything. And now he's off somewhere pretending like he did it all himself. I almost choked. She believed her own delusion. After the call ended, I sat in silence for a long time. Not angry, not even hurt anymore. Just stunned by how far she'd twisted the story. Then, as I was shutting down my laptop, I got a notification. The scam watchdog account had posted something. It was a takedown report. Not directly naming her, but everything in the post matched. The screenshots, the lies, the fake testimonials. In the comments, people started connecting dots. I didn't reply, didn't engage. I just watched. Watched as the image she'd carefully crafted began to unravel. Emily messaged me later that night. Did you see what someone posted about Rachel? I played dumb. No, what happened? She sent me the link. People are saying she's a fraud. She's freaking out. Keeps yelling at mom about malicious trolls. I waited a beat, then typed. Maybe people are just tired of being lied to. Her reply came a second later. I hope it all falls apart. Revenge isn't a loud thing. Not the kind that lasts. It's not a shouting match or a triumphant speech or some dramatic courtroom twist like in the movies. No, real revenge is quiet. It's the slow turning of gears, the cold satisfaction of seeing someone fall on the very sword they forged to wound you. And after I watched Aunt Rachel's carefully curated life start to crumble, after the fake testimonials were exposed, after the watchdog group's post went semi-viral, after I checked and saw her PayPal coaching link had gone dead, I knew I'd only lit the first match. But the fire was still spreading. She tried to do damage control, deleted everything, made her Instagram private, posted a teary video claiming she was being attacked by online bullies who didn't understand the pressure of being a female entrepreneur. It got less than 200 views. Half of them were probably hate watching. The other half, likely bots she bought years ago to inflate her numbers. Still, it wasn't enough for me. Because she wasn't the only one who needed to face consequences. My mother had let it happen, had stood beside Rachel and watched me be thrown out of my own home at 16 with a garbage bag of clothes and nowhere to go. She didn't just choose not to believe me. She decided I wasn't worth the inconvenience of compassion. She had years to make it right. She chose silence. And then, years later, she chose greed. I didn't need an apology. I didn't want a reconciliation. I wanted her to understand something even deeper, that she was no longer part of my story. But before I could deliver that final message, I needed to know something. Something that had been nagging at me ever since Emily reached out. Why now? Why had Aunt Rachel messaged me in the first place? Why stir the pot? Why threaten me? Why poke the bear after all this time? It didn't take long to figure it out. Emily helped me piece it together. The truth was simple and pathetic. Rachel had blown through her savings. She'd maxed out her credit cards trying to fund her coaching empire. Ads, gear, filters, some fake business course that promised to make her a six-figure brand in 6 months. None of it worked. Worse, she'd borrowed money from my mom. Thousands. And now my mom, who was already stretched thin, was panicking. She couldn't afford her mortgage. Utilities were behind. She'd been dipping into Emily's college fund without telling her. When Emily found out, she confronted her. You had no right, she said. Mom's reply? It's not like you were going to get help from Toby. That was the final straw. Emily came to stay with me the week after graduation. Just for a few days, she said. But I told her she could stay as long as she wanted. She didn't ask for money, didn't want handouts. She just needed space, distance, a place to breathe. I gave it to her. And while she slept in the guest room, I put the final phase of my plan into motion. First, I contacted my lawyer. I'd hired one when FavorLink first gained traction. Smart guy, discreet. I told him I wanted to draw up something airtight. No loopholes, no chance of misinterpretation. I drafted a cease and desist. The language was precise, legal but personal. Any continued reference to Toby, last name, in association with family obligations, reputation, or implied debts will be considered defamation and harassment. Further attempts to solicit funds, contact business partners, or use personal likeness in stories or social media posts will result in formal legal action. This includes, but is not limited to, mentions of Toby, last name, on any public platform, fabricated stories implying financial support or personal misconduct, requests for repayment tied to familial duties. It was delivered by courier. Signed. Notarized. Legit. Rachel received hers on a Tuesday. Mom got hers the same day. Within 12 hours, I got an email from Rachel. All caps. What is this? You think you can scare me? You owe US, Toby. You owe your family. I didn't reply. My lawyer did. Ms. last name. Further contact with our client outside formal channels will be interpreted as breach of the terms outlined in the cease and desist. Govern yourself accordingly. Klein and Patel LLP. Radio silence after that. But I wasn't done. There was still the matter of Emily's college fund. She'd earned scholarships, but not enough to cover everything. And thanks to my mother's dip into her account, she was short nearly $9,000. Emily was ready to take out loans, said she'd work part-time, said she'd figure it out. I didn't let her. Instead, I transferred the money anonymously through a scholarship account I'd quietly set up months ago under the name the J Fund. J for Justice. E for Emily. She cried when she got the email. Toby, did you? I just smiled. Must be some generous stranger. She hugged me so tight I couldn't breathe. That night, over takeout and bad movies, she asked me the question I hadn't let myself think about in years. Do you miss her? Mom, I thought about it. Really thought about it. And the answer surprised me. No, I said. I miss the idea of her. But that version of her never really existed. Emily nodded. She still thinks you'll come around. That one day you'll come home. I shook my head. I already am home. And I meant it. But there was still one final move left. Not for revenge. For closure. I sent my mom one last letter. Not a legal one. A personal one. It was short. Dear Mom, I used to replay that day over and over, wondering what I could have said to make you believe me. But now I see that it wasn't about what I said. It was about who you chose to be. You chose to trust a liar over your own son. You chose silence over accountability. You chose comfort over truth. I forgive you, but I don't want you in my life. Please don't contact me again. Toby. I never heard back. But a week later, Emily told me the house was up for sale. Apparently, Rachel had moved out after the scandal, burned too many bridges, couldn't keep up the act. My mom was broke, embarrassed, and finally alone. I didn't celebrate. I didn't smile. I just exhaled, like I'd been holding my breath for years. Emily stayed with me for the summer. We got into a rhythm, morning coffees, grocery trips, long conversations. She started calling me Big Bro again. I started sketching again, too, something I hadn't done since high school. It felt good. Natural. By fall, she had her dorm assignment. I helped her move in, watched her light up meeting her roommate, watched her hang posters and talk about clubs and classes. I stood there, proud, grateful, grounded in the knowledge that I didn't just survive my family. I outgrew them. On the drive home, I took a detour. Drove past the old house. It looked smaller than I remembered. Weeds growing up the side. Paint chipped. The for sale sign hung slightly crooked in the front yard. No one was home. I didn't stop. I didn't need to. Because I wasn't the scared 16-year-old they threw out anymore. I was the man who built something from nothing. I was the man who chose himself. And as I drove away, I realized the real revenge wasn't the cease and desist. It wasn't the takedown posts or the money or even the silence. The real revenge was this. They'd spent years pretending I didn't matter. And now, they no longer mattered to me.
I never thought saying no would cause this much drama, but here we are. For some context, I'm 24F, and I have an older brother, Jake, 29M. Jake has a 5-year-old son, Mason, with his ex, Lisa. They broke up a few years ago, and ever since, he's been trying to manage work, parenting, and his social life. I know being a single dad isn't easy, and I really do love my nephew, but that doesn't mean I signed up to be his full-time babysitter. Jake has always been the type of person who relies on others to help him out. He's the kind of guy who forgets to plan ahead and then expects everyone else to fix the problem for him. Growing up, our parents bailed him out of everything, missed deadlines, forgotten appointments, even parking tickets. He never really learned how to take responsibility because, well, he never had to. Now, as an adult, that pattern hasn't changed. The only difference is that instead of calling mom or dad every time he needs help, he calls me. At first, I didn't mind watching Mason every now and then. He's a sweet kid, and I know it's tough for Jake to juggle everything on his own. But as time went on, the favors became more frequent. What started as the occasional "Hey, can you watch Mason for an hour?" turned into "I'll drop him off at your place in 20 minutes. There was no asking anymore, just expecting. And the worst part? Jake never gave me much notice. He would call me out of the blue, often when I already had plans, and act surprised when I couldn't just drop everything to help him. The last time I agreed to babysit, it was supposed to be for 3 hours. 3 turned into 5. 5 turned into an entire evening. He didn't answer his phone for hours, and when he finally picked up, he was just finishing something up. He showed up at my apartment close to midnight, barely apologized, and acted like it was no big deal. After that, I decided I wasn't going to be his backup plan anymore. So when my phone rang last Saturday afternoon, and I saw Jake's name pop up, I had a bad feeling. I picked up. "Hey, what's up?" "Hey, I need you to watch Mason for a few hours," he said casually, like it was no big deal. I checked the time. When?" "In about an hour," he said. I sighed. Here we go again. "Jake, I already have plans." He scoffed. "What kind of plans?" That irritated me. "Why does it matter?" "Come on," he said. "It's just for a little while." "That's what you said last time," I reminded him. And I ended up watching him the entire night. "This time is different," he insisted. I wasn't convinced. "Where are you even going?" He hesitated before mumbling something about meeting up with a friend. That was all I needed to hear. "Jake, no. You always do this. I can't drop everything last minute just because you forgot to plan ahead." Now he was mad. "Seriously? You can't help your own brother? You don't even have kids. You have nothing going on." That hurt. "Just because I don't have kids doesn't mean my time isn't valuable. I'm not your babysitter," I said firmly. "Unbelievable," he muttered. "Family helps family, but I guess you don't care about that." And then he hung up. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. The next day, I got a call from our mom. The moment I answered, I could tell she wasn't happy. "Why couldn't you just help your brother out?" she asked. I rolled my eyes. "Mom, I had plans. And Jake is always pulling this last-minute babysitting thing." "He really needed you," she said. "You could have made an exception just this once." "That's the thing," I argued. "It's never just once. He always does this," she sighed like I was being difficult. "We all have to support each other. Jake is doing his best." "This time is different," he insisted. I wasn't convinced. "Where are you even going?" He hesitated before mumbling something about meeting up with a friend. That was all I needed to hear. "Jake, no. You always do this. I can't drop everything last minute just because you forgot to plan ahead." Now he was mad. "Seriously? You can't help your own brother? You don't even have kids. You have nothing going on." That hurt. "Just because I don't have kids doesn't mean my time isn't valuable. I'm not your babysitter," I said firmly. "Unbelievable," he muttered. "Family helps family, but I guess you don't care about that." And then he hung up. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. The next day, I got a call from our mom. The moment I answered, I could tell she wasn't happy. "Why couldn't you just help your brother out?" she asked. I rolled my eyes. "Mom, I had plans. And Jake is always pulling this last-minute babysitting thing." "He really needed you," she said. "You could have made an exception just this once." "That's the thing," I argued. "It's never just once. He always does this," she sighed like I was being difficult. "We all have to support each other. Jake is doing his best." The next day, I woke up to a long text from my aunt. I hadn't even spoken to her in weeks, so I already knew what this was about before I opened it. "Hey sweetheart, I don't want to get in the middle of things, but I heard about what happened with Jake. He's really struggling right now, and I think it would mean a lot if you could just be there for him. Family is supposed to help each other, you know? Just something to think about. Love you." I groaned. Great. Now the entire family was involved. I wasn't in the mood to argue over text, so I didn't respond right away. But I knew that if I ignored it completely, I'd just get another message, or worse, a call. A few hours later, I got a notification from Facebook. My cousin, Amy, had posted something on her page. It wasn't directed at me by name, but it was so obvious I wanted to scream. Some people really forget what family means. It's sad how selfish people can be these days. And of course, my mom and a few other relatives had liked it. I was so tempted to comment, but I stopped myself. If I started arguing in the comment section, it would only make things worse. Instead, I texted my best friend, Lila, to vent. "You're not going to believe this." I sent her a screenshot of the Facebook post. Lila responded almost immediately. "Wow. They're seriously trying to guilt trip you over this?" I texted, "Apparently, I'm the worst person in the world because I didn't drop everything to babysit." Lila responded, "Unreal. What does Jake even do when you say no? Just sit there helplessly?" I texted, "Exactly. He could have found another solution, but instead, he decided to make me the bad guy." Lila responded, "You need to call them out." I sighed. I wish I could, but that would just make it worse. Lila sent back an angry emoji. She said, "They're so used to you saying yes that the second you set a boundary, they act like you committed a crime." And she was right. I let out a frustrated sigh and tossed my phone onto my bed. No matter what I said, no matter how many times I explained myself, my family was determined to paint me as the villain. The real tipping point came a few days later when I was at my parents' house for dinner. I had debated not going at all, but I figured skipping it would only add fuel to the fire. So I went, hoping we could just have a normal meal. I should have known better. We were barely 5 minutes in when my mom turned to me and said, "So, have you talked to Jake yet?" I sighed. "No, Mom. He's not talking to me, remember?" "Well, maybe you should be the bigger person and reach out," she suggested. I nearly choked on my food. Me be the bigger person? He's the one who got mad at me for saying no. Why should I be the one to fix things? My dad, who had been quiet up until now, chimed in. "Because he's struggling, and you just made it harder for him." I put my fork down. "No. I set a boundary. That's not the same thing as making things harder for him." Dad shook his head. "You know, back in my day, we didn't turn our backs on family like this." That pissed me off. I'm not turning my back on anyone. I just don't want to be treated like a free babysitter. Mom sighed. "We're not saying you should be a babysitter. We just think you could be a little more supportive." I let out a humorless laugh. "Supportive? You mean convenient?" That made them both go silent. After a moment, my mom pushed her plate away. "I just don't understand why you're being so stubborn about this." I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Because I'm tired of being the only one Jake relies on. It's not fair. He's almost 30 years old, he should be able to handle his own responsibilities." Dad muttered something under his breath. I didn't catch all of it, but I heard selfish in there. That was it. I grabbed my bag and stood up. "You know what? If you all think I'm such a horrible person, fine. Believe whatever you want. But I'm done being guilt-tripped for having boundaries." And with that, I walked out. For the first couple of days after that dinner, I felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, I was so done with the way my family treated me like an on-call babysitter. On the other hand, I couldn't shake the guilt gnawing at me. Not because I thought I was wrong, but because of the way everyone was acting like I had betrayed them. Lila kept telling me I did the right thing, but the weight of the silence from my family was heavy. Normally, my mom would send me little texts about random things throughout the day, and Dad would at least send a thumbs-up emoji if I texted him. But now? Nothing. It was like I had been cut off. I figured I had two options: I could cave and try to smooth things over, or I could wait them out and see if they'd eventually accept that I wasn't going to be Jake's built-in babysitter. I chose the second option. But then, something happened that changed everything. It was a Friday night when I got a call from an unknown number. At first, I ignored it. But when it rang again a few minutes later, I got a weird feeling. So I picked up. "Hello?" There was a pause. Then, a familiar voice spoke up. "Hey." I blinked. "Jake?" "Yeah." I almost hung up right there. After all the drama, after the guilt trips and the Facebook posts and the family dinner disaster, now he wanted to talk? But curiosity got the better of me. "What do you want?" I asked, not bothering to hide my annoyance. He sighed. "Look, I know you're mad at me." "Oh, you know I'm mad?" I let out a bitter laugh. "That's funny, because I don't remember you caring about that when you got the whole family to gang up on me." "I didn't get the whole family to gang up on you," he said defensively. I was frustrated, okay?" I stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. Jake sighed again. I shouldn't have reacted the way I did. I was just overwhelmed, and I cut him off. Do you even know why I said no? Or do you just think I'm a selfish jerk like everyone else does? He hesitated. I thought you were just being difficult. But difficult? I nearly dropped my phone. Jake, do you even realize how often you've asked me to babysit? It's not a favor when it's a constant expectation. I know, he admitted. And I guess I just never thought about how much I was putting on you. You were always just there, and it was easy to ask you. I let out a slow breath. Yeah. It was easy for you. There was another pause. Then, finally, Jake said, I'm sorry. And for the first time since this whole mess started, I actually believed he meant it. But I wasn't going to let him off that easily. So, what now? I asked, my voice still guarded. Jake hesitated. I don't expect you to start babysitting again, if that's what you're asking. That was surprising. He continued, I just wanted to say sorry. And I don't want things to be weird between us forever. I thought about that for a moment. On one hand, I was still annoyed that it took this long for him to realize how much he had been using me. But on the other hand, at least he was finally acknowledging it. I'm not mad that you asked for help, I told him. I'm mad that the second I said no, you made me out to be a terrible person. I get that now, Jake said. I really do. For the first time in weeks, I felt some of the tension ease from my shoulders. Okay. Okay? I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Yeah. But don't expect me to say yes next time just because you apologized once. Jake chuckled. Fair enough. And just like that, the weight on my chest felt a little lighter. A few days passed after Jake's apology, and I thought things had finally settled down. My parents still weren't thrilled with me, but at least they weren't outright attacking me anymore. I figured they'd just let it go. But I was wrong. One afternoon, my mom called me and, in a suspiciously sweet voice, asked if I could just help out for a little bit because Jake and Lisa had an emergency. I hesitated, but before I could answer, she added, it's just for a couple of hours, sweetheart. You're home anyway, right? I sighed. Mom, I already told you. She cut me off. So you're really going to let your nephew suffer just because you don't feel like watching him? There it was. The guilt trip. I stood my ground. Mom, he's their responsibility, not mine. She huffed. Fine. I guess we just can't count on you for anything. I hung up feeling frustrated. It was clear they hadn't learned anything. A couple of hours later, I got a text from Jake. He texted, Mom just called me. She said you refused to help when we were in an emergency? What the hell? I replied, she didn't mention an emergency. She just made it sound like you wanted a break. Jake texted, we were at the ER because Lisa hurt herself. I thought Mom was handling things. I wouldn't have asked if I'd known she was lying to manipulate you. I stared at my phone in shock. I had refused to help, but only because my mom didn't tell me the truth. Now my whole family was even more furious with me. I felt my stomach drop as I reread Jake's message. If I had known there was a real emergency, I might have agreed. But my mom had twisted the situation to make me look bad. I responded, I'm really sorry, Jake. I had no idea. She just made it sound like you guys wanted a break and dumped it on me. Jake texted, you seriously didn't know? I replied, no. She guilt-tripped me, but she never said Lisa was hurt. If I had known, I would have helped. Jake didn't answer for a while. I felt awful, but also furious. My mom set me up. Later that night, I got another call, from my dad this time. I was exhausted, but I picked up. Do you even realize what you've done? He snapped. What I've done? I repeated. You mean how Mom lied to me? Your mother was stressed because she had to handle everything alone, he shot back. If you had just helped, none of this would have happened. I was stunned. So it's my fault? She lied to me, manipulated me, and now I'm the villain? You let your own nephew down, he said, his voice laced with disappointment. Family is supposed to be there for each other. That was rich, coming from the people who constantly expected me to drop everything for them. You know what, Dad? I said, my voice shaking. I am here for my family. I'm here for the family that respects me. But I'm done being treated like free labor. He scoffed. You're being selfish. No, I'm setting boundaries. And the fact that you see that as selfish says everything. I hung up. My hands were shaking. I sat on my bed, trying to process everything. Jake still hadn't texted me back, which made my anxiety worse. I wasn't mad at him, he had been blindsided, too, but I was scared that he, like my parents, would blame me. The next morning, I woke up to a long text from Jake. I talked to Mom. She admitted she lied. Said she didn't want to stress you out with the details and just wanted you to say yes. I'm really sorry for getting mad at you. That wasn't fair. Lisa is okay, by the way. She needed stitches, but she's home now. We won't ask you to babysit again. I get it now. Relief flooded through me. At least someone understood. I thanked him and told him I was glad Lisa was okay. But the situation with my parents was far from over. They had always favored Jake, and now that he was on my side, I had no doubt they'd start guilt-tripping him, too. Sure enough, by the weekend, Jake called me again. Mom's pissed, he said. She says you're turning me against her. I groaned. Of course she does. What did she expect? That you'd just blindly support her after she lied to both of us? Yeah, well, she's doubling down. She told Dad that we're ungrateful brats who don't appreciate everything she's done for us. I rolled my eyes. Classic. Did Dad back her up? Obviously, Jake sighed. He said we're disrespecting her by questioning her choices. I laughed bitterly. Right. Because lying to your kids is such a respectable choice. Jake was quiet for a moment. Look, I know this sucks, but I just wanted to say. I get it now. I used to think you were being difficult, but I see it now. They just expect you to do everything without complaint. That's not fair. Hearing Jake say that meant more than I could put into words. For once, I wasn't alone. But that didn't mean my parents were done punishing me. Over the next few days, my parents kept their distance, except for the occasional passive-aggressive text from my mom about how families should support each other. I ignored them. Jake and I stayed in touch, and he assured me he wouldn't let them manipulate him into taking their side. That was a small victory. But I knew things with my parents would never be the same. They saw me as selfish, ungrateful, and difficult. And maybe that was fine. If standing up for myself made me selfish, then so be it. At the end of the day, I wasn't a free babysitter. I wasn't a doormat. And I wasn't going to let guilt control my life anymore. But now I have to ask, was I wrong? Was I really the selfish one here, or were my parents expecting too much from me? Let me know what you think in the comments. And if you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe for more.
My name is Bruno, and I never thought I'd end up writing something like this. For most of my life, I kept my head down, worked hard, and tried not to stir conflict in my family. My parents always said they wanted the best for me, but what they really wanted was for me to take the scraps while my sister, Evelyn, got the feast. Growing up, it was obvious. Evelyn got the newest phone every year, while I had to make do with whatever secondhand one was lying around. When she asked for a car at 17, my father marched her to a dealership and signed the papers like it was nothing. When I asked if I could save up for one and maybe get a little help, I was told that boys should learn to work for what they want. That phrase was repeated so often in my house, it could have been stitched onto a family crest. I didn't complain. Instead, I started working after school at a grocery store. At first, it was just a few hours a week, but eventually I was putting in nearly every shift I could get. I remember standing behind the register, exhausted, and telling myself, every hour is one step closer. It wasn't about a car anymore. It became about independence. About proving, at least to myself, that I wasn't as helpless as they liked to think. By the time I turned 21, I had saved a decent amount. Nothing extraordinary, but for someone working low-paying jobs while juggling school, it meant a lot. That account was more than numbers on paper. It was proof that my effort mattered. The problem was, in my house, privacy didn't exist. My mother treated my room like an open hallway. If she wanted to clean, which usually meant looking through my things, she would. If she wanted to comment on my laundry pile, she would. I learned to lock up whatever I didn't want her touching, but I made one mistake. I left an envelope with a recent savings account statement in my desk drawer. One evening, after I came back from work, I walked into the kitchen and saw my mother standing by the counter, arms crossed, a look of disdain on her face. In front of her, sitting like some piece of evidence in a trial, was that envelope. She had opened it. She had read it. She tapped the paper with her finger and said in that cutting tone I'd grown up with, "You really think this is going to change anything, Bruno?" I didn't answer right away. My father was sitting at the table, pretending to read the newspaper, but listening intently. Evelyn was scrolling on her phone, smirking like she already knew the punchline to some cruel joke. My mother sighed dramatically, then added, "Do you know what Evelyn has already accomplished by your age? You'll never catch up. This little amount." She pushed the paper toward me with a flick of her hand. "It's nothing." She already took everything worth having. It wasn't just the words. It was the way she said them. Like my effort, my late nights, my determination were all pathetic attempts at playing grown-up. I wanted to yell. I wanted to tell her she had no right to even look at that paper. But instead, I just nodded slowly, folded the statement, and slipped it back into the envelope. I didn't defend myself, and I didn't give her the satisfaction of a fight. I turned and walked out of the kitchen. I didn't go back to the kitchen that night. I closed my bedroom door, sat on my bed, and just stared at the folded envelope in my hand. The weight of it felt heavier than paper should. My mother's voice kept replaying in my head, sharp, dismissive, final. "You'll never succeed." It wasn't the first time she had said those words, but it was the first time they landed differently. When I was younger, I would have taken it as motivation to work harder, to prove her wrong, but still secretly hoped one day she'd recognize my effort. That night, though, something shifted. The recognition I wanted from her would never come. The game was rigged, and Evelyn was the one they had chosen to crown. I leaned back against the wall and thought about all the years leading up to this. Evelyn had been painted as the achiever since we were children. Every small thing she did, winning a school art contest, getting invited to a friend's birthday party, even bringing home a B on a test, was celebrated like it was national news. When I brought home straight A's one semester, my father barely looked up from the television. My mother just said, "That's what you're supposed to do." At family gatherings, relatives would ask what I was studying, what I wanted to do. Before I could even answer, my mother would cut in with, "Well, Evelyn already knows what she wants. Bruno's still figuring it out." The way she said it made me feel small, like I wasn't allowed to have an identity outside of not Evelyn. So I stopped trying to impress them. I stopped announcing my plans. I stopped sharing what I was working toward. Instead, I started keeping things to myself, quietly stacking hours, quietly stacking money, quietly creating something no one else had a say in. That savings account wasn't just cash. It was the beginning of my own life, separate from theirs. A foundation. And now, thanks to my mother's intrusion, they knew about it. I should have locked that drawer. I should have known she'd snoop. But at the same time, part of me was glad she had found it, because it set everything in motion. The next morning, I walked into the kitchen half expecting the envelope to be gone. Instead, it was exactly where I had left it on the counter, like bait waiting for me. My mother was making coffee, her back to me. She didn't turn around when she said, "Did you think about what I told you?" I pulled out a chair and sat down. "What exactly am I supposed to think about?" She finally turned, holding her mug, looking at me with a smile that wasn't really a smile. "That you're wasting your time. Evelyn is already ahead. She's the one who knows how to make something of herself. You're just playing at being independent." My father, as usual, was silent behind his newspaper, though I noticed his eyes flick up at me. Evelyn walked in a few minutes later, yawning, and sat across from me. She caught sight of the envelope, and her lips curved into that same smirk from the night before. "What's that?" she asked in a sing-song voice, though she already knew. "Nothing you need to worry about," I said. She leaned forward, reaching for it, but I placed my hand over the envelope before she could touch it. "Ah, come on, Bruno," she teased. "Don't be so secretive. What's a few numbers in an account anyway?" My mother sipped her coffee. "Your sister is right. Money sitting in a savings account doesn't grow. Evelyn has already invested, taken risks, made something real. That's what separates her from you." I didn't respond. I knew arguing was pointless. Their minds were already made up, and no amount of logic or reasoning would change the narrative they had built around us. But here's what they didn't know. The savings account they found was only half the story. Months earlier, I had quietly transferred the majority of my money into a separate account at another bank. I kept just enough in the first account to make it look respectable, but not suspicious. I had also set up certain safeguards. No joint access, no paper statements mailed home, only digital. The envelope my mother found was old, from before I made the transfers. She was looking at a shadow, not the whole picture. At that breakfast table, as Evelyn laughed softly to herself and my mother shook her head in disappointment, I realized something. They believed they still had control over me. They thought I was the same boy who used to stand in the shadow of his sister, waiting for approval. They had no idea how far I had already stepped away. Over the next week, the atmosphere in the house grew tense. My mother dropped little remarks about real success whenever I was around. Evelyn paraded her so-called accomplishments, usually involving some vague business opportunity she claimed to be working on with my father's help. I noticed more and more conversations between the two of them hushed as soon as I walked into a room. One evening, I came home from work later than usual. The house was unusually quiet. As I walked into the living room, I saw my mother and father sitting on the couch, papers spread out on the coffee table. Evelyn was leaning against the armrest, twirling a pen in her fingers. The moment I stepped in, they all looked up. My father cleared his throat. "Bruno, we've been talking." That phrase always meant trouble. My mother gestured at the papers. "We know you've been saving. And while it's admirable that you've managed to put some money aside, you need to understand the bigger picture. Evelyn has opportunities that will benefit the whole family. Real opportunities." I didn't sit down. I stayed standing, arms crossed. "What does that have to do with me?" Evelyn's smile widened. "Well, little brother, we were thinking, instead of letting your money just sit there, why not contribute it to something meaningful? My project. You'd be part of something big." I stared at her. "You want me to give you my savings?" My mother's voice sharpened. "Not give. Invest. You should support your sister. Family supports family." The words hit me like cold water. For years, I had watched them funnel every resource into Evelyn. Time, money, praise, attention. And now they wanted the only thing I had managed to build for myself. I didn't respond. I just let the silence stretch until it became uncomfortable. Evelyn finally laughed softly and said, "Come on, Bruno, don't be dramatic. This could be good for you." I walked past them, heading to my room without a word. My mother's voice followed me down the hallway. "Think about it. Don't make a mistake you'll regret." I didn't answer Evelyn right away. I just stared at her, wondering how someone could look so smug without having earned half the things she flaunted. She had always been good at that, taking credit, taking space, taking everything that was handed to her without once questioning why I was never given the same. She leaned closer, tapping her manicured nail against the envelope. "Don't tell me you're hiding some grand fortune in there. Must be nice, hoarding cash while the rest of us actually do something useful with ours." I slid the envelope away from her reach. "It's none of your business." The smirk widened into a grin. "Everything in this family is our business, Bruno. Haven't you figured that out yet?" My mother set her mug down with a sharp clink. "Stop being defensive. Your sister is only trying to help you. If you would open your eyes, you'd see she has the experience you don't. She knows how to use money. You just let it sit there like dead weight." I looked at my father, hoping maybe he would step in, but as always, he kept his eyes on the paper, turning the page as if he hadn't heard a thing. His silence wasn't neutral, it was permission. The days after that breakfast felt heavier. Every conversation turned back to Evelyn's project. My mother started bringing it up at dinner, framing it like a family duty. "It would mean a lot if we all pulled together," she said one evening, eyes fixed on me. Evelyn chimed in with details about how much she stood to make, how big the payout could be, how perfect it would be if I put in my share. I kept my responses short. A shrug. "Oh, we'll see." Never a yes, but never a clear no. What they didn't know was that I had already spent months preparing for exactly this type of situation. I had met with an advisor at the bank, asked every question I could think of, and made sure there were safeguards in place. The account they knew about, the one my mother had discovered, wasn't where the bulk of my savings lived anymore. That account was nothing but a decoy, one I deliberately left just healthy enough to be tempting. But they didn't see it that way. They saw it as untapped gold, waiting to be claimed for Evelyn's benefit. The pressure escalated when my mother started leaving pamphlets on my desk. One was about young entrepreneurs. Another was a glossy printout about investments with pictures of smiling people shaking hands. I knew she hadn't bought those for herself. It was her way of saying, "Look, even strangers know this is the right choice. Why can't you?" Evelyn, on the other hand, turned it into a game. She'd corner me in the hallway or sit on the arm of the couch while I tried to watch TV, throwing out phrases like, "So when are you going to step up?" Or, "You don't want to be left behind, do you?" Always with that sly smile, as if she already knew the answer. One night, I came home later than usual, exhausted from a double shift. As soon as I walked in, I noticed the air felt off. My parents and Evelyn were gathered in the living room, the glow of the lamp casting long shadows. Papers were spread across the coffee table again, and their voices stopped the second I opened the door. My father cleared his throat, the way he did when he was about to deliver a verdict. "Bruno, sit down. We need to talk." I stayed standing. "About what?" Evelyn leaned back casually, twirling her pen between her fingers. "About your money, of course." My mother clasped her hands together, her tone smooth but firm. "We've decided it's time you contribute to something meaningful. Evelyn has been working so hard, and her project is going to benefit all of us. It's only right that you show support. You're part of this family, Bruno. Families help each other." I felt my jaw tighten. "Help? Or hand everything over?" Her expression hardened. "Don't twist my words. You've been saving without any direction. Evelyn can put it to use immediately. She has real vision." Evelyn added, almost sweetly, "Think of it as joining forces. You'll thank me later." The silence stretched between us. My father folded his arms. Evelyn tapped her pen, and my mother stared at me like she was daring me to say no. I finally spoke, my voice calm. "I'll think about it." I turned and walked toward my room. But before I closed the door behind me, I heard my mother's voice float down the hallway. "Don't take too long, Bruno. Opportunities don't wait forever." I shut the door, leaned against it, and let out a long breath. They thought they had me cornered. They thought they could shame me into compliance, the way they always had. I spent the next few weeks moving in slow motion, like someone directing themselves through a heist film, but with none of the theatrics. No masks, no dramatic music, just patience, paperwork, and the careful, quiet accumulation of facts and contingency plans. I did not want to hurt them with noise. I wanted to dislodge them with truth and leverage they couldn't laugh off. First, I tightened the financial noose the only honest way I could. I made my money functional. I transferred funds into different instruments, small, conservative investments, a business account under a company name I'd registered months ago, and a legal savings bond that required a signed notice to move. The goal was never to hide the money for the sake of secrecy itself. It was to make it untouchable to them without explicit, legal cooperation. I consulted with a young attorney I'd met through a coworker. He was pragmatic, liked coffee, and had a soft spot for underdog stories. He drew up documents, explained the difference between ownership and access, and helped me set up a limited liability company with a neutral-sounding name. Everything had a paper trail. Everything had a lock. Second, I learned to listen differently. Where I used to take their offhand remarks as background noise, I started cataloging them. Evelyn bragged about a partner who'd fund her project. My mother mentioned an old mortgage on the family property she continually described as flexible when drunk on the idea of future loans. My father muttered about cash flow and how he'd have to sell something if a supplier called in a debt. The more they talked, the more the map of their weak points appeared. Then I found the hinge. It wasn't glamorous. It was a creditor, an exterior detail on the ledger of a man my grandmother used to know, someone who held a lien on our old family house because decades ago a distant cousin had borrowed money and never repaid it. On paper, the lien still existed. In practice, the creditor had moved cities and grown jaded. When I called, his interest was the kind that comes with age. He preferred to cash out quickly if someone offered a clean sum rather than slog through another collection. I made my offer. He accepted. I used what I had. I paid the lien off, legally and transparently, and then I purchased the note through my LLC. Suddenly, without fanfare, there was another name on the ledger. My name wasn't on it. Nocturne Holdings was. The distinction mattered less than the fact that the debt which could someday lead to a forced sale was now in my control. It would have been satisfying to tell you I did it in a single, glorious moment. I didn't. I did it in fits and quiet phone calls after my shifts, in forms signed with a borrowed pen at a cafe, in the careful rearrangement of numbers until everything fit. When I closed the purchase, I felt a strange, steady calm wash over me, like someone had finally balanced a scale that had been tipped against me since childhood. I kept my purchase hidden. I had no intention of gloating. For now, I had insurance. For now, if they tried to bully or coerce me, I had leverage that wouldn't slide away under the force of old arguments. But I wanted more than leverage. I wanted to rewrite the rules the way they had rewritten them all those years. So I set a trap that had nothing to do with courtroom drama and everything to do with pride and impulse. I let them believe the decoy account, the one they'd already found, was still where the majority of my money lived. I kept small, harmless payments coming from it. A subscription here, the occasional transfer to a shared family account, enough to make them comfortable and curious rather than suspicious. I let Evelyn pick at the idea of investing it in her project because she loved the idea of instant gratification. My mother loved being the orchestrator. She liked the image of fixing what she thought I'd messed up by keeping cash idle. Then I baited the hook. I let them escalate the pressure with the help of a sympathetic seam in the family. Uncle Mateo, who had always preferred Evelyn's company because she smiled in a way that made him think of his own youth. He called me one evening and said, "We can make this simple. For the good of the family, just contribute it. Think of it as your part." He did not know he was walking into the middle of a plan he had no idea he'd been drafted into. On a gray Thursday, Evelyn and my mother cornered me again. "We need to move fast," she said, eyes bright. "There's a slot open with the supplier. We can lock it and scale. I just need the initial capital." I feigned hesitation the way a chess player feigns surprise. What if the investment needs guarantees? What if contracts need signatures, banks need proof? "That's what we'll do," my mother said. "We'll sign. We'll show them we're a family. You can be the financier. We'll make sure you get credit." The audacity of it made my mouth flatten. They believed they could manufacture paperwork and moral weight and buy themselves the right to my money. That was the fuel I needed. I proposed a meeting. "Fine," I said. "Let's sit down with the bank and the lawyer. Let's draw it up properly." Of course they jumped at the chance. They wanted visible legitimacy. They wanted the ceremony of it, the signatures, the nods, the relatives murmuring, "What a good family we are." They did not understand that ceremony, when orchestrated by the wrong person, can be a weapon as sharp as any spoken rebuke. We arranged the meeting at a neutral place, the branch of the bank I used to deposit my pay. I called the attorney I trusted, the same one who helped set up Nocturne Holdings, and told him only what I needed him to know. Be there at 2 in the afternoon, bring a checklist, and for God's sake, don't make it easy. He agreed with a small smile that suggested he enjoyed the rhythm of a plan. On the day, Evelyn appeared with a folder of documents and a glow of triumph. My mother wore a dress that had been bought for prize-giving ceremonies and never worn again. My father clutched his wallet like it had been emptied and patched and emptied again. They all walked into the bank like parade floats. We sat in a small conference room. The bank manager, a pleasant woman named Sienna who always introduced herself with 2 syllables of assurance, was professional, polite, and efficient. I signed the visitor register with my left hand, drank the tepid water they offered, and watched their faces light up like interior lamps as the meeting began. My mother led the conversation. She explained, carefully, how Evelyn's project had a golden chance and how it would benefit the family. Evelyn spread glossy printouts. They wanted me to sign a transfer agreement from the account they already knew about. They wanted the ritual. The bank manager asked the typical questions: source of funds, proof of ownership, authorizations. My mother answered with practiced ease, but she didn't know which box to check for the accounts with locked signatures. Evelyn grew impatient and tried to bribe with charm. The manager was unruffled. That was when I spoke. "Before we do anything," I said, "I want everything clear on the table. No family secrets. Also, because this is a legal transaction, I'd like our lawyer to confirm these documents." My mother's smile thinned. "Why do we need a lawyer for a family loan?" she asked. "Because banks always recommend it," I said. "Because I want to protect everyone. Because I want a contract that shows how the money will be used." They agreed, because their language was spectacle, not substance. They wanted cameras at a wedding, not the math of a mortgage. When my attorney arrived, he placed a thick envelope on the table and, with the clinical calm of someone who has read the fine print his whole life, started running through possibilities. He asked for proof of where the funds were currently held. Evelyn reached for the decoy account's online summary, the one that would have made any person think she was getting a significant transfer. That's when the bank manager leaned forward, apologetic. "There's a hold flag on transfers from that account," she said. "We've had a notification for unusual attempts to move funds recently. Before we can process anything, we need to verify authorizations." Evelyn's fingers tightened on the folder. "What do you mean, unusual?" "We received an alert last week," Sienna said. "A person attempted to withdraw through branch signature who was not on the account. We flagged it as potential fraud and placed a temporary restriction until the account holder could verify. My mother's jaw fluttered like a trapped bird. What? That must be a mistake. The bank called me, polite, asking me to verify whether I had authorized any third-party withdrawals. I said I had not. They asked if I had a trusted contact who could act on my behalf. I said no. Evelyn's face went slack. Her shoulders trembled. My mother's habit of becoming loud when cornered kicked in, but there was a different sound now. Panic, the kind that gave away the presence of a crack in their armor. My attorney closed his folder and, without looking at them, slid a single piece of paper across the table. It was a notice of assignment. It stated, in careful, unambiguous language, that as of the date of purchase months earlier, Nocturne Holdings held the lien on the family property and reserved the right to initiate foreclosure proceedings if the terms of the note were not met. It listed the creditor's name, the purchase price, the account number, and the chain of title. My mother reached for it like someone trying to snatch an argument from the air. "You can't. Where did you get that paper?" she demanded. My attorney smiled the way you might smile when a much-loved chess game finally reaches check. "From the registry," he said. "I accessed it when my client asked for a full accounting. Your family's mortgage arrears are public record." Their faces shifted through the colors of people who only discovered at the last moment that the stage they were on was built of glass. Evelyn's mouth opened and closed. My father's face went a peculiar, pale shade of surrender. I let the silence stretch. I let them feel it, dull, bright, inevitable. Then I spoke, softly, as if I'd been asked to recite the weather. "I'm not here to take your home," I said. "I'm here to make sure things are fair. If you can bring the account current, if you can show me you meant well, we can talk about alternatives. If not, then the note stands." My mother's hands were shaking. For once, the director of our household had no clear line to call. For once, her scripts didn't include a stage direction for this exact scene. Evelyn, ever quick with recovery, reached for theatrics. "You're blackmailing us. This is spite, this is." The bank manager closed a folder gently and, with the same neatness she used to put paper clips in a row, slid a printed copy of the attempted withdrawal notice across the desk. It contained a timestamp, a branch location, a name that wasn't mine. It was at that instant the room cleaved. My mother went very, very still. Evelyn's bravado dissolved into something raw and animal, the flicker of someone who'd always been given an easy path, now realizing she had to pick up a shovel. I watched them through the quiet lens of someone who had been learning for years how to stand when the wind turned. Then my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number, 2 words, "We're here." Outside, the hush of late afternoon broke into a different kind of motion. The front door opened, soft at first, then with the definite step of someone who knew exactly where to go. I heard voices in the foyer, neighbors, a certain shuffle of papers. My lawyer rose, buttoned his jacket with slow precision, and flipped over a sheet. I folded my hands on the table and met their eyes. Evelyn's were wide now, wet with a mixture I could not yet name. "Before you do anything," I said quietly, "look at these people. Matteo, Sienna, and a couple who've known our family longer than you remember. They came because, unlike us, they see things clearly when they're laid bare." Evelyn tried to interrupt, to smile, to spin the narrative back into something she could sell, but then 2 things happened at once. My mother's face slid from anger to a look I recognized only from the time she'd realized Grandma's watch was missing, betrayal, and the bank manager, with the professional calm that had been her constant, said into the quiet room, "Mr. Bruno, we'll need a formal statement about the attempted withdrawal. Also, because of the lien, this branch will not process any transfers out of your account until we have clear authorization." The trap had not been violent. It had been a slow pull of levers that made the people who believed themselves to be conductors of the orchestra realize someone else had the score. Evelyn's mouth formed a sound that might have been a laugh if it had been freer. "What are you going to do?" she asked. "Evict us? Turn us out to the street?" I didn't answer right away. In the next room, someone, Uncle Matteo, perhaps, shuffled and then said something I could not hear. My mother's hands, which had once folded themselves into the perfect posture of reprimand, now trembled in a way that made me think of fragile things being handled for the first time. I leaned forward. "I bought the note because I wanted to make sure this family never lost its home out of neglect," I said. "I bought it because I wanted to be the one who could offer terms we could live with. But I didn't buy it to be used as a threat. I bought it because I wanted a choice. They stared. The moment was so thin it could be cut with a shard of regret. The air in the room tasted like a promise and a threat at once. My mother finally whispered, in a voice I'd only heard when she told stories about safety and lullabies. "What do you want, Bruno?" I looked at my hands, at the man I had been for so long who made himself small so they could be large. I thought of the nights on the register, of the envelopes folded in drawers, of every small humiliation turned into fuel. "I want acknowledgement," I said. "I want transparency. I want the money used the way we all agree it should be used, with contracts and real oversight. And I want my privacy respected. If you can't manage that, then we'll find another path." Evelyn scoffed and then, with the brittle, bitter grace of someone whose options were narrowing, said, "You'll never be family if you decide to keep us out." The banker cleared her throat. "If you'd like, we can draft an arrangement now. Or I can provide a list of mediators." Outside, a car door thudded. Footsteps grew nearer. I straightened in my chair. The lawyer tapped a pen. My phone buzzed again. This time, a single image attached. A picture of our house, taken from across the street, with a small, anonymous flyer tucked under the gate's latch. On the flyer, in careful, adult handwriting, was the word, "Notice." I hadn't put it there. But it didn't need me to be placed. The changes I'd set in motion had lives of their own now. The room smelled faintly of paper and coffee and the last traces of the life I had known up until this point. And then, just as the bank manager was about to speak and my mother's mouth was forming a dozen thin apologies, the door opened and a voice called in from the foyer. Calm, steady, and impossible to ignore. "Mr. Bruno? I hope I'm not interrupting." I turned toward the voice. In the doorway stood a person I'd not expected to see that day. Someone from the past who knew things my family thought they'd buried years ago. My breath hitched. The room leaned forward with me. I froze for a moment, taking in the figure at the doorway. It was Mara, the financial consultant my grandmother had trusted decades ago, a woman who had helped the family with small investments and property dealings long before my mother decided to take control of everything. Mara's presence instantly shifted the energy in the room. She carried authority without arrogance. And more importantly, she knew the real numbers, the real ownership, and the history my mother had tried to bury in plain sight. "Bruno," Mara said, her voice calm but firm, "I understand there's been some confusion about the family finances. I think it's time someone explained things clearly." My mother's lips tightened. Evelyn's smugness faltered. My father looked away, suddenly uncomfortable under the weight of scrutiny he had ignored for years. Mara stepped forward, placing a folder on the table. "Here are the historical records of the property, the accounts, and the debts. Everything is here, everything documented. And, most importantly, the accounts Mr. Bruno has established are fully legal. Any attempt to access them without proper authorization is, well, you can imagine the consequences." Evelyn scoffed, but her voice wavered. "Consequences? Bruno, we're family. You can't." "You chose to act as if family meant entitlement," I interrupted, finally speaking without hesitation. "You've mocked my work, questioned my worth, and assumed my money was yours to use. That's on you. I didn't seek this confrontation, but I won't let it slide any longer." Mara nodded toward the folder. "The decoy account your mother found? It's effectively empty now. All funds were transferred and protected months ago under Mr. Bruno's control. Your mother has no legal claim, and any attempt to pressure him into transferring money will be noted and can be acted upon legally." My mother's face drained of color. For the first time, her authority, the unshakable posture she had held over the family for decades, crumbled. Evelyn's hands trembled slightly as she flipped through the papers, realizing that the power she thought she had inherited was gone. "Wait, this can't be," my mother whispered. "Bruno, this isn't right. You can't just—" "Yes, I can," I said. "Legally, ethically, and practically. I've spent years working for what's mine. I've respected the law, the banks, and the processes. You've spent years thinking you could dictate my life because you could manipulate everyone else. That ended the moment I decided it wouldn't anymore." Evelyn tried to argue, her voice rising with panic, but Mara's calm authority shut her down immediately. "Miss Evelyn," she said, "all attempts to access Mr. Bruno's accounts without his authorization are considered illegal. I suggest you review the documentation before making further statements." At that moment, The room was quiet except for the faint hum of the air conditioning. My father slumped slightly in his chair, silent, finally seeing that the house he had thought he could control through intimidation was now under the control of someone who had never needed their approval. My mother's hands clenched together on the table, but she said nothing. Her usual theatrics had failed her completely. I leaned back, letting it sink in. I wasn't just defending money. I was asserting control over my own life, something I'd never allowed them to touch. I had turned the tables on years of manipulation and entitlement, and the victory wasn't about humiliation. It was about finally claiming autonomy. When I finally spoke again, my voice was measured. Here's what's going to happen. You will not touch my accounts, my earnings, or any property under my name or legal control. If you attempt to, the legal protections in place will be enforced immediately. Any attempts to manipulate or coerce me will be documented and acted upon. This isn't a request. This is the boundary. My mother's eyes flicked to Mara, then to the papers. Evelyn's lips pressed together. The mask of confidence cracked completely. My father's gaze lowered. The family dynamic I had lived under for years, where I was always the subordinate, always the one to be lectured or manipulated, was gone. And then, just as I stood up to leave the room, I looked at each of them carefully. You thought I was the same boy who let you dictate everything. You thought my patience was weakness. It wasn't. It was planning. And now, if you try anything, you'll see just how serious I am. No one spoke. The weight of the moment pressed down, suffocating their usual postures of entitlement. My mother's face, once so confident, looked almost small. Evelyn's hand trembled as she put down her pen. My father sat slumped, silent for the first time in years. I left the room with Mara following quietly behind. Outside, the air felt different, charged, but clean. The house behind me no longer held the same power over me. I had finally stepped out from under their control. Over the next weeks, the family tried subtle maneuvers. My mother called occasionally, her tone polite but restrained, attempting to test boundaries. Evelyn tried to ask about projects and partnerships, but I responded firmly every time. My father muttered at the table but stopped short of trying to lecture me. Any attempt at coercion was met with documentation, lawyer intervention, and calm refusal. I never forgave them. I never pretended what they did to me didn't exist. They remained entitled, manipulative, and small in ways I had no intention of tolerating. But the balance of power had shifted permanently. The money they thought they could take, the control they assumed they had, they were illusions. I had spent years preparing, and the result was total autonomy. Today, I live independently, financially secure, and entirely self-directed. My mother calls occasionally, but I keep conversations short and transactional. Evelyn no longer mentions investments or projects around me. My father rarely speaks on finances, and the house, once a theater of manipulation, is just a building. The accounts are untouched, my plans unchallenged, and for the first time in my life, the family that tried to control me has no power over my choices. I finally understood, it wasn't about winning their approval. It was about taking what was mine and protecting it. And in doing so, I reclaimed not only my money, but my life. They remain villains in my story, selfish, entitled, manipulative, but the stage is mine now, and I walk on it freely. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this.